To the memory of Philip Abrams. The Great Arch. English State Formation as Cultural Revolution. Philip Corrigan and Derek Sayre. 1. A remarkably centralized country, state formation in medieval England. So narrowly did he cause the survey to be made that there was not one single hide nor rood of land, nor it is shameful to tell, but he thought it no shame to do was there an ox, cow, or swine that was not set down in the writ. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, on the Doomsday Survey on April 8, 1960. General de Gaulle addressed both Houses of Parliament in Westminster Hall. Speaking of England somewhat ruefully, one imagines he asked this, at the worst moments, whoever contested the legitimacy or the authority of the state. Radicals might Turner. Ideologists of the wonders of Englishness might be more inclined to pose the matter in terms of the long pedigree of English democracy. But the general had a point. James Campbell et al., from whom we borrow the anecdote, expand on it. The origins of the security of the English state lie in the length of its history. This is the determinative contrast between England and the other great states of Europe. In no other has there been such continuity in the exercise of effective authority over so wide an area for so long. Nutt's writ ran from Yorkshire to Sussex and from Norfolk to Cheshire. So has that of all his successors, brief intervals of civil war apart. Continuity in the exercise of power brought with it, and was sustained by, continuity in the institutions of government. 1982, 240, England, in Mark Bloch's words, was a truly unit state much earlier than any continental kingdom. 1967, 430, this is the RST peculiarity of English state formation we wish to stress here. This unication is the real relations of and for not just the legitimacy, i.e. the formation of the key ideology, of the state in England, but also the English state form imposed by conquest and brutal savagery in and on Wales, Scotland, Ireland, India, and it eventuates in that British Empire which in 1933 covered over 23% of the land surface of the globe and ruled a quarter of the world's population. George V's last words, as he lay dying, and according to the Times, in 1936 were, "How is the empire?" The peculiarities of the English are not some local instance of merely antiquarian interest. But of equal importance is a second peculiarity. That central state capacity in England was from the start and for most of the period covered in this book based upon a high degree of involvement of local ruling elites in the exercise of governance. Elaborate central bureaucratic structures did not emerge until very late in the day. Instead, mere institutions of rule parliament, the whole panoply of shire government, the apparatus of justice rested upon what Bloch calls that collaboration of the well-to-do classes in power, so characteristic of the English polity as long ago as the Middle Ages, 1967, 371. The institutionoi justices of the peace, dating from the early 14th century and surviving to the present day. Maitland's Country Gentlemen commissioned by the King, 1897, 209, is symptomaticoi this, and in some ways a metaphor for much of what was most peculiar, and characteristic, in English state formation. For Gleeson symbolized the polity of England, 1969, 1. This relation between central state and local ruling class relates to a peculiarity of the English upper classes themselves, again noted by Bloch. In the French or German sense of the word, medieval England had no nobility, that is to say that among the free men there was no intrinsically superior class enjoying a privileged legal status of its own, transmitted by descent. The ruling class remained, as a whole, more a social than a legal class. Too ill-deemed not to remain largely open, 1967, 3301. This in part relates to the strength of the monarchy, which successfully sought to keep knighthood open and which in the later Middle Ages frequently buttressed gentry as a counterweight to the peerage. Perry Anderson comments on the exceptionally early demilitarization of the noble class, which allowed a gradual conversion of the aristocracy to commercial activities long before any comparable ruling class in Europe, so that by the 17th century the English landowning class was unusually civilian in background, commercial in occupation, and commoner in rank, 1974b, 127. From the Middle Ages onwards, England possessed what was for the time an extremely broad and unusually open political nation, sharing in the exercise of power. Bloch, Cam, Lodes, and others have sketched its contours at various times in its history. It goes without saying, of course, that this political nation was an extremely small proportion of the English people as a whole, and even more so underscore when state formation was extended to engulf the Welsh, Scots, Irish, Indian, and other peoples. It was also resolutely male. Until 1918. Bloch is clear that the other side of the openness in the Middle Ages was greater control over the peasantry, not least because of the strength of central authority in England than most continental lords could exercise, 1967, 270-4. It is as well to recall throughout our account this other story, which is not usually recounted along with the fables about the Gladys democracy, the mother of parliaments, and the rest. Recall that the Great Reform Act of 1832 increased the electorate by 280,814 men in England and Wales. In 1833 1 in VE men in England and Wales, 1 in 8 men in Scotland, and 1 in 20 men in Ireland could vote. In 1886 the total electorate for England, Wales, and Scotland was 1,902,270 men out of a total population, in 1891, of around 33 million, some 17 million of whom were female. Full franchise democracy, one adult person one vote, arrives only in 1950 with the cessation of plural, privilege and property voting. All of Ireland is excluded from this statement, too, with the far from inconsequential residues of the House of Lords and the City of London. The third feature of English state formation that deserves emphasis at the beginning of this survey is the peculiar exibility of English state forms. A superficial view of English constitutional history will reveal a very Whiggish continuity. Most of the great institutions of state, Parliament, the law, the Privy Council, the Crown itself have their origins well back in the Middle Ages. Such continuities of form are indeed remarkable, and probably unparalleled elsewhere. The rhetorics surrounding this formal continuity have been, and remain, important cultural resources in the business of ruling. But beneath the apparent continuities lie important breaks, indeed revolutions in state formation. In this book we will trace what we might call the long waves of English state formation, moments or periods of substantial revolution in government, above all the Norman/Angevin period, the 1530s, the 17th century civil wars, and the 1830s, followed by longer periods of consolidation and eventual stalling. But what is worth remarking at the outset is the singular capacity of English state forms to accommodate substantial changes whilst appearing to preserve an unbroken evolutionary link with the past. It is the utmost significance for an understanding of English political culture that the major Henricean statutes of the 1530s could invariably commence with some variant of "it has always been the case that," or that the revolutionaries of the 17th century could take their stand on the historic rights of Parliament and the liberties of Ivory-born Englishmen under Magna Carta and the common law. The peculiarities we have touched upon so far are evidently connected with one another. England's precocious centralization around a comparatively strong crown limited the parcelization of sovereignty typical of feudal polities. Monarchical strength forced the medieval ruling class to exercise its power more through evolving state forms than was normally the case elsewhere, and at the same time kept that ruling class relatively open and broadly based. Conversely, this made for the development of a broad political nation, and established forms of ruling, which were to limit any royal pretensions to absolutism. Through time, the social composition of the political nation was to change. But English state forms proved sufficiently flexible and deeply rooted to accommodate such shifts, and indeed often to serve as vehicles for them. It is usual to dare the true revolution in government in England from after the Norman conquest. But some resources for English state formation are older. The land conquered by William was already divided, in an orderly way, into shires and hundreds. Northumberland, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Durham, and Rutland were created after 1066, but otherwise, a map showing the English shires as they were until 1974 represents to an astonishing degree the administrative geography of the early 11th century. Campbell 1980, L17N. The division of the country into shires, each under a royal official, the sheriff, permitted an unusual degree of general control and uniformity of administrative action. The distribution of parishes, key units of local administration for most of our period, shows similar continuity from the 12th to the 19th centuries. Virtually all land was divided into hides for assessment purposes. The Great Domesday Survey of 1086 for Maitland, a magnificent exploit, an exploit which has no parallel in the history of Europe, 1897, 9, for James Campbell, an incomparable survey, proving England to have been a formidably organized state, 1980, 117, probably stood in an Anglo-Saxon tradition familiar with large-scale surveys. Administrative use of written records goes back at least to the 8th century, while Anglo-Saxon kings used letters, sealed and unsealed, for administrative purposes from the 9th century at the latest. Any important index of the central capability of the Anglo-Saxon state was its ability to tax. Levies of Danegeld are recorded 12 or 13 times between 845 and 926, and evidently rulers who could raise such taxes were powerful in a way that their successors, south of the Channel, are not known to have been. Campbell 1980, 130. Likewise with coinage, the English kings were running the earliest known, and the best, example of the system of yenamtio monetae, which by 1200 had come into use in many states from Poland to Portugal. Campbell 1975, 40. Within this system the Crown could insist on all payments to itself being in coin of the current issue, which 19 was replaced septennially. Campbell suggests this was highly lucrative. He also offers evidence of central skull planning being executed in an elaborate and orderly way at local level, 1975, 40, cf. his 1980. Another indication of Anglo-Saxon state power, amply confirmed by archaeological evidence, is the extent of the fortress system. Maitland long ago pointed to the importance of the Anglo-Saxon institution of the shire court for the subsequent evolution of both local government and, indirectly, Parliament. The early MPs were representatives of county courts. We must learn to think, he says, of the county as an organized unity which has long had a common life, common rights, and common duties. 1897, 44, cf. Elton 1974b. 41. Campbell et al. Argue that the post-conquest survival of these courts and the free classes who participated in them may well have done much to determine the later history of England, 1982, 245, cf. Block 1967, 371. Norman rulers also adapted Anglo-Saxon institutions of policing, frank pledge, and military service, the FYRD. Overall, Campbell draws a strong contrast between 10th century England and 12th century Cape Town France. In the one there is a reduction to uniformity, in the other the superimposition of royal government on whatever already existed, with as a consequence the France of the Ancien regime, in some ways formidably united, in others with anomalies numberless and, for example, far more provincial distinctions in law than anyone has found in 11th century England. 1975, 53, the late Anglo-Saxon state, he considers, was not specious in its uniformity or rudimentary in its precocity. It was uniform and sophisticated and reflected not only power, but intelligence. 1975, 54. Indeed, he goes so far as to argue that it reveals a capacity for change and for order hardly matched until the 19th century, Ibid. 43, exhibiting fewer provincial variations in law and administration than did most European states in the 18th century. This legacy, on which the Normans and their successors were to build, was to have long-term consequences, if, ultimately, England avoided the fate of the rest of Ancien Regime Europe. It was largely thanks to a framework established by a regime yet more ancient, Ibid. 54. But most authorities would agree 5 that it was above all the conquest which created a monarchy that was, in Perry Anderson's words, unrivaled in its authority and efficacy throughout Europe, 1974b. 113. Military conquest allowed a wholesale change in the ownership of manors, and this was to be an important basis for the monarchy's strength. Domesday records only 2 major English landowners, whilst by 1087 only 1 bishop and 2 major abbots were English. Tenants-in-chief generally held land in many parts of the country, rather than the huge territorial principalities of the great Anglo-Saxon earls, though even here the Anglo-Saxons were already distinct in having no equivalent of commites, nobles whose authority over a county became hereditary. Within any shire royal power normally remained stronger than that of any single subject. The main exceptions to this were the earldoms of Chester and of Shrewsbury, and the Prince-Bishopric of Durham, border regions all. In addition, tenants-in-chief were very numerous in England. Bloch has pointed to the paradox entailed here. Although, in certain respects, no state was more completely feudal, the feudalism was of such a kind as ultimately to enhance the prestige of the crown. In this country where every piece of land was a tenement, the king was literally the lord of all the lords, 1967 430. Monarchical strength allowed government of the counties by directly appointed royal officials, the sheriffs. Again in origin this institution is Anglo-Saxon. It was to sheriffs, rather than tenants-in-chief as such, that execution of major judicial powers, levying of troops and raising of taxes actually belonged. The great Norman barons were generally limited to enjoying a part of the prots of justice in the counties whose titles they bore. For a time, especially during Stephen's reign, the office of sheriff threatened to become hereditary in some of the great baronial families. But the Angevins succeeded in checking this potentially disintegrative tendency. In 1170 Henry II was able to sack all his sheriffs, subject their performance to an inquest, and reappoint only a few. Again Bloch catches the wider significance, because the public office was not completely identified with the F. England was a truly unit state much earlier than any continental kingdom, 1967, 430. Later the importance of the sheriff was to decline, with the monarchy relying more in the shires on justices of the peace, and, by the Elizabethan period, lords lieutenant and their deputies. By 1494 PS were empowered to entertain complaints against sheriffs and extortions practiced by them and their county courts, and to convict sheriffs and their officers summarily. But throughout the period it is the overall pattern we wish to stress. The disintegrative parcelization of sovereignty normal to feudalism is checked. The crown is able to govern in the counties by agents acting for, and removable by, itself albeit, importantly, agents drawn from the local political nation. Under this unusually strong monarchy there developed important innovations in the actual conduct of government. The greatest result of the Norman conquest, according to Plucknet, was the introduction of precise and orderly methods in the government and law of England, 1956, 11. Aylmer dates the most significant changes from 21. C.1080 to C.1230, 1961, 422 ff. Central branches of administration began to go, in Tout's phrase, out of court to evolve into specialized institutions, independent of the king's immediate household and curia regis, and permanently based in London, rather than being peripatetic with the king. This happened with the Exchequer, early in the 12th century. In connection with Nantes, we should also note the early commutation, for the monetary payment known as scutage, of feudal obligations to military service. Scutage was first collected in 1159 and the central taxation of personal property, the Saladin tithe of 1188. Separate records of exchequer business, the tallies and the pipe roll, were kept from the reign of Henry I. By 1400, according to Kirby, 1957, there were careers established in the Exchequer. From the reigns of Henry II and Richard I onwards, curious judicial business likewise became centered on Westminster in what became the Central Courts of Common Law. Parallel to this institutional development was an immense increase in the keeping of written records, making literacy more and more a prerequisite for all administrators and leading to the early development of a clerisy located in routines of administration. This official documentary system is unparalleled in its coverage, continuity, and comprehensiveness. It reveals the very weight and shape of ruling, above all the central capability of governance possessed by the English ruling classes from the 11th century onwards. The power involved in recording, preserving and retrieving facts denning realities, is one that grows rapidly by being used. Behind the individual records one's a formal authority which establishes routines and rituals, each buttressing the other. What matters here are the forms of government that are being created. These are for the time remarkably orderly, thorough, precise, detailed, and national. One sign of this is the tradition, in medieval England, of surveys and inquiries. We have already touched on Doomsday. We might mention, at this point, the latter's immense significance as punishment. It was, as Maitland says, 1897, 9, cf. Clancy 1979, 18 ff, an exploit possible only in a conquered country. We should also record that other, anti-state tradition which also looks back to the Anglo-Saxons, and smouldered on for 9 centuries, the oppositional historical vision, with its own conception of English liberties, of the Norman yoke, CIL1LLS superb 1954. There were to be subsequent, if less spectacular, surveys throughout the medieval and early modern periods, the 1274 survey that began the 100 Rolls records, the Quo Warranto survey of 12_79, the 1291 valuation of church lands, Edward II's ministerial inquiries of 13401, Henry VIII's Valor Ecclesiasticus. The fact that such surveys/X 22 were possible says much about the capability of the evolving English state. But more than this, through this form of action, rights, especially property rights, and powers, especially royal/state powers, are being deemed. Take, for instance, Quo Warranto. According to Michael Clancy, no inquiry by any medieval government ever exceeded in scope and detail the survey inaugurated by Edward I in 1279, which immediately preceded the Quo Warranto prosecutions. Commissioners in each county were instructed to list by name and have written down in books all villages and hamlets and every type of tenement whatsoever, whether of the rich or the poor, whether royal or otherwise. The stated purpose of this survey was to settle questions of ownership once and for all. 1979, 6. There are 2 points about this inquiry, and others like it, which need particular emphasis. First, it establishes that royal property differs in quality from any other. The monarch has the right to take any land, or its fruits, for which there is no proof that it truly belongs to those who use it. This form of alienating land to the monarch is remarkably similar to that used in the engrossing and enclosure movements of Tudor and later times, in its insistence on provision of legitimate title. Holdsworth, 1972, Volume 1, 87 ff, is quite clear that such inquiries materialized kingship as particular powers. Second, the making of such inquiries also challenged alternative notions of legitimacy, not just customary right since time immemorial, but equally warrant by the sword. There is much to be drawn, as Clancy does with great lucidity, from Earl Warrenay waving his rusty sword and exclaiming, "This, my lords, is my warrant." 1979, 21 f. Warriors against riders, custom against law, locality against center, in short, the encroachment of control and regulation upon open, fluid relations. Exactly the same applies to forms of familial relation. From a very early date these two are regulated in routinized ways. Bastardy, of course, long carried legal impedimenta, and in Tudor times female, though more rarely male, offenders were publicly whipped, Williams 1979, 209-10, Marchant 1969, 223-5, the connection with stabilization of property is evident. Conversely, marriage had to be a public and formal act, at least for legal purposes. Bans had to be read from 1200, and the ceremony held in public, usually at the church door. Only marriages contracted in facie ecclesiae certified as such where necessary by the bishop were recognized in common law. Regulation continues in later centuries. After 1538, marriages had to be recorded in parish registers. By Lord Hardwicke's Act of 1753, publication of bans or purchase of a license, the presence of 2 witnesses, and registration were made compulsory. Falsification of the register of marriages was made a capital offence. Civil marriage in a register office or other registered building, such as a nonconformist chapel, was introduced by statute in 1836. The secular equivalent of reading of the bans, until 1856, was notification to 3 successive weekly meetings of the Poor Law Board of Guardians. Baker calls common law marriage as a description for unlicensed cohabitation one of the most absurd solecisms of the 20th century, 1979, 395. Here state regulation has actively and continuously enforced definition of acceptable forms of social relationship. Diana Barker notes that marriage is unique among supposed contracts between adults in the degree to which its precise form, monogamous, heterosexual, for most of our period lifelong, dependent, is thus specied. There can be no bargaining between spouses, since the state declares what marriage shall be. It is not, in fact, a contract between the spouses, but rather they agree together to accept a certain, externally deemed, status. 1978, 254. On the legal position of women within this marriage form, we shall have more to say below. Clancy's From Memory to Written Record, 1979, also brings out some crucial wider connections between literacy and lawfulness. We shall discuss the law in more detail shortly, of relevance both to medieval and to later state formation. From an early date, state activities focus coherently and cumulatively to regulate all forms of making public, printing and publishing, dramatic performance, singing, speaking and or reading aloud, preaching, graphic and other visual depictions, and so on. The double forms used here are synecant, licensing approved individuals or places, and oiton, examining and registering their products before they are made public, thereby criminalizing the unlicensed, and regulation by the criteria required if the status of proper, approved, acceptable and or legalized was to be granted. Much of this activity can be understood in terms of making public, e.g. proper publications versus ephemeral material, legitimate theater versus traveling players, and thereby restricting access. Costs and prices regulate within and in part because of these prior and accompanying regulations. It is significant that the words cheap and vulgar, along with, as we have mentioned above, vernacular, can be used pejoratively. Equally important are the deep roots of the clerisy in the linkage of literacy and legality. The state formation we have sketched so far entailed the early development of lay, as well as ecclesiastical, clerks in the business of ruling routines. This term clerk extends through to the later 19th century and beyond as a status term, as residually it still does in clerk to the justices of the peace, town clerk, clerk of the privy council, etc. It was for centuries written into legal classifications in the privilege of Binet of clergy, which we will discuss in more detail below. But clerisy develops across and above these later. 24. Divisions and distinctions as relating more generally to the power of the word, and of all words what could be more powerful than the state? Who does not know what a poor and worthless creature man would be if it were not for the unity of human nature being preserved from age to age through the godlike form of the state? 5. T. Coleridge, quoted in Knight's 1978, 42, what is significant is the degree to which the sense of clerisy in Knight's illuminating study, of the 19th century, obscures the embodiment of clerisy within indeed, 115, state servants, in that and many preceding centuries. Perhaps more significant is how literary lawfulness by such located members of the clerisy is embedded in the official documentary system and regulates the wider culture. Much of this is suggested but not developed by M. Cohen, 1977, and M. Becerrad, 1979, in their studies of linguistic practice from the mid-17th century onwards. Finally, legal power is related directly to language use, RST, because some forms of words have to be used, and not only in court proceedings, though the restricted code of the latter Latin, law French, precise and arcane forms of writ and plea was a persistent means of rule and area of cultural struggle over the centuries, see Baker 1979, 183-91, and second because many words came to be legally deemed, by both statute and case law. These centrally include gender terms, which we will explore in more detail below. The other side of this revolution in government, deserving of equal weight, is the constraints this development of regular institutions, routines, rules, and rituals of government placed upon the crown itself, as well as upon other parties contending for a share in power. Already in 1215 Magna Carta acknowledged that the king operated within certain forms, his power was categorized through notions of its proper exercise. Gerald Aylmer, echoing Bloch's more general point made above, shows how from the reigns of John and Henry Ill onwards a classical pattern of conflict, classical in the sense that it persisted without fundamental change for centuries, was emerging within state structures, over rival views of what the administrative system should be, 1961, 425 ff. The crown tended to rely on the king's personal servants and household agencies, while the magnates preferred the council as an agency of administrative supervision, and control of established out-of-court departments through their own nominees. This conflict was not resolved until the Tudor period. But the important point here is that both parties were constrained by state formation X and medieval England Z5 developing state formation, to which their conflicts in turn contributed. Where this kind of dialectic is most apparent is in two central institutions of the English constitution, Parliament and the law. The origins of Parliament are both ancient and contentious. 7 There is controversy over whether it was initially a representative assembly, called to discuss affairs of the realm and vote taxes, or rather an enlarged session of council, whose main job was to decide pleas brought by petition, an embryonic political assembly, or a mere court. For Elton it was both a political and judicial body, or rather an occasion, on which all the affairs of government came together to be exercised in a meeting of the realm, 1974 b. 20. Parliament originally had the same double root as the Curia Regis. Under Henry III, the older idea of the feudal honour of England, the king and his tenants-in-chief was gradually being superseded by that of the realm, the unio ursitas or caumsitas Anglii, in which all men with an interest in the kingdom, not just tenants-in-chief, could claim a voice. We mean men. There were to be no female MPs elected before 1919 or sitting before 1922, and their total has never exceeded 28. Glanville expressed contemporary opinion when he wrote that women are not able, have no need to, and are not accustomed to serving their lord the king, either in the army or in any other royal service, quoted in Shahar 1983, 11. Concurrently, the establishment of regular courts of law divided pleas into those which were routine and those demanding special attention by the king. The English Parliament resulted from the necessity to end a new opportunity to amalgamate the political and judicial tasks once discharged by the Curia Regis, Elton 1974 b. 21. Hence the development of writs of summons to treat with the king. Most business at this early stage was still the hearing of private pleas. By the time of Edward I, calling of parliaments had become irregularly habitual. Still, at this stage, Parliament was a good way from being a real or ordained institution. Ibid. 21. Membership was variable and at the pleasure of the Crown. Representatives of shires and boroughs, for instance, were called to only 13 of Edward's 52 parliaments. Procedure and forms of record remained haphazard. It was during the 14th century that Parliament gradually lost its judicial character of a court for private suits, and developed into a more clearly political assembly. It under Edward I, Parliament had remained essentially a royal instrument of government, and the Permanent Council formed the animating instrument within it. This reflected the king's strength. Edward LL's reign, by contrast, was the most troubled since Stephen's. In effect, the baronial opposition to Edward LL took over the Parliament, Ibid. 22. The core of Parliament was effectively 26. Transferred from the Permanent Council to the Lords of the Parliament, who in turn, like the king himself, sought support from lower down the social scale. This resulted in representatives of the communities being summoned with greater regularity. By the Statute of York of 1322, whose interpretation, however, is controversial, matters touching the state of the king and the kingdom shall be treated, granted, and established in Parliament by our Lord the King, and with the consent of the prelates, earls, barons, and of the commonalty of the kingdom. Parliament was now, in the main, a political assembly of the great men of the realm, and representatives of the shires, boroughs, and the lower clergy were commonly called to attend and assent at meetings, Ibid. 22-3. By the 1330s, as Cam. 1945, shows, petitioning was becoming bifurcated, private or highly particular petitions going from chancery clerks to auditors and thence to appropriate officials, common petitions to the clerk of the Parliament for reference to the King in Council or the Lords of the Council with or without the discussion of the Commons, though the latter in 1327 protested about any bills coming forth which they had not properly examined. Cam also shows the way that, from an early date, the Commons was being manipulated. Magnates and others used the Commons to apparently initiate as common issues what were sectional points. The law against poachers of 1315 and the ordinance on maximum prices of 1315 were instigated by the magnates and can fairly be ranked as class legislation, Ibid. 187. Autocratic and despotic, as well as plainly sectional, legislation was originated in the Commons to give it a claim to being of the Commonwealth of the realm. Neal, 1924. 151-3, shows the later Commons being used in the same way and argues against simplistic readings of the lower house's initiatives. Nonetheless, there is one change Cam notes which is significant. Although 69 of 70 statutes of Inrevi arise from petitions, this is true of only 17 of 114 acts of Henry VII. Elton sees the year 1340 as marking the end of a truly formative period, 1974b, 23. In that year representatives of the lower clergy withdrew to convocations, and representatives of the shires and boroughs came together in a common body, prefiguring the later House of Commons. In 1340, too, the parliamentary rolls acquired regularity of form and became a continuous record, distinct from both the plea rolls of the royal courts and the archives of the King's Council. Edward II's French Wars and the crisis of 1340-1 accelerated the development of Parliament, his pressing need for money forcing him into alliance with the Lords of the Parliament and dependence on the Commons. The Crown's need for assent to G27 taxation was to be a major factor in the growth of parliamentary power throughout its history. Edward II's reign witnessed the achievement of the characteristic bases of parliamentary power. Not only was the body recognized as the only proper source of consent for taxation, but by about 1340 it was also becoming doctrine that ordinances made in response to petitions in Parliament were superior to all other forms of legislation. In 1376, in the Good Parliament, the role of the institution as the effective weapon against misgovernment was consolidated in the processes against Edward's ministers. Elton 1974b, 24, the events around 1340 are illustrative of a more general way in which at times of crisis forms of expressing power can become solided. This momentum was sustained in the reigns of Richard II and Henry IV. During the 15th century the Commons evolved from petitioners whose demands the king submitted to the Lords of the Parliament, for their advice, to being essential assenters to legislation. In 1399 the Commons denied any right to assent, in 1414 they claimed it, but Henry V was unsympathetic. By 1460 their assent was regularly recorded. By the 1450s references to a lower and higher house were commonplace. Edward IV wooed the Commons and from the start treated them as constitutionally equivalent to the Lords. Signs of the changes underway are again shown in Forms OI record. Prom 1484, the public business of Parliament is no longer recorded as a list OI petitions, but simply as a list of statutes. There is a parallel shift in the form of impeachment proceedings. After the mid-15th century, instead of the Commons acting as prosecutors in trials held before the Lords, there develops joint legislative action through acts of attainder. By 1489 the judges could declare an attainder invalid because it lacked Commons assent. Consent is important not just at the level of who assented or was deemed to assent, but equally in terms of how that consent was expressed. The formalization of Parliament as the proper body to give the consent of the realm was an important aspect of its evolution, with far-reaching implications. Cam is clear on the early availability of Parliament as a forum through which public demand and grievance could be expressed, this simultaneously restricting the legitimate forms through which political statements came to be made. 1945. By the early 17th century Parliament had secured a virtual monopoly of consent. This was undoubtedly convenient for the Crown. But it also had other consequences, notably, it could leave a considerable vacuum when, as in the 1630s, Parliament did not meet. 28. For long periods. Again we see how forms of government which strengthened the Crown could also become, under certain circumstances, a basis from which the state could come to be viewed as something distinct from the monarch. The English Parliament was distinctive in several ways. It was, in Perry and Cressen's phrase, singleton and conglomerate, 197/LB, 114-15, C.L. Elton 1974b, 37-5. From the beginning it was a national assembly. It had no regional competitors. What were represented in it were localities, communities. As Cam shows, 1962, 27315, England was the RST polity organized through an explicit theory and practice of representation. The communities brought into the organization we have come to know as the state were as follows: 1110, the Ville, 1166, the Shires and Hundreds, 1226, Cathedral Chapters, 1254, Diocesan Clergy, 1258 barons, and in 1265 boroughs. This 154-year history bears comparison with the 120 years, 1832 to 1950, devoted to extending the franchise. We should also note, and this again is a contrast with most continental assemblies, that from 1294 to 1872 the writs ordering elections specifically denied the possibility of representatives in Parliament being delegates of the communities they represented, see Edwards 1934. It is important, also, that what was represented was not, as in comparable European bodies, the three conventional social estates. The tripartite organic social classification, those who pray, those who GHT, those who work, was widespread throughout feudal Europe and its partial displacement in England, as an organizing code for institutional forms, is of a piece with other peculiarities. The clergy were not represented in Parliament as a body at all, after 1340, when the lower clergy withdrew to convocations. Such prelates as continued to be present sat as tenants-in-chief of the crown or royal officials and not in any special ecclesiastical capacity. The parliamentary peerage were not elected by their kind and did not represent the nobility as an estate. They did not even coincide with tenants-in-chief, but can in fact only be deemed circularly as those directly summoned by parliamentary writ. They were, in essence, king's councillors, the enlarged general council or the realm, Elton L. 974b, 36. The Commons, Nally, did not correspond to the European Third Estate. In an estate-based structure, Knights of the Shire would have sat with the Lords. They did not. but nor did the line between lords of the Parliament and knights of the shire correspond to that of higher and lesser nobility. Men as, of course, they always were sat in one Parliament by individual summons, and the next as knights of the shire. From the start the Commons did not represent a class or classes, they represented communes, the units or local government under the King. Fried and Miller 1978, 9, cf. Cam 1962. 29. All this made for the early development of a conception of Parliament as a representative national assembly. In 1309 the Commons described themselves as knights and folk of the boroughs who came to the King's Parliament at the King's command and for the people. Chief Justice Thorpe wrote in 1366 that Parliament represents the body of the realm, Elton 1974b, 36. By 1480, it was being asserted that Acts of Parliament were universally binding as every man is party and privy to the Parliament, Ibid. 37, a man was there. A public, a councillor, to the whole state, Cam 1962. 278. By the 1520s, this notion was commonplace. It reflected a reality. By the standards of the time, the English Parliament was unusually representative at least, those we have referred to as the political nation, a crucial caveat. The Lords retained much of the character of an extended general council. The Commons were unusual in the degree to which the communities they represented coincided with the administrative divisions of the realm, the ancient structure of the shires in the case of the knights, and in the number of towns represented by borough members. Finally, by contemporary standards the English House of Commons was properly elected to an extent unknown elsewhere. Knights were elected by freeholders of the shire, a body large enough to merit franchise restriction by the introduction of a 40-shilling qualification in 1429. In the boroughs the qualification was usually all burgage tenants or all who paid certain local taxes. The ilouse was unusually large by European standards, the largest in Europe both absolutely and relative to population by the end of Elizabeth's reign. We should again stress, however, that it was the political nation, not the people, who participated in all this. The English theory is of virtual representation. MPs represent all because they speak for all, not because they are chosen by all. MPs were not delegates, the franchise was limited, and was further restricted after the 1660s, and as we have shown, universal adult suffrage was long resisted. What we have, in this political nation, is a very slowly expanding social political moral category, always doubly seated, locally, arid/or in terms of an interest, e.g. we of the manufacturing interest, and centrally. Whilst it is conventional to think of lines of representation vertically, as local to central, we also have to understand the horizontally of this system. Whatever blurring there may have been at the boundaries of the political nation Mirnoni making versus social standing, there was always a clear baseline, those under it were to be spoken for/against. They emphatically were not us. This is quite graphic even in the late 19th century, around the 1867–84 extensions, when suddenly Gladstone, Mill, Spencer all recognized the working class as like ourselves, and therefore, generally, worthy of the vote. 30. Elton has anal emphasis very pertinent to our argument. Against the tradition of historiography which constantly looks teleologically to Parliament as a counterweight to the Crown, and focuses on moments of political conflict between the two, he has consistently stressed the early and continuous efficacy of the English Parliament as an active business organisation, especially as distinguishing it from representative institutions elsewhere, 1974b, 14. From RST to last, Parliament has been an instrument of action, a body which does things and achieves ends, Ibid. 8, cf. his 1971. Elton sees the vitality of the institution, and its survival and expansion in the 16th and 17th centuries when so many of its European counterparts were in abeyance or decline, as stemming largely from this. Parliament was important for the propertied classes, in facilitating their private affairs. Kings and queens found Parliament most valuable as a routinized expression of the assent of the realm, or that portion of it which mattered, speaking for the rest, particularly to taxation, the non-delegate character of parliamentary representatives, their plena palesums, full powers to commit the communities they represented, was crucial to this, and contrasts with most comparable continental bodies. The business-like nature of Parliament is above all evident in the regularity of its organization records, routines, rules, standardized forms and formulae, from an early date, see Elton 1974b, 4950. Parliament, and with it a theory and practice of representation, thus became a significant means of organizing consensus within a restricted political nation. The whole subsequent history of state formation takes this organized consensus as central. Consider, in the light of what we have sketched, this quotation from 1974, probably the worst aspect of the threatening political battle is that, whether or not there is an election, the essential struggle will take place outside Parliament. For 300 years, i.e. since 1688, the British people have managed to keep almost all their main struggles within the parliamentary arena. As new social groups have sought political influence commensurate with their changing position in the social structure, they have been able to end it inside the House of Commons, keeping their GHTS within the rules of parliamentary order and avoiding class conflict. The decision of the Labour Party to go into Parliament as representatives of the broad mass of organised working people was the greatest single victory for the orderliness and humanity of the parliamentary process. The fabric of the nation is in some danger. But 1974-14, within England, and this is shown very well in the long complex history of trades unions, to be active outside this official politics, in terms of the central or local state forms, was to be semi-criminal. 31. Precisely in a neat double sense an outside agitator. But this system of official politics normalized to become politics as such, and all its rituals of ruling itself requires contextualization. If this form of rule represents consensus, then justice represents coercion. And it is precisely that mythic entity, the law, as discourse, practice, and institution, which unites both. Who could ever be above/out with the law? Only outlaws, who could also, as in the Robin Hood stories, be popular and anti-state heroes. Those outside the law form potential or actual enemies of the state, whether most women, lay preachers, gypsies, Catholics, aliens, trades unionists, and through to today the Irish, in the context of the Prevention of Terrorism Act. Those outside the political nation suffer justice. The organized classifications of the law concern us as much as systems of representation. Consideration of the law and legal institutions is also fundamental to our discussion for other reasons. Jurisdiction, literally speaking, the law was pivotal to all feudal polities. In Perry Anderson's words, 1974a, 153, justice was the ordinary name of power. Growth of a nationally unit system of law is indicative of the limitation of parcellization or sovereignty, bespeaking the declining power of feudal lords individually vis-a-vis the crown, if not as a class vis-a-vis the peasants. Max Weber insisted on the indispensability of a stable, rational legal system for the development of modern capitalist economy. Ideas of the rule of law and the equality of citizens before it were to become central to the values, aspirations, and ideological legitimations. The etymology of the very word speaks volumes, lawfulness becoming a generic term for that which authorizes power. Of the bourgeoisie it is, then, of considerable significance that, compared with the rest of Europe, England and its common law were precocious. The system of writs and the attendant procedure and terminology, the developed notion of pleas of the crown with all the machinery for the discovery and trial of criminals, the existence of central and itinerant royal courts capable of subjecting the whole nation to the king's law and government, all these things were unique to England. Baker 1979, 27, the Norman conquest initially occasioned few changes in English law. The most significant, from our viewpoint, are the conqueror's severance of ecclesiastical from temporal jurisdiction, and his requirement that loyalty to the king overrode all other feudal obligations. but the strong Norman Angevin monarchy was a fertile soil in which a national system of law could grow. The origins of the common law as such lie in the 12th century. A surviving text of around 1118, the Laws 0 Henry 1, cites three distinct systems of law as still operating in England: the Law of Wessex, the Law of Mercia, and the Danelaw, with considerable variations between counties within each. 60 years later, the treatise traditionally ascribed to Henry II's justiciar, Ranulph Glanville, though still acknowledging local variation, gives unquestioned primacy to the customs of the King's Court, the jus er consuetudo regis, the law and custom of the realm. As often, theory follows practice. One of the things which most matters about Glanville, reacting the changing circumstances of the century, is that the theory is written down at all. The same is true of another document of the period, the Dialogue of the Exchequer, which describes in detail the Exchequer's work. It is similarly significant to jump ahead of our narrative for a minute that studies of the law through cases were, along with religious works, amongst the first books to be printed in England, in the 1490s. During Henry Lee's reign, the judicial business of the Curia Regis Rst followed the Exchequer out of court, settling down at Westminster in what was later known as the Court of Common Pleas. This court developed under Richard I, an absentee king. Through most of his reign England was governed by justiciars, was temporarily abolished under Lone, but was revived and given protection in Magna Carta. Common Pleas was the court which more than any other made the medieval common law, Baker 1979, 35. It had jurisdiction over all suits in which the king had no interest, that is, all real actions, actions involving immovable property, and all personal actions not alleging breach of the peace. Henry took under his protection the seizin, possession, of all freeholders, providing in his court new remedies, novel disseisin, mort d'ancestor, therein, for all who were disturbed in their possession. Common Pleas increasingly became the major court of RST instance. The consequence of this was a rapid development of law common to the whole land. Local variations are gradually suppressed. We come to have a common law, Maitland 1897, 13. Maitland may paint in broad brush strokes here, but his general point is valid. This should not, incidentally, be seen in terms simply of an aggressive crown subduing local variation. The royal courts were attractive to litigants from the start because of their more effective process and execution and, after 1200, their written records, as against the vagaries and uncertainties of local courts. Milsom brings out a crucial wider implication of this development. The relationship between lord and tenants was subjected to the superior jurisdiction of royal courts and so became one of reciprocal private rights rather than of dependent allocation. The transfer of jurisdiction made abstract rights out of claims to be allotted what was at the management's disposal, 1981, 5. The establishment and transformation, through the centuries, of private rights, and the wider connection of state formation and the individualization of social relationships, will be central themes of this book. Suits in which the king did have an interest continued, initially, to be heard before the king and his advisers, com regs. Business com reg was RST separately recorded in 1200, and regularly recorded after 1234. Within a generation what was to be known as the Court of King's Bench had evolved into a fully fledged court beside common pleas, with defined and separate jurisdiction. Though in later centuries King's Bench extended its jurisdiction into the civil arena, its major jurisdiction in the Middle Ages was over all criminal cases. By the 14th century King's Bench too was domiciled in Westminster Hall. The Exchequer developed a common law jurisdiction later. To become one of the major central courts, Chancery developed a distinctive equity jurisdiction and procedures of its own. Henry LL also developed the germs of what was to become the assize system. Though there were occasional earlier precedents for itinerant justices, these had not been systematic. In 1166 Henry appointed 2 justices to tour England, and in 1176 he organized itinerant justices into 6 circuits of assize. These were known as justices in eyre. General Ayres periodically visited every county, investigating crimes, unexplained deaths, misconduct by offici 3.ls, feudal and skull rights of the crown, and private disputes. They were not merely law courts, they were itinerant government. Baker 1979, 15. Parallel to General Ayres, and probably of ultimately greater significance for the development of the assize system, see Coburn 1972, L6FF, there grew up more limited commissions. The commission as such is very important as a political form. Commissions of widely varied sorts were to be much used over the centuries. Visits of General Ayres to the counties were relatively infrequent, one in every 6 or 7 years on average, while litigation in the central courts at Westminster was expensive and often impractical, since presentment of crimes and trial by jury required the presence of at least 12 local men. Commissions ad hoc grants of judicial authority by letters patent under the Great Seal of England, Baker 1979, 19, attempted to compromise evolving central justice with the need for local investigation and trial. The major commissions, developed in the 12th and 13th centuries, were oyer and terminer, to inquire into, hear and try offences speciate, jail delivery, to try or release prisoners in a given jail, and petty assizes, for civil cases. These were supplemented by the so-called nisi prius system, developed during the 12th century and put on a regular footing after 1285. Under this arrangement local juries were summoned to 34. Appear at the central courts at Westminster on a certain day unless RST, nisi prim, justices shall have corn to the county to receive their verdicts and transmit them back to Westminster. During the 13th century these various activities coalesced into the regular assize system. General Ayres as such fell into desuetude. It became usual for commission members to be men of law. After 1340 they had to be justices of common pleas or King's Bench, or sergeants at law. In 1293 the commissioners were organized into 4 regular circuits, extended to 6 in 1328. Statutes of 1299 and 1328 obliged assize commissioners to deliver jails, and it became usual for them to be given general commissions of oyer and terminer. All this settled into a routine. Twice a year 2 judges or sergeants would be assigned to each of the 6 circuits, through which they would ride with their clerks and records during the vacation. At each county town, or other appointed place, the commissions would be read out in public and justices would proceed to take the assizes, deliver the jail, try any other prisoners accused before them, and try the other civil cases at nisi prius. Baker 19791-20. This routine was to prove remarkably durable. It lasted, in essentials, until 1971. Bacon called justices of assize glasses or mirrors of state. It was a two-way mirroring, they were the king's mouth and ears, and the eyes of the kingdom. All justices of assize were addressed before going on circuit by the monarch or the Lord Keeper. After 1715 these instructions were printed. We will exemplify the substance of some of their charges below. Prom 1346 they were to oversee sheriffs, escheators, bailiffs, and jurors. After 1489 they handled appeals for redress about which magistrates had been unable to remain impartial. Lord Keeper Bacon, addressing them in Star Chamber in 1617, called them the planets of the kingdom, and no doubt you have a great stroke in the frame of this government, as the other have in the great frame of the world. Do therefore as they do, move always and be carried with the motion of your RST mover, which is your sovereign. Quoted in Coburn 1972, 151, from Henry Ll's reign onwards, Michael Clancy writes, the legal system had a fixed identity because of its set procedures. Bureaucracy set in fast and the forms of the possessory assizes and the main elements of the criminal law remained in being until the 19th century, 1983, 154. The crux lies in the development of standardized and regular procedures, like the forms of writ. Pollock and Maitland see this new, written and authoritative formalism as an English peculiar ity, for the like of which we shall look in vain elsewhere, made possible by the exceptional vigor of the English kingship, 19,685 to 558. Such procedures routinized justice, and made litigation in the royal courts easier, contributing to the decline of most other courts, monoreal courts, in the Middle Ages, being a partial, and significant, exception, as we will see shortly. They also had another far-reaching effect. Without being aware of it, Henry had achieved what Max Weber refers to as the routinization of charisma. The majestic power of the king, symbolized by his seal showing him seated crowned on his throne, was disseminated throughout the kingdom as later throughout the empire in thousands of royal writs containing his orders. Clanchy 1983, 156, equally, however, this centralized system continued to depend upon local opinion and involvement. The essential decisions were made by local juries. More generally, the whole system tied into the existing and ancient fabric of sheriffs, counties, and hundreds. Grand juries originally represented hundreds, writs were generally addressed to sheriffs, the assizes sat in the day and place of the county court. The evolution of the common law is a prime instance of both the relation between center and locality and the novel uses of old forms we have pointed to as more general features of English state formation. Magna Carta is generally reckoned the beginning of statute law, and is important here for its resonance down the centuries. It enunciated the famous principle that no freeman shall be arrested, or imprisoned, or dispossessed, or outlawed, or exiled, or in any way ruined, except by lawful judgment of his peers or by the law of the land, quoted in Clanchy 1983, 196, save, in other words, by due process. After all caveats, according to Clanchy, Ibid, 198, it remains a highly original document. For better or worse, he concludes, England was the first country in Europe to have a written constitution, whereby people's rights were enshrined in an official document disseminated and recited throughout the land. 1 Magna Carta was issued in 4 versions, 1215, 1216, 1217, 1225, and repeatedly confirmed by later kin. Of course we should qualify people here as we have done for the political nation above, and a more general observation is called for. The law was organized by, as it organized, social classifications of both class and gender. Villains, the bulk of the peasants, were excluded from the public courts in matters affecting relations with their lord, where they were subject to his jurisdiction, exercised in the monoreal court. As Bloch puts it, with the rise of public justice, a new dividing line whose practical importance was evident to all was drawn through English society. On the one hand, there were the true subjects of the king to whom was extended, at all times, the protection of his courts. On the other, there was the mass of the peasantry, largely abandoned to the jurisdiction of the lord of the manor. 1967, 272, in the case of gender, such structuring went very deep and was to last for a very long time indeed. We are not fully rid of it yet. Blackstone, writing in the 18th century, accurately summarized the position of married women in English law when he stated, "The very being or legal existence of a woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated into that of the husband," quoted in Baker 1979, 395. This was of course an unsustainable notion, like many such social classifications. Women, like villains, had criminal responsibility. They could feel the weight of the law, and a husband could not be executed for his wife's crimes. But a married woman could neither own property nor make contracts in her own right. Under common law all her property passed to the husband on marriage, her chattels, personal property, for his absolute use and disposal, her real property for his use, including alienating its fruits, for the duration of the marriage, or, if children were born, his lifetime. By the 16th century this uncompromising doctrine could be slightly molded by the equitable concept of separate use, whereby property could be settled for the wife's use alone. Even here, From the 18th century the device of restraint upon anticipation could prevent the wife alienating such property while married. But this protected the women of the landed classes only. Not until 1870 was the doctrine of separate use extended to wages. Only by statutes of 1935 and 1949 was a wife given the same absolute rights to own property as a man. Nor did she gain equivalent legal rights to make contracts until 1935. The logic here was impeccably summarized by Beaumanoir: the dumb, the deaf, the insane, and the female cannot draw up a contract, neither alone nor through a representative, since they are subservient to the authority of others, quoted in Shahar 1983, 92. A wife could not sue or be sued at common law in her own name alone. In particular, she could not sue her husband. In most areas she still cannot. The latter was in English law her baron. Murder of a husband was petty treason, as was murder of a master by his servant, not simple homicide, until 1828. Petty treason carried the penalty of death by burning and, like all treasons, and unlike, in the Middle Ages, murder, was not subject to banet of clergy. The latter the right oi clerics. In practice this category was generally extended to embrace all male literates, to be tried in ecclesiastical courts, which could not impose the death penalty was in any case, before the late 16th century, an exclusively male privilege. In petty treason we see very clearly how particular hierarchic and patriarchal conceptions ruling images of family and political community are made to mirror one another. Before 1857, divorce by Act of Parliament, the only kind of divorce available, was not only a prerogative of the rich, it was also almost entirely a prerogative of rich men. In only 4 cases, out of some 300 petitions in total in the 18th and 19th centuries, were divorces granted to female petitioners. The RST occurred in 1801 and involved the husband's adultery with his wife's sister. The other 3 concerned bigamy or incest, a woman's plea on grounds of her husband's repeated infidelity and violence, he regularly whipped her, was rejected in 1848. After 1857, where a man could obtain divorce through the courts on grounds of adultery, a woman had also to prove cruelty or desertion, until 1923. In cases of separation women had no rights of custody or access to their children before 1839, when limited rights were granted. In common law, sons inherit before sisters born before them. We could continue. In both these cases a much more general feature of state formation is evident, exactly as it is in the representative claims and practices of Parliament. Construction of national forms and projection of unifying imagery, the common law on one level, goes hand in hand with the establishment and manipulation of detailed and differentiated social classifications on another. The law or any other state form rules through both, or better, through their interplay, the universalistic claims of the former legitimating and at the same time obscuring the selecting and differentiating practices of the latter. In general it behoves us to remember that the rights of freeborn Englishmen were emphatically rights of some freeborn English men. In the same connection, we should note that in criminal trials common law procedures were heavily weighted against the accused. Prisoners who refused to plead were subjected to the grisly torture of peine forte et dare, being pressed to death with heavy weights abolished only in 1772, and then replaced by automatic conviction. Until 1827, the last instance of pressing occurred in Cambridge in 1741, Baker 1979, 416. Until 1702 an accused's right to call witnesses was doubted, and they were not sworn. Not until 1867 could defense witnesses deposit evidence before trial or be bound to attend it, a right the prosecution had enjoyed since at least the 1550s. Accused were not, normally, allowed legal counsel in either preparing a case or cross-examining prosecution witnesses, until 1692 for treason and 1836 for felony. Most trials remained very speedy affairs, several capital cases being disposed of at a single sitting, well into the 19th century. The early statutes worth noting here deal with enclosure and engrossing, 1235, 1267, 1285 and so on, and often of uncertain date. The regulation of weights and measures. Statute law is the most visibly juristian of all legal forms. What is most interesting, however, in the English context, is its articulation with common law, the two being cemented in a generalizing conception of the rule of law. English law plays on two rhetorics of authority, the custom, common sense, pragmatics, of case law, and the origins of statute in Parliament, representing the body of the realm. This is a wonderfully exible repertoire. Case law can be superseded by statute, statute interpreted in the courts, without legitimacy ever being lost. Legitimacy is conferred less by particular statutes or rulings than by the very forms of lawfulness as such. Holdsworth considered this a far more efficient protector of constitutional government than an unalterable fundamental law, 1924, 17, providing a legal mold, and the legal forms and concepts. The media oi public discussion, Ibid, 39. This is a very important insight. To return to our narrative. The next reign, that of Henry III, was the golden age of judge-made law, Maitland 1897, 18. Business in the royal courts increased and the greater part of the common law, especially the land law, took shape. It is this that is recorded in the treatise ascribed to Bracton, c.12s060, which cites over 500 decisions by the king's judges. In substance, as well as form, the law is achieving zity. By the end of the reign, in Maitland's view, it is more and more felt that for new laws the consent of the estates of the realm, at all events of the baronage, is necessary, Ibid, 17. The RST 13 years of the next reign, Edward I's, saw unparalleled legislative activity, comparable only with the 1530s and the 18,305. Thereafter, we may turn page after page of the statute book of any century from the 14th to the 18th, both inclusive, without ending any change of note made in the law of property, or the law of contract, or the law about thefts and murders, or the law as to how property may be recovered or contracts enforced, or the law as to how persons accused of theft or murder may be punished. Ibid, this needs considerable qualification. Although the forms of the law remain the same, it was in fact frequently updated, the use of shins being one indication of this. However, Edward I's statutes do mark the beginnings of the principle that changes in the law require the assent of Parliament, though Chief Justice Hengham, in this reign, illustrated the point we drew from Holdsworth above when he told learned counsel not to gloss a statute, with the words "we know it better than you, because we made it," Plucknet 1949, 73. In our own time, the judgments and writings of Lord Denning indicate a not dissimilar perspective on the law. The null secular judicial institution we wish to consider here is the Justices of the Peace, PS. During the 13th century, knights had 39. Been assigned to keep the peace in the shires, sometimes elected by the county court. Initially this was a policing rather than a judicial function, but it became common for them to be employed on special commissions of oyer and terminer and jail delivery between heirs. Their functions were systematized and regularized by statute under Edward III. They had powers to keep the peace and to arrest, commit to jail, demand sureties for good behavior and to try most crimes, other than treason, in effect, a general commission of oyer and terminer, though they were directed to leave the more difficult cases for the assizes. A statute of 1388 required them to hold sessions of the peace quarterly, quarter sessions, as they became known. These two survived until 1971. Between quarter sessions, PS exercised powers of summary conviction, i.e. without a jury, for minor crimes at petty sessions. Additionally, PS came to exercise substantial quasi-governmental power. They became perhaps the key form of rule at local level. Especially after 1349, the labor crisis following the Black Death, they were given wide powers to compel laborers to work at legal wages. Putnam sees the Statute, S. of Laborers, 1349-51, as representing assertion by the government of its right to legislate in economic matters for the whole country on a scale previously unheard of. 1908, 7, cf. her 1906, their administration was largely in peace hands. PS could intervene extensively in master-servant relations, for instance under statutes of 1464 and 14167 relating to the cloth industry. The 1601 Poor Law administration was under their control, likewise the new highway system. More and more the quarter sessions of the peace began to supplant the old county courts as the real governing assembly of the shire, becoming not merely a criminal court for the whole county, but also a governmental assembly, a board with governmental and administrative powers. Maitland 1897, 208, 233. Features the 1349-51 labor statutes and the 1563 statute of artisers remained in force until the 19th century, and features of the 1601 Poor Law until the present day. PS again show the typical central/local relationship. They were commissioned by the Crown, the form of commission being settled under Richard LL. Many petitions to Parliament demanding election of PS by freeholders were denied. And PS were carefully watched over by the King's Council. The 1388 statute, for instance, threatening punishment if sessions are not held. At the same time, PS are drawn from the ranks of the local political nation. A statute of 1439 required them to have lands or tenements to the value of £20 pa. That is, 10 times the qualification for the parliamentary franchise. In 1732 this was raised to £100. Here, as with other institutions of local government throughout our period, there is a perennial concern with 40. Appointment of what the 19th century was to call fit and proper persons. Maitland summarizes, country gentlemen commissioned by the King are to keep the peace of the L111 VC, 2L6 to constitute a court of quarter sessions with a high criminal jurisdiction, are to punish the pettier offenders in a summary way, are to exercise miscellaneous governmental powers and police powers to X the legal rate of wages for instance. They were to be substantial men. 1897, 209, in short, the locally government of England was veto-be government by country gentlemen, IB1D, 495, acting in the King's name, though as often as not in their own interests. A word should also be said here on ecclesiastical courts, and religious regulate one on RN or generally. Before the conquest ecclesiastical and temporal, \1L1SD1CTLO11S were not distinct, William I separated them in 1072. Thereafter, there were two parallel systems of courts in England, with the ecclesiastical courts administering canon law. Binet of clergy, referred to above, was one legacy of this separation. From archdeacons and bishops' courts at diocese level, appeal in the ecclesiastical courts lay to the Chancery Court of York or the Court of Arches at Canterbury, and thence, until the 1530s, to Rome. Conics over jurisdictional boundaries in the Middle Ages are 2LL1 VOLV Euro D to go into in detail here. Suffice it to say that by the early 14th century the Church had unquestioned jurisdiction over marriage and bastardy, succession to personal property and punishment of mortal sin, centrally fornication and adultery. Before the 16th century, ecclesiastical courts also handled slander. Church courts, their powers, as we shall see, in some respects strengthened at the Reformation, at the same time as the Church was itself Erastianized exercised a pervasive jurisdiction over the lives of most ordinary people, over family matters and wills, sexual offences, defamation and breach of faith. Baker 1979, 112, cf. Marchant 1969, Hill 1964, chs 8, 9. We can do no more here than signal wider state involvement in regulation of and through religion in the medieval period, notably around Allspolardy. We nd, in the Lollard Rising of 1431, alternative social visions intertwined with religious differences. This is RST Clear 11-1S11 LOL1D Oldcastle's Rising of 1414, McFarlane 1952, Aston 1960, Hilton 1973. Hilton sees connections between the 1381 peasant revolt and Lal Ardi, provided we regard Lal Ardi as something wider than the following of Wycliffe. After all, Ball was first imprisoned for illicitly preaching in the 1360s 1973, 313, CFP 23 off. As Aston shows, 1960, 313f, in 1400, the year before the institution of death SMRS formation in medieval England 41 by burning for heresy, Henry IV urged sheriffs to ban any but licensed preachers, illicit conventicles, and confederatiorists. In short, all unauthorized meetings and assemblies were banned. This is especially relevant for two reasons: Aston's argument about how Lal Ardi became a kind of catch-all category of demon, like, later, ranter, leveller, Jacobin, revolutionist, socialist, communist, Marxist agitators all, shows how, from heretics, Lal Ards became criminals, then traitors and enemies of the king by 1431, 1960, 280, Christopher Hill, conversely, has traced lineages from Lal Ardi to the Levellers, from one alternative vision of society to another, 1978b, cf. His 1954, 1964, 1975, chs 2, 6, 8. If any one Lollard statement would have been impossible for dominant groups in the 15th century, it was that any layman can teach and preach the gospel anywhere, Aston 1960, 287, especially when this was to be done in English, McFarlane 1952, 122f. We should note the extent, before the ritualized public executions of heretics by burning, carried out by the civil power, of public support for Lal Ardi, mayors, clerks, justices, and the attempt to generalize this support by appeals to Parliament, McFarlane 1952. 132 ff. Already by 1377 papal letters warned the secular authorities of England that such theological malpractices as Lal Ardi had implications for earthly rulers. Aston shows, p. 313 ff., how heresy became extended to any doctrine that challenged authority, and how, after 1414, secular officials were responsible for combating it with the aid of bishops, who had the right of immediate arrest. Lal Ardi shows the secular implications of theological disputes, especially where the form of knowledge is to be generalized, to make mysteries known, to free doctrine from a small group of specialists. From Lal Ardi, if not before, the state is involved in regulating into silence, eccentricity, marginality, or crime all doctrines and practices within the realm of cultural life that provide glimpses of an alternative set of social relations. The weary task of eternal vigilance has begun. It is not without irony that after the 1530s the name and heritage of Wycliffe was to be invoked in legitimation of state-centered English Protestant nationalism, as in Council's propagandist use of Fox's B00/2 of martyrs. We shall examine this in later chapters. Before leaving this brief survey of aspects of state formation in medieval England, anal cautionary note needs to be sounded. The actual effectiveness of governance during the Middle Ages varied enormously from reign to reign, and was rarely as great as a bald sketch of institutional forms such as we have given might suggest. The disintegrative potentialities of feudalism and bastard feudalism were never far beneath the surface. Lawlessness was often rife, particularly 42. In the further flung regions of the realm. Law enforcement was invariably less than perfect and at times extremely corrupt. Under weak monarchs the state machinery itself could become means of pursuing disintegrative private quarrels, as happened under Henry VI. Throughout the period, the effectiveness of central government depended crucially upon both the strength and abilities of the individual monarch and his maintenance of good relations with the political nation, in particular with the great magnates. In the turmoils of the mid and late 15th century, much of what we have described was to break down. We would still argue, however, that by the end of the Middle Ages institutional forms and political traditions had been constructed in England which made it singular in important respects, and which were to serve as resources in the 16th and 17th century revolutions we will go on to examine in subsequent chapters. The complaint of Cade's rebels in 1450 is revealing. Item, they say that our sovereign lord is above his laws to his pleasure and he may make it and break it as him list without any distinction. The contrary is true and else he should not have sworn to keep it. Item, they say that the king should live upon his commons, and that their bodies and goods are the king's. The contrary is true, for then needed he never parliament to sit to ask for goods of his commons. Quoted in Lodes 1977, 37-8, this has almost a 17th century feel about it. By 1456, expectations were there, a distinct national political culture was in the making. This culture cannot be divorced from the process of state formation we have sketched so far. 2. This realm of England is an empire. The revolution of the 15,305. This realm of England is an empire, and so hath been accepted in the world, governed by one supreme head and king having the dignity and royal estate of the imperial crown of the same, unto whom a body politic, compact of all sorts and degrees of people divided in terms and by names of spirituality and temporality, be bounden and owe next to God in natural and humble obedience. Preamble to Act of Appeals 1533, quoted in Elton 1974 c. 160-1. The Tudor Revolution in government remains highly contentious. Elton has been charged with exaggerating both what happened in the 1530s and its long-term significance. The Marxist tradition has in general, Christopher Hill being a partial exception, downplayed 1530s, preferring to seek the real bourgeois revolution in the next century. For Perry Anderson, the Tudor state was an infant absolutism. On most points we would side with Elton against his critics. This is not to say that we think the events of the L53OS were a bourgeois revolution or the Tudor state a bourgeois state. They were not. Our argument is rather that the Henrichieri Revolution was of immense importance in developing the national state forms and political culture within, and in part, through, which capitalism was eventually able to triumph. It was crucial to creating that national economic space which is first of all political and cultural, insisted upon by Braudel. Before we look at the 15,305 themselves, a word or two needs to be said on the preceding reign. Trevelyan might have exaggerated when he described the Wars of the Roses as a bleeding operation performed by the nobility on its own body, 1962, 199, neither that class, nor its power, were destroyed. But Lodes's more careful judgment is apposite. By the time of Henryville's accession, there was no clientage system of national scope which could be mobilized by anyone who had the will to oppose him, 1977, 102. There was no basis for concerted baronial opposition to the king. In this climate, Henry was able to restore the authority of the crown. He did this, largely, by refurbishing the traditional machinery of government, especially the council and the courts, and by even-handed and extensive if unprofligate, use of patronage. A major innovation was the Council of the North. But it was thoroughness, constant, meticulous, and well-informed administrative pressure, Ibid. 119, why that was the hallmark of the reign. Royal finance was put on a sounder footing. I's powers were extended, at the expense of the sheriffs, and the RST handbook for their work was issued, probably with official approval, in 1506. Henry developed an impressive intelligence network. The great evils of bastard feudalism, livery, maintenance and embracery were gradually curbed. The Acts Oi 1487 and 1504 against liveries in both their appearance of blanket prohibition and their provision for royally sanctioned, licensed, exemptions served further to assert the uniqueness of royal power. On his death, Henry bequeathed his son a working council and an administration capable of governing the realm in his name, Ibid. 123. This restoration of royal authority is an important background to the Tudor Revolution, in terms of Sir Owen Fortescue's famous contrast between dominium regale and aluminium politicum et regale. It requires the former to obtain the latter. Or, better, the latter is made possible through a particular route to the former, cf. Koningsberger 1977. Council was to be a core institution of Tudor rule. It has been studied in detail by Gladish, 1915, while Strayer, 1970, 9211, places it in a comparative context, stressing the social origins of members and the possibility of career offshoots. Lodes gives the composition of a council, about a quarter were peers, a similar number lawyers and household officials, whilst almost half were ecclesiastics of various ranks, 1977, 115. Although some 227 men are listed as council members for the whole of Henry V. Lee's reign, their involvement varied greatly, and average attendance where the records survive was 7. Mackey, 1952, suggests that under 20 were regularly consulted. Lodes also indicates the existence of committees, both semi-permanent and ad hoc, within the council. The king normally presided at meetings in person. In all, the council was the great nerve center and clearinghouse for all kinds of business, Lodes 1977, 115. A more general shift during this period also needs remarking. Partly because of the way Henry VII handled patronage, and partly because of the increase in what Lodes calls the density of government during his reign, by its close the nobility had become more dependent upon, and more involved in, the work of central government than ever before, Ibid. 119. This is of great importance to state formation. Man-read the ability to command personal retinues gradually lost its importance, and wealth and political influence came to mean tar more. The Revolution or T-1530s 45 relations of service were being reconstructed as those of patron and client. Factional struggles came increasingly to be fought out for office, for influence within the arena of the developing state. Now to the revolution of the 1530s. Karl Marx once wrote that bourgeois society must assert itself in its external relations as nationality and internally must organize itself as state, Marx and Engels 1846, 89. This decade is of momentous significance in this two-sided construction of nation/state. For Elton, the essential ingredient of the Tudor Revolution was the concept of national sovereignty, 1974 c. 160. This sovereignty was established in the break with Rome, in the denial of the authority of any foreign potentates within England. But it was far from being just an external matter. The corollary was an immense strengthening of the authority and visibility of the state internally. It became the claimed RST focus of political loyalty, against both transnational and more localized alternatives, both the Pope and the Earl of Derby. 2. In Christopher I. Asteriskill's phrase, the Reformation in England was an act of state, 1956a, 32, which is not to gainsay either the genuineness of conviction of Protestant reformers, or Cornwell's sympathy for their cause, see Elton 1972, 34 ff. 1973, one of its lasting consequences was a huge boost to the instruments of state through which it was effected. It is not without significance that the state RST comes to be spoken of impersonally, as the repository of political loyalty, precisely in the 1530s. The shift, in both its external and internal facets, is admirably exemplified by the preamble to the 1533 Act of Appeals, drafted by Thomas Cromwell himself, which we quoted at the head of this chapter. Nationalization, and Erastianization, of the Church. The decisive shift from its being the Church in England, archiepiscopal provinces of the Universal Church of Rome, to the Church of England, under the supremacy of the Crown was in Lodes's words undoubtedly the greatest single augmentation which royal authority has ever received, 1977, 175. In purely natural terms, the ensuing dissolution of the monasteries yielded the crown something like 10% of the landed wealth of the realm, with an annual income, £136,000, over 3 times the previous royal income from land, together with RST fruits and tenths, c pound 40,000, and plate and bullion valued in excess of £1 million, Ibid, 174, Hill 1956a, 32-3. Most of the appropriated land was of course fairly rapidly sold off. Coleman, 1977, 43, reckons 3/4 by 1558 and the remainder by 1640, largely ending up in the hands of the gentry, with consequences for the rise of capitalist agriculture recognized by commentators from Marx, 1867, ch. 27, onwards. The sales also in the end fatally weakened the financial independence of the crown, increasing its dependence on Parliament. But quite as important, from our point of view, is the fact that the royal supremacy gave the crown both greatly extended opportunities for patronage, and control over what was at the time the most extensive apparatus of propaganda, the pulpit, and moral regulation, the church courts, in the land. Canon law was not abolished in the 1530s, despite claims to that effect. It is more accurate to say it was Christianized. The canons of 1614 the body courts as competent for adultery, whoredom, incest, drunkenness, swearing, ribaldry, usury and any other uncleanness and wickedness of life including Sabbath breaking and not taking communion at Easter, Hill 1964, 291, cf. Marchant 1969. High Commission, the Supreme Ecclesiastical Court, had responsibilities for censorship after 1611, which embraced all books, pamphlets and portraitures offensive to the state, Hill 1964, 334. The Elizabethan Act of Supremacy empowered it to ne and imprison, and pursue miscreants throughout the land. In other words, it made use of secular instruments and penalties for religious crimes, extending the medieval precedents set in dealing with lawl arty. Marchant describes High Commission as the longest of the long arms of church law, 1969, 34, Hill considers it one of the many instruments of the Tudor state for centralization, for imposing national uniformity, 1964, 333-4. Tudor and Stuart preachers, as L. B. Wright argues, were the sociologists of the day, 1943. Their sermons were tracts for the citizen and the state. Cromwell's administration took meticulous care to secure the loyalty of clergy, for instance, the 080 taking of 1534 to 5, and to tune the pulpits, requiring regular preaching of the royal supremacy, and going so far as to supply specimen sermons for priests unlearned. It was the establishment of a state church in the 1530s that laid the ground for that potent fusion of Protestantism and nationalism which was to prove so important to subsequent English history. In the long run the consequences which followed from the break with Rome were momentous. Religion, as Sir Lewis Namier used to say, is a 16th-century word for nationalism. For 250 years Protestantism and patriotism were closely interwoven. John Eox's Acts and Monuments popularized a national historical myth which saw God's Englishman from Wycliffe's day, at least, acting against Antichrist, who in the 16th century was represented by the Pope and Spain. The Spanish Armada in 1588, Guy Fawkes' plot in 1605, the Irish Revolt of 1641, the Popish plot of 1679, all tied into this pattern. For 250 years Protestantism strengthened patriotism, and the existence of an internal the Revolution or the 15,305-47, Papist, enemy, as well as the neighbouring Popish Irish, helped to bind Englishmen together in national unity. The struggle of pious Protestants to extend English religion and English civilization, RST to the dark corners of England and Wales, then to Ireland and the Highlands of Scotland, was a struggle to extend the values of London, and so to reinforce England's national security. It was no accident that Leland, so interested in the development of internal communications, was also a keen Protestant, a friend of Thomas Cromwell, and intended his itinerary as a contribution to English patriotism. Hill 1969a, 36, 42, cf. his 1963, The Seeds of the Notion of England as an Elect Nation, enjoying G0D's special favor, are present in the officially inspired or sanctioned propaganda of the 1530s themselves, see Elton 1972, ch4 for examples. Christina Larner has argued that Christianity, whether Protestant or Counter-Reformation, served between the Reformation and the Industrial Revolution as the world's RST political ideology, replacing older kinship and feudal ties. From the late 15th century/9 the evangelization of the populace coincided with the development of what can loosely be called nation-states. Nation-states could not depend on the old ties to bind their people to them. Like all new regimes, they demanded both ideological conformity and moral cleansing. Ideological conformity in the 16th century meant overt adherence to the form of Christianity preferred within the regime concerned. 1982, 35-6, cf. 1981, in this context, the purely Erastian character of the Reformation in England, it is generally agreed that the expansion of Protestantism was the consequence, not the cause, of the English Reformation becomes particularly significant. Equally important is the impact of the supremacy for conceptions of kingship. Myers captures this well. The breach with Rome brought out the unmedieval idea that the king was supreme in every sphere of life, and that England was a self-sufficient empire, with Henry as its emperor, subject to no other authority on earth. Henceforth, the king would be addressed not as Your Grace, a form of address which he shared with archbishops and dults, but as Your Majesty, a unique being exalted above all others in both church and state. 1952, 193-4, augmentation of the authority of the crown, in other words, was as much conceptual and symbolic as material. For Elton, the difference lies less in the real power exercised by the king than in the potential power released by the establishment of national sovereignty, 1974 c. 160. But this potential was enormous. Papal pretensions were not the only threat to the sovereign's plenary, whole and entire power, reeminence, authority, prerogative and jurisdiction, nor the only hasten to fall to the crown in the 1530s. The decade saw a more wholesale centralization of jurisdiction. By statutes of 1534 and 1536 the Welsh marcher lordships were abolished, and Wales itself juridically and administratively incorporated into the English system, with the whole panoply of shire government, assize circuits, _LPS and, in 1543, MPs. In 1536 a statute, the wording is significant in its use of conservative rhetoric for revolutionary purposes, for recontinuing certain liberties and franchises heretofore taken from the crown, reserved pardons for all treasons and felonies, and appointment of all judges and justices throughout the realm to the king, and provided for a judicial process to run in his name throughout the land. All franchisal rights of any consequence were destroyed. For the RST time, the whole realm, without qualification, became subject to government from Westminster. Elton 19740, 176. In the next year, following the defeat of the Pilgrimage of Grace, a new Council of the North was set up with common law and equity jurisdiction throughout the northern counties. It was a permanent body dominated by royal officials and controlled from the centre. Ibid. Locals summarizes the overall impact of these moves. By the end of 1536 the realm of England was jurisdictionally united as never before under the authority of the king, and the complex hierarchy of powers which had checked and limited the medieval monarchy had disappeared. Men at all levels of society were to become increasingly aware of the intrusive presence of the central government. 1977, 175, that intrusive presence was manifested in various ways. Whether or not, as Elton argues, the 15,305 represent a generalized shift from household to bureaucratic methods of government, there can be no doubt the reforms heralded an increase in its density. Cromwell's new revenue courts may or may not have embodied a new, departmental form of national organization. What is beyond contention is that they covered the country with a new network of royal officials, surveyors, receivers, auditors, and others, which added a new dimension to the Crown's patronage and created as many additional sources of information and agents of control. Ibid. 173. It is a commonplace that Thomas Cromwell's intelligence gathering was unprecedented in its scope and efficiency, arid unrivaled before the days of Cecil and Walsingham. We need, however, to be careful here. There is little evidence to suggest Cromwell had, or Tudor state resources could have enhanced, the vast spy network of hostile legend. Rather, he relied for information on the reconstructed patron-slash-client structure of Tudor society and enlarged loyalty to the Crown. What distinguished R.M. Revolution or R.M. 15,305-49 his regime was the pressure put upon local officials and others to bring disaffection to the notice of the centre, and the assiduousness with which such incoming information was followed up through the processes of the law. The Crown remained dependent, in the null analysis, on the consent and cooperation of the local political nation, in particular the gentry. The scope of treason was extended by Acts of 1534 and 1536, principally to compass treason by word as well as overt deed. Refusal to take the oath of supremacy became treasonable. At the same time, and the point is important, treason was brought more fully under the common law flow between 1532 and 1540. 883 people were tried and 308 of them executed for treason. If we exclude those taken in open rebellion, the figure falls to 110, with a further 17 probable. 63 of these died for speaking words against the supremacy. Elton 1972, ch. 9, Loads 1977, 16311. The government also extended its control over the spoken and written word by preventative measures. Cromwell made strenuous efforts to control the licensing of preachers, at one time contemplating the use of royal, as opposed to bishops, licenses with nationwide effect. Sustained attempts were made to suppress opposition writings. A proclamation of 1536 required surrender of any publication hostile to the authority of the Crown. Another, of 1538, went further, banning the import of books in English without royal license, and requiring prior license of all domestic publications, by the Council or their appointees. This marked the beginning of an effective censorship, a policy continuously maintained, with varying success, till after the Revolution of 1688, Elton 1972, z21. No index of prohibited writings as such was attempted until 1546. The other side of this policy was the positive propaganda campaign waged by the government to defend the revolution and prepare the ground for its successive stages. A variety of methods were used: the pulpit, printed tracts, in both English and Latin, for learned and unlearned audiences, dissemination and public display of the great reforming statutes themselves, with their propagandist preambles, throughout the realm. Justices of assize were charged in 1538 publicly to declare at their sessions the treasons traitorously committed against us and our laws by the late Bishop of Rochester and Sir Thomas More, Elton 1972, 241. In all, this was the RST such campaign mounted by any government in any state of Europe. Ibid. 206. The wider context of this was a more general stiffening of moral regulation. Cromwell did not confine his attention to overtly political disaffection. In Elton's words, what was at stake for him was a whole social policy. Ibid. 79. In 1538 he had the Lord Chancellor assemble PS in Star Chamber, specially giving them charge for brooding of news, vagabonds, and unlawful games. Ibid. State. Concern with idle time was to resound down the centuries, as we will see. Anal indicator of the increasing presence of government calls for particular mention. Thomas Cromwell's second set of injunctions for the clergy, of September 1538, required apart from the placing of an English Bible in every church the keeping of registers, in every parish, of all baptisms, marriages, and burials. Historians are inclined to see in parish registers an invaluable database, as indeed they are. Contemporaries saw them differently. They provoked widespread resentment, and people feared their use for taxation purposes. Cornwell's own justification, responding to such fears, is interesting. The registers were being instituted, he said, for the avoiding of sundry strifes, processes and contentions rising upon age, lineal descents, title of inheritance, legitimation of bastardy, and for knowledge of whether any person is our subject or no, and also, he added, for sundry other causes. Elton 1972, 259-60. Concern with property and concern with rule are equally witnessed here. Registers are not merely a technical device, they materialize new sorts of claims of a state over its subjects. The Elizabethan poor law, for example, was to rely for its administration on the kind of detailed knowledge of individuals the registers supplied. Less well known, but equally indicative, Cromwell also attempted compulsory registration of land conveyances, Palliser 1983, 319. In the 15,305, then, the sheer weight of government increased mightily. Ln turned this both concretized and contributed to changing, more modern, conceptions of the nature of the state and of subjects' relations to it, of political community and loyalty, so that for instance it became possible to speak of the state impersonally. The reforms were systematic in quality, they move in particular directions, an observation that can be made without entering the murky waters of who drafted which clauses or the murkier waters of intentions and planning. In the long run we would regard this as more important for the history of state formation in England than the fine details of Elton's arguments concerning the alleged transition under Cromwell from household to bureaucratic methods of government. Certainly we can see, from the 15,305 on, a regularization in the functioning of the Privy Council, formalized, with a clerk and minute book, around 1540, and a growth in the importance of the office of Secretary of State. Arguably certain of the institutions developed by Cromwell, like the new revenue courts, did embody relatively novel forms of bureaucratic organization, though the system of government as a whole remained haphazard in many ways, and the personality of the monarch continued to be crucial to its functioning. But little of this was totally unprecedented, and not all Cromwell's reforms survived the revolution of the 15,305-51, his fall. Here Elton's critics do have a point, but this is not the aspect of his argument most germane to our case. The null feature of Elton's thesis we do wish to focus on is his view of the kind of sovereignty being constructed in England in the 1530s, and its implications for the two institutions we highlighted in our discussion of the medieval period, Parliament and the law. In Christopher Hill's words, the English Reformation was enacted by statute, 1969a, 35. The jurisdictional revolution detailed above was accomplished by statute. Enforcement of the revolution depended largely upon the authority of statute, most evidently so in the case of the Treason Acts. Cromwell even sought to ground royal proclamations in statutory authority, see Elton 1974 c. 169-70. Parliament was, in fine, the central instrument of Thomas Cromwell's revolution. The Parliament of 1533-9 had the heaviest legislative program that had yet been seen, and one which was to remain unsurpassed until the 18,305, Loads 1977, 173, cf. Lemberg 1970, some 677 statutes were passed in Henry Villey's reign as a whole, occupying almost as much space as all the preceding legislation from Magna Carta onwards, Baker 1979, 179. This is important, for several reasons. First, it to our mind at least convincingly demolishes any thought that Henry VIII was attempting to construct a personal despotism. He knew what he was talking about when in 1543 he said, "We at no time stand so highly in our estate royal as in the time of Parliament, quoted in Myers 1952, 199. Certainly the 1530s massively enhanced the authority of the crown. But because, throughout, the instrument of revolution was Parliament and statute, this was done at the cost of limiting the personal power of the monarch, as the Stuarts were to discover in the next century. The monarchy that emerged was constitutional rather than in any sense absolutist, it had increasingly to operate within defined forms. Holdsworth quotes Bacon to good effect when he speaks of how law made the ordinary power of the king more finite and regular. His acts and grants are limited by law, and we argue them every day, 1972, Volume 4, 201. Second, the prestige, authority and centrality of Parliament itself were greatly strengthened by its role in the Revolution. This is especially true of the Commons. Parliaments become more regular. There are notable developments in parliamentary procedure. Committees RST begin to be used, Commons journals appear in the 15,405. The Commons struggle for privileges, freedom of speech, freedom from arrest at a private suit and for the power of an autonomous court in ordering its own affairs date from around the same time. Both Lords and Commons move towards becoming clear houses of Parliament, in their modern sense. Importantly, in terms of the point made earlier regarding the English Parliament's character as a business organization sharing in government, the Parliament of 1532 marks the first instance of an extensive government legislative program, as opposed to acts produced in response to bills introduced by private members, Elton 1974 c. 172. Against all this, and the qualification is important, we should also note that between 1509 and 1603 there were 43 years without a parliament, 26 of them in Elizabeth's reign, contrasting with 42 such years between 1327 and 1485. Ruskell argues that when Charles I said of the Commons in 1642 that it was never intended for any share in government, or the choosing of them that should govern, 1964, 313n, he was echoing Elizabeth, who had the Lord Keeper tell the Commons that as to liberty of speech, Her Majesty commands me to tell you, that to say yet or no to bills is the very true liberty of the House, rather than to speak of all causes, and to frame a form of religion or a state of government as to their idle brains shall seem thing, Ibid, 309-10, cf. Neal 1924, 168. Ruskell also argues that many powers and rights remained with the monarch, remained royal rather than parliamentary. Not until 1694, with the Triennial Act, did Parliament become a truly regular institution, though from 1689 it had to meet annually to renew the Mutiny Act. Not until 1679 did it challenge and by the Act of Settlement of 1701 overcome the right of royal pardon to nullify its impeachment. Not until 1678 did the Commons gain the right to initiate all money bills, and these could still be rejected by the Lords, until 1861, a right not secured by statute until 1911. Audit was not RMLY established as a working principle until 1667 and as a power of Je Commons until 1861-6, strengthened in 1912. Similar points can be made about the common law. Parliament, in L0NS words, legalized the Reformation not in the nebulous sense of providing assent, but in the severely practical sense of making possible the prosecution of those who opposed the royal policy, 1974 c. 166, LT is of the utmost importance that for the most part the revolution was defended through the processes of the common law, as is most evident in the treatment of treason. Cromwell, himself a common lawyer by training, was punctiliously legalistic. We have argued above that both Parliament and the common law were in important ways peculiar, and precociously unifying features of the medieval English polity, which also inseparably operated on and through social classifications of class and gender difference. The 1530s, far from attempting a personal despotism, enormously consolidated the power of both, one more revolution or the 15,305-53. If we go by what was actually done, the triumph of the common law is manifest. Indeed, it was Cromwell's administration which saved the medieval common law, as it saved the medieval parliament, and used both in the swice of the modern state. The use of parliament meant enforcement through the courts of the common law, to whom the statutes of the 1530s opened up a great and important new eld. Ibid. 169, once again some qualification whilst endorsing the general point is called for. The enhancing of the power of the crown by the 15,305 revolution also facilitated the rise of prerogative court Star Chamber and the rest out with, and an increasingly uneasy relationship with, the courts of common law. The third point we would draw here from Elton is more philosophical, but crucial in considering the construction of the modern state. He detects, in the 1530s, a profound shift in the competence of statute, arid therefore the status of Parliament, as its author. The medieval conception of law had in general been a highly conservative one. Laws, natural and divine, were disclosed. What was so revolutionary about the 15,305 was the notion that Parliament's ma/ee laws, and on earth there is nothing an act of Parliament cannot do, even in spheres previously considered the province of spiritual authority. Statute is omnicompetent. Coke, in the next century, wrote that parliamentary power in making statutes is so transcendent and so absolute that it cannot be conned either for causes or persons within any bounds, quoted in Baker 1979, 181, extending our earlier points on lawfulness and literacy and another indication of the solidification of central state power during this period. Baker observes that with this new concept of legislation came a new reverence, not an unprecedented one, we would argue, for the written text. Legislative texts were now drawn with such skill by crown lawyers, in advance of Parliament, and explained in such extensive and explicit preambles, that the judges were manifestly being discouraged from the creative exegesis they had bestowed on medieval statutes. 1979, 180, for Elton this enhanced conception/practice of statute law marks the decisive break between medieval and modern conceptions and practice of government, the establishment of the royal supremacy over the Church, the expulsion of the Pope, the assertion of the unlimited sovereignty of statute destroyed the foundations of medieval polity and society and put something new in their place. Thomas More knew well why he opposed the voice of Christendom to an Act of Parliament, and Thomas Cromwell knew equally well what his assertion of the omnicompetence of Parliament meant. They both knew they were witnessing a revolution. 1953, 426-7, UST. How profound a revolution they were witnessing is well expressed by Myers. These great changes shook men out of their acceptance of the traditional limitations of Parliament's functions. Henry had united spiritual to temporal authority. Before a century had passed, the claim would be made inconceivable in medieval England that both could be exercised through Parliament alone. 1952, I-99. 3. An elect nation. The Elizabethan consolidation. This England never did, nor never shall, lie at the proud foot of a conqueror. But when it first did help to wound itself. Now these her princes are come home again. Come the three corners of the world in arms. And we shall shock them, naught shall make us rue, if England to itself do rest but true. William Shakespeare, King 0 v. 7. For government, though high, and low, and lower, put into parts, doth keep in one consent, congregating in a full and natural close, like music. William Shakespeare, Henry V, I. 2. We have spoken of the long waves of English state formation, periods of revolution being interspersed with longer periods of consolidation and conservation. The years after the early 15,505 were one such period of conservation. This does not imply either stasis. Consolidation can be an active process, or tranquility. The reign of Elizabeth was bedeviled by plots and intrigue, not to mention the conflict with Spain. But little in the area of state formation could be described as revolutionary during these years. Indeed, they culminate in a positive stalling, of which failures of attempts as reform in the 1620s are one indication. Roy Strong has noted the importance of 1615 as a dividing line. For the Elizabethans, all history led up to them. For the Stuarts, all roads nally led back to Elizabeth, 1977. Hill similarly divides the 50 or so years after 1588 into a lively and a relatively barren sequence of 25 years, the latter drawing on the forms and traditions of the former, 1965, LLFF. 2135. Both are pointing, of course, to the cult of Gloriana, the personalization of an era. And that queen was in the most primitive sense of the term, a profound conservative. Not to act, not to move, never to change, these were the instinctive royal impulses, even in moments of urgent crisis. McCaffrey 1963, 26. We will begin by developing a theme we touched on in connection with the 1530s, religion and its part in the making of a distinctive English national identity. Although England was made Protestant is also instructive for what it reveals about the capacity and workings of the machinery of the Tudor state. The minority of Edward VL gave Protestant reformers their head, pushing the English Church doctrinally far beyond the state in which Henry had left it. By contrast, Mary did much for the Protestant cause, by default. Her Spanish marriage and Habsburg predilections, leading her to lose Calais in 1558, were widely unpopular. Her restoration of Catholicism ran up against both the fears of the beneficiaries of Henry's sale of church lands, and a wider anti-clericalism amongst the gentry, upon whose cooperation the effectiveness of her persecutions ultimately depended. The persecutions themselves, the burnings of Cranmer and Ridley, and so on, helped create a potent Protestant martyrology, celebrated in such books as Fox's Acts and Monuments of the English Martyrs. Protestantism, from being associated with continental influences, became the spearhead of patriotic resistance to Spanish domination, and a faith for which men and women were prepared to die. Loads 1977, 238-9. The ideology of England as an elect nation figured, as we have seen, in some of the propaganda of the 15,305 was explicitly formulated by exiles from the Marian persecution. Others began to develop doctrines of just deed resistance to rulers, of conscience above authority, which were to echo down into the 17th century. The immediate background to the Elizabethan church settlement of 1559 need not detain us further here. Suffice it to say that a straightforward restoration of the conservative Henricean church was not on the cards. Doctrinally, the Protestant prayer book of 1552 was restored with only minor amendments. Jurisdictionally, the settlement created a nakedly Erastian church, governed by royal commission. There is any symbolism, for students of the state-church relation, in the Anglican B00/E of Common Prayer, beginning with an Act of Parliament, the Act of Uniformity. The powers of High Commission, as mentioned above, were strengthened. Following Elizabeth's accession, all Mary's bishops were replaced by Protestants, though not necessarily radical ones. In most cases the Marian incumbents refused to accept the 1559 settlement. Consistent attempts were made thereafter to build up a trained cohort of Protestant clergy at lower levels. The government steadily extended control over the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, most colleges, the Elizabethan cons, L1, on 57 being transformed into Protestant institutions by 1570 or so, with a view to producing a committed clerical elite. No one could enter the universities without RST taking the oath of supremacy. Lower down the educational scale, schoolmasters had to be licensed by bishops, and it was forbidden to educate 0NES children abroad or employ unlicensed tutors. Ecclesiastical visitations and commissions were used to purge survivals of old rituals, images, and ornaments at parish level. The Crown used its own network of patronage to buttress the Protestant cause, for instance remodeling the Commission of the Peace. Propaganda, a re-edition of the Edwardian homilies, commanded to be read from in churches every Sunday. Cecil's commissioning and printing of Ewell's Apologia Ecclesiae/Anglicani, also played its part. EOXB 00/EUF Martyrs was published in an English edition in 1563, and ordered by council to be set up beside the English Bible in churches and public places. The second English edition, in 1570, explicitly embraced the myth of England as an elect nation. After the Bible, Fox's works were the most widely read books in 16th century England. Council even turned its attention to the political content of school grammar books. Drama, also, was censored, the Queen at the beginning of her reign forbidding all plays dealing with religion or contemporary government. By 1580 the Corpus Christi plays at York had disappeared. In the RST decade of the reign, however, there was little by way of direct repression of Catholics. Elizabeth herself was no religious radical. But events were to push her further than she might otherwise have wished to go. The pro-Catholic rebellion of the Northern Earls in 1569 was put down with relative ease and with a good deal of exemplary brutality, indicating, amongst other things, the growth of Tudor state capacity. The Pilgrimage of Grace, 30 years before, had posed a more serious threat to royal authority. But the aftermath of the rising was, from our point of view, more important than the rebellion itself. Pope Pius V threw his weight behind the rebel cause with the bull Regnans in Excelsis. This excommunicated Elizabeth, declaring her a heretic and no true queen. Effectively the bull made sedition a religious duty for all English Catholics, and gave crusader status to any Catholic prince who made war on Elizabeth, deserving Catholics' loyalty and support. Parliament responded by making it treason to import or publish any papal bull, to deny Elizabeth's title or to call her schismatic. The evangelical 39 Articles of 1563 now became the official doctrine of the English Church, and anyone leaving the country for more than 6 months stood to forfeit their lands. Pius's bull had another, further-reaching consequence which he almost certainly did not intend. By posing the issue of loyalty so starkly, faith versus queen and country, Regnans in Excelsis helped drive English Catholics into the position of being a well-deemed, and increasingly an outcast, recusant minority, and cut the ground from under the moderate religious conservatism that had been so influential in the RST decade of the reign. Occasional conformity became less and less of an option, and Catholicism increasingly a ghetto and largely upper-class religion, cut off from its popular roots. Papal involvement in seditious intrigues over the next decade served further to isolate the English Catholics and to strengthen the hand of Protestants around the Queen. It was against this background that Catholic seminary priests, and later, Jesuits, began arriving in England from 1574 onwards. Represian intenside. In 1575 Council, which had previously left the problem of recusancy largely to local agencies, initiated a campaign against prominent Catholic laymen. A general census of recusants was ordered and remarkably careful, individual attention was given to each of these individual recusants. The attack was aimed at selected and influential targets, Williams 1979, Z76. Gradually important positions in the counties became closed to Catholics. Commissions of the peace were more methodically purged, assize judges were ordered to administer the oath of supremacy to all PS. In 1581 reconciliation to the Catholic Church became high treason for both priest and penitent, and penalties for absence from church were steeply increased. The number of executions rose sharply, 4 in 1581, 11 in 1582, a further 89 by 1590. Yet more penal legislation was passed after the assassination of William of Orange in 1584. Council's propaganda machinery was extremely active throughout the 15,805. The so-called bloody questions, requiring suspects in their answers effectively to betray their faith or admit themselves traitors, were widely administered, and the results of interrogations regularly published in the cause of whipping up anti-Catholic feeling. The cumulative effect of all we have sketched was, in Lodes's words, that, by the time that she eventually went to war with the champion of the Counter-Reformation, England was a Protestant country in a sense which she had certainly not been in 1550 or 1559, or even in 1569. The Catholic Church had paid a very heavy price for salvaging a small proportion of its flock. 1977, 289, England was at war with Spain from 1585. Unsurprisingly, anti-Catholic repression increased still further. An Act of 1585, anticipated in a proclamation of 1582, made the very fact of Roman ordination treasonable, the first time in English history that a conviction for treason could be grounded on status alone, without overt deed or word. Enforcement of recusancy fines was tightened up. Following. 59. The execution of Mary Queen of Scots in 1587, Philip of Spain advanced his own claim to the English throne, supported by Alan, the exiled Cardinal of England. In the Armada year of 1588 over 30 Catholics were executed. In 1591 special commissions were set up to track down Catholic priests and their abettors. Cecil and /X/Alsingham also used paid, professional secret agents to provide information on recusants, a new development in policing methods. In 1593 further laws were passed, exiling landless recusants and conning those with lands to a VE-mile radius of their homes. It is, perhaps, not surprising that by the time Elizabeth died England was vociferously Protestant, nor that identities of church and state, political and religious communities, were so closely tied together, each echoing back the other. Before we leave religion, a word needs to be said about Puritanism, a concept more difficult, incidentally, to apply here than to the next century. The Anglican Church, as we have seen, moved doctrinally away from Catholicism, and to the extent that it did so this gave some succor to the Puritan cause and attracted Puritan support for royal policy. But Elizabeth remained unremittingly and successfully hostile to extreme Puritanism, especially in matters touching church government, the episcopal hierarchy. By 1593 a bill could pass Parliament imposing on Protestant nonconformists penalties similar to those for recusants. In part this was because the radical Puritans lost support in high places. There is clear evidence that erstwhile sympathizers feared the political implications of full-blooded Protestant radicalism. But it was equally a consequence of the successful self-denition, in the course of the reign, of the Anglican Church itself, and its association with the nation-state. It seemed the living embodiment of England as the elect nation, the defeat of the Armada being the ultimate sign of God's favor. By the end of the reign a theologian of the stature of Hooker was able to give respectability to the distinctive, non-Puritan Protestantism of the Anglican Church, making it seem something much more than a sordidly Erastian compromise. He did so, moreover, in terms highly germane to our inquiry. We hold that there is not any man of the Church of England but the same man is also a member of the Commonwealth, not any man a member of the Commonwealth that is not also of the Church of England. Lodes 1977, 324, mainstream Protestantism was thus harnessed to the purposes of state, to the mutual benefit of both. Puritanism, like recusancy, was for the time being driven into the wilderness. The extension of the identification of church and state, from Elizabeth through to Coleridge's famous and subtle treatment in On. 60. The constitution of the church and state according to the idea of each, 1830, is significant for at least three reasons. First, it serves to remind us of the sanctity and religious forms of much English official, and unofficial, politics, from coronations and prayers in Parliament through to the texts and iconography of banners in the Durham Miners' Gala. There is much efficiency in these dignified parts of the Constitution. Second, the features of the Christian religion accentuated and formalized in the established church draw attention to the same authority claims and selecting practices in official politics. Third, to make a contrary emphasis, no set of beliefs and rituals is all of a piece. At any one time it may be selectively drawn upon in terms of different historical experiences. Priests and bishops are not among the most loved figures of Christian religion, and over time its meaning has changed. E. P. Thompson shows this with great sensitivity in his discussion of Methodism, 1968, ch. 11, as does Christopher Hill in his wonderful The World Turned Upside Down, 1975. Thus Coleridge argues coherently against treating people as things, rication, as he also argues against unregulated commerce, mere money-making. This radical Toryism continues to provide critical resources against capitalism, against monetarism's miseries as against earlier factory building. Raymond Williams has surveyed the sort of linkage, in English culture, of conservative and radical critiques of capitalism from Burke to D.H. Lawrence and beyond, 1958. For others, from Lollardy through the Levelers to the Ranters, Quakers, and on to those who sought heaven on earth as socialism, Christianity could provide a means to criticize power, authority, corruption, exploitation, and oppression through a social gospel, as it continues to do in present-day Latin American liberation theology. Christianity as political ideology has ever been a two-edged sword. Returning to the Tudors, closely bound up with religious regulation was glorification of monarchy and exhortation of obedience to the crown. Beginning with Henry VLLL, this reached its peak under Elizabeth. Medieval theorists like Aquinas had taught that resistance to tyranny or misgovernment was permissible. Parliament had itself held the deposition of Richard II to be just deed. Only under the Tudors did the doctrine of the duty of absolute obedience fully evolve. Cromwell, Cecil, and others made it a central platform of state propaganda. Printed homilies on obedience were issued for reading from pulpits. The earliest, of 1547, stated that the high power and authority of kings, with their making of laws, judgments, and officers, are the ordinances, not of man, but of God, quoted in Williams 1979, 352. In the main 16th century religious radicals and conservatives alike agreed on the sinfulness of rebellion. Latimer. 61. Ridley and Cranmer died unresisting in accord with this code. Hooker ably theorized the doctrine in his Laws of Ecclesiastical Polity. This elevation, one might almost say, deification of the monarchy was also encouraged by means other than the word. 3. The support that monarchy derived from portraiture, ceremonial, pageantry, and panegyric was an essential ingredient of Tudor and Stuart state power. Ibid. 361. Royal portraits were commissioned, and their style shifted from those of the Middle Ages. Holbein depicted Henry VLLL as the physical embodiment of authority, towering above mere mortals. Rubens painted James VI in the guise of the four virtues triumphing over the four vices. Elizabeth had herself portrayed against the background of the Armada, or standing on a map of England. She also forbade, by a proclamation of 1563, any representation of her person other than authorized ones. Copies of such portraits were made to hang in country houses, much as, in many states today, photographs of presidents adorn all official buildings. When images of saints were removed from the chancel arches of parish churches, they were often replaced by the royal coat of arms. It is not simply Erastianism that is signed here, it is equally a sanctification of secular power. The royal court projected a conscious brilliance, and the crown sought to impress the wider populace by elaborately stage-managed entries, progresses and pageants. The imagery surrounding Elizabeth's entry into London for her coronation is particularly revealing. Along the route scaffolds had been erected with symbolic scenes, from which children, in costly apparel, spoke appropriate verses. At Gracechurch Street, for instance, was an ark in which sat persons representing the Queen's ancestors, with the Roses of York and Lancaster united into a single branch. By the conduit was a pageant entitled The Seat of Worthy Governance, with the royal throne resting upon the four virtues, each of which was treading down its complementary vice. In the Null pageant, in Fleet Street, Elizabeth herself was represented as Deborah, consulting with her estates for the restoration of good government in Israel. The Protestant message was here made very clear. Williams 1979, 365. After 1570 the anniversary of Elizabeth's accession became a public holiday, rung in by bells and celebrated with banras, wine, and ballads. Elizabeth herself was hailed as Pandora, Gloriana, Cynthia, Belle Phoebe, Astrea classical and biblical imagery were equally exploited. She was even compared to the Virgin Mary, and called, by Spencer among others, a saint in her own lifetime. Spariser's Fairy Queen was the apotheosis of all this. The poem celebrates monarchy, order, justice and the struggle against popery, all of these incarnated in 62. Elizabeth's person, Spencer in an interesting anticipation of Milton, conceived it to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtues and gentle discipline, quoted in Williams 1979, 367. Similar emphases on order and authority are plain in Shakespeare's plays. Point 5. As Penry Williams notes, the point about such works is that they are great literature and not just hack propaganda. As such they witness more effectively than anything else to the emotional power of the symbols and L1 Euro 3 LL Euro G, 1 L Euro S upon which they were drawing and to the RM foundations laid for monarchy in the public imagination of the time, Ibid. 368. Awareness of the power of symbolism and ritual surrounded other institutions of state too. Take, for instance, the assizes. At the border of the RST county on each circuit the judges were met by trumpeters and the sheriff's bailiff and, several miles from the assize town, by the sheriff himself, other local officers, and representatives of the county gentry. The ensuing cavalcade, throughout this period and, indeed, well into the 19th century, was one of some magnificence, attended by pike and livery men specially clothed for the occasion. Welcomed into town with bells, LN/LS1C, and occasionally, a Latin oration, the judges went RST to their lodgings. There they received leading members of the local gentry who probably reported on the state of the county. Thus forewarned, the judges, now robed again and again attended by the sheriff and his men, passed to the church where the local minister read prayers and the sheriff's chaplain delivered a sermon. Coburn 1972, 65 assize sermons were often printed, and during the 16th and 17th centuries council exercised itself with their content and the appointment of assize chaplains. Often a London incumbent was drafted in. After the service all solemnly processed to the Crown Court. Here judges sat on a raised bench, with county notables ranked in descending order of importance on either side and to the front. After the swearing in of the grand jury one of the judges would read their charge telling the cause of their coming, giving a good lesson unto the people, Ibid. 67, such orations, high in tone and replete with learned allusions, served as vehicles for the transmission of official attitudes. The public peace, royal supremacy, and the evils of Rome were prevalent themes. A 17th century source speaks of lordly judges riding circuit to frighten people with their bloody robes, state, and pomp, Ibid. 3. The whole occasion was conceived as an exercise in public education. One cannot underestimate the importance of what Bagehot was later to call these dignified parts of the Constitution. Certainly the Tudor state did not. There can be little doubt that by the end of Elizabeth's reign England had become more peaceable, more governable, than a century before. Rudd Elizabethan Consolidation 63. One measure of Tudor success here is that in the crisis decade of the 15,905, one of warfare, poverty, and famine, ending a century in which population grew, prices inated, by around 300% or in the case of corn, real wages fell, by some 50% or, rents rose, and many people found themselves without land or work. Actual disorder was remarkably slight in comparison with other areas of Europe or with England's own experience FTY years before. There are various dimensions to this pacification. Over the Tudor period as a whole aristocratic and gentry violence declined. There were a variety of reasons for this, discussed at length by Lawrence Stone, 1965a. Amongst them were the decline of continental military involvement and shift to naval power, with the consequent demilitarization of the nobility. By 1576 only a quarter of the peerage had seen active service. There is a general cultural shift to be observed here away from warrior paradigms of aristocracy, a civilizing process, cf. Elias 1939, of considerable importance, most of the landowning class was, during the Tudor epoch, turning away from its traditional training in arms to an education at the universities or the Inns of Court, Williams 1979, 241. Regarding the latter, of 1,300 PS, out of a total of some 15,000, examined by Gleason, only 9 out of 128 in 1562 had been to a university or in or both. For 1,636 the comparable Gur was 129 out of 183. The Inns of Court and universities need to be seen as forms and agencies of socialization. Holdsworth argued that the education, the discipline, the whole life of the Inns of Court was collegiate in the best sense of the word, quoted in Gleason 1969, 91. But perhaps most importantly, as noted earlier, state formation was itself shifting the basis of aristocratic power from man-read to political influence and office. The signs of this pacification, slow and uneven as it undoubtedly was, are evident from mid-century on. The last great English magnate castle, Kenilworth, was built in the mid-1570s, and even then was an anachronism. Noblemen and gentlemen turned increasingly to litigation rather than brawling to resolve their disputes. In the RST year of Elizabeth's reign, Star Chamber heard 67 cases, in the last, 732. Wales and the Marches, traditionally lawless areas, were thought by contemporaries to have been pacified under Elizabeth. One state measure does deserve particular emphasis in this context, the 1573 reorganization of the militia. This required trained bands to be recruited from the traditional shire muster, equipped with modern weaponry, paid, and drilled for 10 days per year at the expense of their shires. These bands were under the control of Lords Lieutenant of the counties. Council concurrently established county armories, under deputy lieutenants. The latter, showing once again the typical pattern, were appointed by the lieutenants, but the Crown exercised a veto. The consequence was to cut the Crown's dependence for 64. Defense on aristocratic retinues and arms, rapidly accelerating the decline of both. The aristocracy, in brief, ceased to have any military function. This was a decisive step towards one of the deadening features of a modern state. 7. The deployment of armed force became almost exclusively the prerogative of the state, and those who controlled it did so by virtue of authority delegated by the Crown. Loads 1977, Z96. Henry Williams qualies this, 1979, 436 ff, by pointing out that nobles who had once led bands of liveried servants now commanded the militia as Lords Lieutenant, a command they often considered theirs by right, while in 1642 and 1688 local militias were to be raised against the Crown. Certainly the decline of retaining and the development of the militia did not replace unfettered magnate power by omnipotent state control. Things were more complex than that, before 1573 as much as after. Nonetheless, there is an important shift to be registered from private magnate, commanding his own servants, to Lord Lieutenant, acting under royal commission, not least in the tradition of county regiments, related to geographical areas and particular aristocrats and officered by gentlemen, that survived various military reorganizations until the 19,705. The 1,573 measures are symptomatic both of the extent of national state formation and, equally importantly, of the kind of state, still heavily dependent upon the local political nation, still without a standing army or large central bureaucracy, that was being constructed in Tudor England. Certain legal developments are also worth recording. Over the Tudor period, the number of felonies, capital crimes increased. 14515115031. Addition was witchcraft, acts of 1542 and 1563. This is important, for two main reasons. First, it exemplifies the case made earlier for the ideological role of Christianity during this period. Whilst, as Christina Larner puts it, witch beliefs are endemic to pre-industrial societies, witch hunting is not. 1982, 44, the key shift is the increased concern of the emergent and religiously sanctioned nation-state WLL1 people's beliefs. Witchcraft is henceforth a secular crime, to be ifled in civil courts. The demonic pact, a witch's supposed carnal copulation with the devil, was an act of apostasy with political significance for the state. For witches were deemed to be in conspiracy not only with the devil, but with each other to attack the godly state, Ibid. 51-2. Conversely, witchcraft was particularly economical in a law and order crisis or panic in that it represented not merely particular misdemeanors or individual crimes, but total evil, total hostility to the community, the church, the state, and God. Ibid. 41. The witch was as much a focus of collective representations as the gore of the Virgin Queen, both symbols are instructive. 2nd. 65. Witchcraft was overwhelmingly a female crime, though not exclusively so, fairy tales notwithstanding. It is revealing that the stereotypes should overlook this. It thus further exemplifies that structuring by gender of society and its self-images through state routines which we have remarked before. Dominant cultural images of women and their proper place in the order of things are well illustrated here. Daughters of Eve were dangerous, women not under patriarchal authority were particularly dangerous. Across Europe, the largest single category of convicted witches, who were ritually burned to death, were old, single women. 8 The 16th century also sees the beginnings of the long mascularization of healing. Penal legislation against seditious rumor and libel grew apace during this period. Most liberties and franchises had disappeared in the 15,305, gradually assault was also made upon the right of sanctuary. Benefit of clergy was progressively withdrawn from certain categories of crime, 1489 onwards, and offender, from 1532. After 1576 those successfully claiming benet of clergy were imprisoned by the civil power, not the church. In this period, also, the power and jurisdiction grew of the so-called prerogative courts, most notably Star Chamber. The latter acted upon information by the Attorney General and tried summarily, i.e. without a jury. In Baker's words, this gave the Crown a distinct advantage in prosecutions of an unpopular character, and the court was used to suppress sedition and other political offenses. 1979, 163. Star Chamber left an enduring legacy. The laws of criminal libel, conspiracy, forgery, and perjury were largely its creation. Its suppression in 1641 did not do away with political misdemeanors, they could still be prosecuted, and by information, but in King's Bench. A particularly unsavoury side of Tudor justice was the growth of torture as an instrument of judicial process. It was regularly used on Catholics after 1570, and before that on suspected thieves and murderers, and on gypsies, see Longbarry 1977, and of physical mutilation as a form of punishment. To instance two areas of abiding concern to the state, vagrants lost ears and were branded, whilst authors of seditious tracts had their right hands cut off. A proclamation of 1538 made assault on royal officials punishable by the loss of both hands. These were not medieval survivals, but emphatically instruments of the nascent modern state. Torture had been largely unknown in England between 1310 and the reign of Edward IV, and the use of mutilation was rare in the later Middle Ages. The Tudors also adopted a somewhat cavalier attitude to habeas corpus. Under Elizabeth, recusants were imprisoned without trial in the Fleet, and the judges in 1591 held this to be lawful where reasons of state were at issue. The Tudors may, as Elton argues, have ruled largely, but c. 66. Williams 1979, 394 ff, through the law, but it is as well to remember that that law was frequently brutal and, as we have indicated above, routinely weighted against the accused. Brutality is too gentle a word for the onslaught against gypsies, the most threatening outgroup of the time. Let us turn, Nally, to the area of economic and social regulation. Degree on paper, the Tudors created a formidable machinery of controls, far outreaching anything known in the medieval period. Over 300 economic statutes were passed by the Tudors, some 250 of these penal in their provisions. Statutes were supplemented by an unending stream of proclamations and letters of instruction from council and royal officials. In some cases customs, grain commissioners, new bureaucratic machinery was established. The Crown also made extensive use of patents, licenses, and monopolies, particularly under Elizabeth. The extent to which the state was ever pursuing a consistent policy, the degree to which regulation was actually enforced, and its overall effects, however, are all matters of debate amongst Tudor historians. The eld of economic regulation in which Tudor governments were most successful was probably that of foreign trade. Government intervened extensively at all levels of the textile trade, then England's major export, and, through customs, an important source of royal revenue. Crown policy was crucial to the outcome of rivalries between English and foreign merchants, the Hanseatic merchants being effectively ousted in the 1560s, and to the direction of English cloth exports. Government also played a key role in the establishment of the great chartered trading companies, including the East India Company, founded by royal charter in 1600. By the end of the century, foreign trade was overwhelmingly concentrated in the hands of a few London monopolies, a direct consequence of state regulation. Domestically, Tudor governments attempted to stimulate industry by issuing patents to foreigners with wanted skills and import substitution policy, and later, especially under Elizabeth, to Englishmen. Historians differ as to the ultimate economic benefit. Certainly under Elizabeth the system rammed beyond any purely economic objectives, to become primarily a means of boosting crown revenues and rewarding favourites. By the end of the century, strong opposition to monopolies had surfaced in Parliament. One important area where state policy was both fairly consistent and reasonably successful was the regulation of corn supply. It is important, here, not to dissociate a narrowly construed economic history from both state formation and reformation and a precisely focused, if diffused, moral political philosophy. The fusion of these normally separated areas can be seen in studies of social structure by T.K. Rabb and F.F. Foster. Rabb extends our earlier points drawn from Bloch. The involvement of English peers with trade set them apart from their peers on the continent. Their participation in commerce revealed a cohesiveness and exibility in the upper levels of England's social structure, 1967, 13. Rabb nationally, and Foster, who focuses on London, are able to relate this to a specifically moral revolution, in which people like Hakluyt and his followers deemed and invoked a national spirit, Ibid. 101, and a new literature of travels, sermons, and epic vision propelled forward a new cosmography and new conceptions of history. Such visions energized new forms like the joint stock companies. Rabb's tables, e.g. Ibid. 104, show that in 1584 13.2% of MPs were investors, in 1604 31.2%, the 1604 Commons is significant in that 35.2% of new MPs were investors, and in 1628 20.7%. Foster examines the deliberative regularity of the elite of Elizabethan London, meetings which began at 8.00 or earlier, at which not only material goods and conditions, but the whole moral condition of human beings was subject to thorough examination. IIE argues that in the set of rituals of ruling, the force of law emanated not so much from certain courts, or even very conducively from particular laws, as from the authority of those entrusted with its creation and protection, 1977, 89. Statutory regulation of the labour market had been a feature of English polity from before the Statute of Labourers of 1349-51. A statute of 1389 had imposed national maximum wages, empowering PS to assess actual rates. This was reenacted twice in the 15th century and again under Henry VIII. The Elizabethan Statute of Articers of 1563 attempted more detailed regulation. It provided for PS to determine maximum wages for each shire. Amongst its other provisions were prohibition of servants quitting their masters without due cause, and compulsory employment, gendered, men in husbandry, women in domestic service, of the unemployed. PS were undoubtedly active in making assessments, and whilst wages frequently exceeded the legal maxima, they stayed well below the rising cost of living. The Poor Law, actually a series of measures from the early 16th century onwards, codied in statutes of 1597 and 1601, has been viewed by Marxists, beginning with Marx himself, in terms of structuring of the labor market, habituating the poor and dispossessed to wage labor. Again, the history is a long one. Penal legislation against sturdy vagabonds had existed since the time of Richard II. Under the Tudors, repressive legislation grew. We cannot rehearse all. 53. Its details here. Of note, for its moral message, is the Statute of 1531, which denounced idleness as the mother and root of all vices. This provided for vagabonds to the whipped and for the impotent poor to be licensed by PS. Licensing is a new departure, indicative of growing state involvement, and of a piece with other 1530s reforms. For the next 40 years vagrancy remained of central concern, as it was indeed to be for the next 400, and the unholy trinity of rogues, vagabonds, and sturdy beggars, variously subject to whipping, branding, boring through the ears, enslavement, service in the king's galleys, and execution, sipsies, liveric symbols of a particular kind of indiscipline and immorality, were treated particularly harshly. In the post-war period, Lamarde, author of Irenica, or the Office of the Justice of the Peace, 1581, and Duties of Constables, 1602, as well as works on Commons Procedure and the High Courts of Justice, and a central gore of the time bemoaned swarms of vagrant and flying beggars, Coburn 1977, 62. Flying beggars. Flying pickets. The Elizabethan period saw a methodical extension of the role of the state, Williams 1979, 200, in this area of regulation. Major new developments, and pillars of the Poor Law until the 19th century, were first, the introduction of a compulsory parish poor rate, levied by overseers of the poor under the supervision of PS, second, the provision of work, so that, in the words of the 1576 Act, rogues may not have any highest excuse in saying that they cannot get any service or work, and third, the building of houses of correction mandatory in each shire between 1576 and 1597, and again after 1610, to which vagrants could be summarily committed, after being duly whipped, by constables and other parish officials. But for the idle poor, a strongly moral category, central to debate and legislation in the area from then till now, the form of repression swung back and forth from savagery to mere severity, Ibid. 203. During the 1590s the government empowered provost marshals, originally purely military officials, to suppress vagrants under martial law. Privy Council demanded, and got, systematic searches for vagrants in 1571 and again after 1588. Another index of the sphere of the many-headed monster was the perennial campaign against unlicensed alehouses, seen as they were again to be in the 19th century as dens of potential sedition, rumor-mongering, and revolt. See Ibid. Cf. Hill 1966, ENS Yeo 1981, Corrigan and Gillespie. Although the years G after 1550 saw relatively little by way of revolutionary innovation in state formation, they were very important in consolidating and extending the revolution of the 1530s. Even if the momentum was ultimately to stall. Key institutions of government matured: the Privy Council, the system of county government, Parliament. Council, in particular, developed under Elizabeth. An inner council, with the growing power of secretaries of state, began with about 19 members meeting on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and by the 1590s was meeting most days, with 4 to 6 councillors. By 1600 the council had a denite structure of secretary, clerks, registrar and a keeper of office. It often met on Sundays starting at 7 or 8 a.m., and had begun to delegate work to committees and officials. In her excellent narrative of the Secretaries of State, Evans, 1923, ch4, notes new developments in Ames 6/L's reign, the secretary no longer moving with the king in 1615, and the conventionalization during that decade of one secretary traveling with the king, one remaining in the metropolis. Many commentators point to the growing systematization of office practice and the longevity of office holding, the beginnings of fully fledged state service. At local level, however, the gentry and voluntary service remained crucial. As Aylrier has argued, in the localities the will of the central government depended for its execution on the voluntary cooperation of a hierarchy of part-time unpaid officials, lord and deputy lieutenants, sheriffs, justices of the peace, high and petty constables, overseers of the poor, and church wardens. Without their cooperation the central government was helpless. 1961, 7, Parliament was one crystallization of this structure of rule. The entire membership of the council sat in one of the two houses, McCaffrey 1963, 34 ff, so too did representatives of local elites. Parliament also, and increasingly as we move into the 17th century, provides a prism through which we can glimpse emergent contradictions in that structure. We have already indicated ambivalences in the post-153 OS status of Parliament. They are evident in Thomas Smith, who could both, in his Discourse on the Commonwealth of England of 1565, see Parliament as the most high and absolute power of the realm of England. The power of the whole realm, both the head and the body, quoted in Elton 1963, 128-9, and, in 1560, write what can a commonwealth desire more than peace, liberty, quietness, little taking of base money, and few parliaments. Quoted in Ruskell 1964, 304. Parliament was one focus of what David Matthews considers the bureaucratic class, constantly shifting in its form and emphasis and varying in its methods of recruitment, that was to provide an element of continuity in social structure. 1948, 1. Between the 17th and the 19th centuries, a ruling class, Ibid. 9. Centered upon the county officials who provided a fulcrum for administrative action, Ibid. 3. At the same time the state had other foci, around Crown Council and the royal household. We have here some of the basis for subsequent court/country divisions, which were like earlier and later struggles in part conics over what forms the state should take. Over this period, the general density of government increased. A notable feature of Tudor and early Stuart government was the use of commissions, whether permanent parts of the machinery of government, commissions of the peace, Lords Lieutenant, or ad/906, grain commissions, religious visitations, were major instruments of both information gathering and policy enforcement. Taken together the commissions show the steady growth of state intervention in national life. Williams 1979, 418. They are also a typically English device in both their flexibility and their central/local relation. Such institutional development was matched by ideological consolidation, on a scale unknown previously. In some ways the most important feature of this period is the visibly increasing definition of a nation/state community. Here the link between nationalism and religion, focused on the monarchy, is central. So are the battery of often coercive means through which this was organized. Too much stress on the intermittent effectiveness of Tudor policy enforcement can obscure this point. It is not so much the any detail of enforcement of this or that statute or proclamation that matters, as the steady, exemplary, and cumulative weight of growing state regulation. It is in this context, as much as that of any direct fostering of capitalist enterprise, that Tudor economic regulation should be evaluated. The overall effect of all this was to give the state a palpability and presence it had not enjoyed before. That the said Charles Stuart, being admitted King of England, and therein trusted with a limited power to govern by and according to the laws of the land, and not otherwise, and by his trust, oath, and office, being obliged to use the power committed to him for the good and benefit of the people, and for the preservation of their rights and liberties, yet, nevertheless, out of a wicked design to erect and uphold in himself an unlimited and tyrannical power to underscore rule according to his will, and to overthrow the rights and liberties of the people, yea, to take away and make void the foundations thereof, and of all redress and remedy of earnest government, which by the fundamental constitutions of this kingdom were reserved on the people's behalf in the right and power of frequent and successive parliaments, or national meetings of council, he, the said Charles Stuart, for accomplishment of such his designs, and for the protecting of himself and his adherents in his and their wicked practices. To the same ends hath traitorously and maliciously levied war against the present Parliament, and the people therein represented. From the charge against the King, January 20, 1649, printed in Gardner 1979, 371-2 The origins of the Civil War, and the question of its connection, or 0_therewise, _wi_th wider social and economic changes in particular, the QSE of capitalism have been L16.iopl of perennial debate Marxists I tended to seek the bourgeois revolution here. For Christopher Hill, the 1640s and $50 marked the end of medieval and Tudor England. In agrarian relations the Middle Ages were brought to an end in 1646. In trade, colonial and foreign policy, the end of the Middle Ages in England came in 1650–51. The Middle Ages in industry and internal trade also ended in 1641 in Nantes. The Middle Ages in England ended in 1643. 1641 was no less a turning point for the Church than for the State. 1969a, 135, 146, 155, 169, 190. Hill sees the destruction of the royal bureaucracy in 1640–1 as the most decisive single event in British history, Ibid. 98. On the other hand, Gerald Aylmer can find no major state structural change of the revolutionary years that persisted, apart, of course, from the abolition of High Commission, Star Chamber, the Court of Wards and the Council of the North, 1961. In many ways the Restoration was, apparently, just that. We cannot do justice to these debates here. Nor do we have any pretensions to explaining the Civil War, but some points do require making, particularly around the paradox introduced in the last paragraph. Where the origins of the Civil War have been sought in more than mere accident, these debates have most often been organized around gentry/peerage or court/country distinctions. Point 2 One way of reconstructing how these issues might more usefully be examined has been provided by Zagarin, who argues, English social structure was being reshaped during the 16th and 17th centuries. The consequence was to give men in a position to deploy capital in agriculture, trade, and industry the command of social life. By the end of the 17th century these changes had stamped upon the aristocracy of titled and army-gerous landlords who continued to form the apex of the social and political hierarchy a new character that set them apart from their contemporaries in every other European monarchy. There does not seem to be anything in these changes, however, that necessarily requires the economic decline of the Elizabethan peerage. For nor is it protable in this connection to distinguish peers from gentry, gentry from wealthy merchants, or gentry engaged exclusively in agriculture from those occupied also in commercial or industrial enterprise. Neither is it very material that the rise or progress of landed families should often have been made possible by the gains derived from trade and offs. The class whose formation is the present focus of interest was being continuously recruited, and it naturally comprised diverse elements as to status, wealth, and source of income. But despite these and other differences, its members were species of the same genus. They constituted a single economic class, for what they had in common was the possession of capital that they employed for the end of profit and further accumulation. In Stone 1965b, 49–52, simply to counter Posca supposedly feudal peerage and a homogeneously capitalist gentry will not do. The bourgeoisement Zagarin points to was affecting both classes. By 1640 land whether owned by peers, gentry, merchants or even the more prosperous Yurnan was much more clearly becoming capital, a profit-yielding investment, rather than primarily a source of service, or followers, or loyalty. There were improving peers to be found, as well as backwoods gentry. The aristocratic crisis discussed by Lawrence Stone indeed needs to be seen as part of a general crisis which is the making of capitalism in England, but it was less a national crisis than a complex crisis of legitimacy, a cultural crisis. Both the growing commercialization of landlord-slash-tenant relationships and Tudor state centralization itself had progressively eroded specifically feudal bases of aristocratic power and authority, man-read, and the ideologies of obligation and allegiance bound up with it. The 1,573 militia measures, discussed above, were one symptom of this. These factors are important deep-seated elements in the background to the mid-century upheavals. This is not to say they are in any mechanical sense their causes, nor that there was any inevitability about their course or outcome. At the heart of the notion of country Hexter locates a group he calls country magnates. These were neither Trevor Roper's fat court gentry, nor his declining mere gentry, nor yet Tawney's hard-bitten proto-capitalist gentry. They typically had large land holdings, and drew their income mainly from land rather than offs. Country magnates' salient feature for Hexter, and it is one which is highly germane to our concerns, is this: they provided the realm with the most important part of that self-government at the king's command which is the most significant trait of the English polity. They were the deputy lieutenants. They were the sheriffs. They were PS. They were the commissioners in the counties. It was these same men who came to Parliament from the counties and the boroughs to make up the larger part of the membership of the House of Commons. This majority of local magnates seems to have increased right up to 1,640, so that in the House of Commons of the Long Parliament all other groups appear as auxiliaries. In Stone 1965b, 38, Morrill offers a related emphasis in his study of the northern gentry. By the early 17th century, he argues, a new conception of gentility had totally supplanted the old one. Much less emphasis was now placed on the ranking within rural society, and the new concept was intended to give a common strength and purpose to all those titles. The new conception was an adaptation of Aristotle's definition of the citizen as a man whose wealth and leisure freed him from material preoccupations for the task of equipping himself to govern the polis, the state. The gentry were the governors. 1979-71, this country cause drew support from out with the traditional political nation too, provincial merchants, incensed by London privileges, craftsmen angered by merchant control over manufacture and trade, and many of the middling sort in town and country. Many gentry sympathized with criticism of the London companies, trade. Difficulties presented them as PS with immense problems of poor relief and the maintenance of order, and its prosperity was bound up with their own as wool growers and landlords of spinners and weavers. Manning 1978, 160. The work of Manning, Sharp, 1980, and Hurst, 1975, shows the extensive pressure, before 1640, on gentlemen MP5 from below. We need to see such formations as court and country as historic blocks formed, deemed, and self-deemed, through real historical experiences, rather than as cardboard cutouts mechanically representing economic interests, or as clear political parties. Such reductionism is found on both sides of these debates. In the case of country, we are dealing with a block, rooted in, but reaching out beyond, the political nation, formed around, in some, exclusion from court office, favor, privilege, and perceived threats to their social power, particularly to their property rights, represented by the use of the royal prerogative. Country's composition needs to be explained not abstractly but in terms of the history of the RST half of the 17th century, not least the history of state forms themselves. In Zagorine's sense their mode of life was indeed increasingly a bourgeois one, but their particular formation is not adequately or sufficiently explained by this alone. Nor, therefore, are the events of 1640 on. It did, however, color their aspirations, they sought a particular sort of freedom from the incubus of court and a polity within which they would have presence and visibility commensurate with both the facts of their economic power and its modalities. Typically of such political formations, country had a strong, and totalizing, sense of their virtues, their self-deemed worth and the actualization of that worthiness in the world. Significantly, this was expressed in terms of English values and traditions. Similar contours can also be found in later struggles, notably the claim from those considering themselves worthy men against royal powers and appointees, against old corruption, in the economical reforms movement of the 1780s, and the later movements for radical reform of the state apparatuses and their operating ideologies from the 18,305 onwards. As the new men of the early and middle 17th century could consider improvement their right, so too could the bourgeois radicals of the 18,305 speak of and work for a national system of improvement. We thus think Zagarin correct in seeing the conflict of 1640-2 as one originally internal to the milling classes 5 and the measures of those years as initiatives coming from within the ranks of the political nation. It is striking with what unanimity representatives of England's dominant class in Parliament went to work in 1640-42 to repudiate all that the king had done. Amidst wide agreement, men who not 2 years later were to take opposing sides in the Civil War abolished some of the highest prerogative powers of the Crown and struck down forever the system of paternal rule, with its infringement on vested property interests, ship money, conciliar courts, patents of monopoly, forest laws, and enclosure commissions. Zagarin, in Stone 1965b, 54, we need also to be aware of the dynamics of Connacht, and the pressures from below. The battle lines after 1642 did not correspond to the former court/country split, and Hill, 1959, 1969a, 1980b, has persuasively argued that in the Civil War economically progressive elements, the economically advanced areas of the South and East, the big towns, though not always their ruling oligarchies, the ports, the navy, the mass of Londoners, and the manufacturing areas of the counties supported Parliament. But it remains worthy of pause that it is usually just these 1642 measures passed with unanimity by representatives of key sectors of the traditional political nation, if Zagarin is right, that are most often hailed as amongst the most enduringly bourgeois political legacies of the Revolution. One other argument in the gentry controversy is particularly pertinent to our themes. Trevor Roper notoriously saw both Puritanism and recusancy as an economic reflex of the outs, those excluded from the court orbit, a staggering piece of economic reductionism, 1953. In fact, whatever the deeper roots of aristocratic crisis, much of the hostility attached to the court focused on its supposed papist leanings. Aylmer, whilst denying that the events of 16409 can plausibly be explained as happening because a deemed body of people set out to introduce and impose one particular kind of church settlement, is clear that without the great anti-Catholic phobia and all its ramifications, it is hard to see that these events would have happened as they did. 198 157. By 1640 some 20% of the peerage was Catholic. What was seen as lack of diplomatic and economic patriotism détente with Spain, run down the navy, failure to support the Protestant cause in the 30 Years' War was extremely unpopular with the country group. Lawrence Stone sees Laud's policies on ritual and doctrine as the final instrument which brought the Edis to the ground, 1965b, 64. What Trevor Roper wholly overlooks is how Protestantism linked with other key elements in country's charges, notably of Charles I's autocracy and arbitrariness, ship money, prerogative courts, the attempt to rule without parliament, and so on, as a major component in conceptions of national identity, conceptions deeply anchored in the way of life of the natural rulers, whose formation we have sufficiently explored above. These conceptions were forms through which the opposition to the king both deemed their own identity and articulated their social vision. Hexter touches a very important point when he argues that, From the Apology of the Commons in 1604 to the Declaration of Rights in 1688, there the rich country gent learned who the House of Cornman's line of action is consistent, clear, and effective. HND The latter document is not an assertion of the social supremacy of the middle-class gentry or the political supremacy of the House of Commons. It is precisely what on the face of it appears to be, a charter of liberties of free Englishmen in the right line of Magna Carta, the Confirmatio Cartarum and the Petition of Right. In Stone 1965b, 39, this relates to his identification of country magnates as the core of the country party. Trevor Roper offers no doubt unintentional support for this anchoring of country aspirations in a distinctively national political culture when he characterizes country's favored foreign policy as a privateering war with Spain, as in the days of Queen Elizabeth of famous memory, in which a gentleman could get a ship and judiciously manage her. 1953. We should, of course, be equally mindful of just who Hexter's free Englishmen were, what kind of liberties they had in mind, and for whom. The forms were those of a national culture, the substance increasingly in the sense we have drawn from Zagarine bourgeois, and, it goes without saying, enduringly masculine. One does not need to swallow the historical myth wholesale in order to recognize its contemporary force. The point is that the good old cause was amongst other things, but centrally embodied in and given social expression through notions of Englishness. And the England in question was both a realm governed by king in parliament and due process, and, by 1640, a Protestant nation. Religion was not, in the 17th century, a disposable set of rationalizations, it was a vital element, the framework within which people thought, including thinking their politics. Protestantism, like the place of parliament or the rule of law, was an integral part of a political culture which was by this time both coherent and distinctively, and proudly, English. That culture, moreover, was RMLY embedded in sometimes ancient institutions, ways of doing things, in which Hexter's country magnates had their being. It cannot be comprehended other than against the backdrop of state formation and regulation we have so far sketched in this book. That culture, Nally, was by 1640 sufficiently national in its scope, and again only the antecedent history we have outlined, particularly in the Tudor period, can explain this to extend beyond the governing classes, and to be capable of radical inflection, both political and religious. As Aylmer Testes, the best authorities tell us that there were two main sources of Leveller thinking: the radical, iconoclastic Calvinism of the Protestant Reformation and the more rationalistic, optimistic temper of the Renaissance. The indigenous English contribution to Leveller ideas is both more particular and more elusive. It owed a great deal to the notion and to the partial practice of silly government, locally if not nationally, and to the tradition, even if it were partly a hollow one, of the individual's rights at law. The attitude of the Levellers towards the common law, indeed towards the whole English legal system, was highly ambivalent. On the one hand, they were emphatic and persistent in claiming their law rights under Magna Carta and other statutes and legal traditions, not to have to answer to interrogation by which accused persons might incriminate themselves, and not to be arrested except on a magistrate's warrant, and then not to be tried save before a jury of their peers. Yet at the same time they subscribed to the historical myth of the Norman yoke. 1975, 12-13, the Leveller's ambivalence tells us much about English political culture. Christopher Hill has further investigated radical ideas in the 17th century, and their roots including in Koch's Institutes, 1958, 1965, 1975, Edward Thompson extends the story to the 18th and 19th centuries and the making of the English working class, in whose formative period the liberty tree and supposed rights of a reborn Englishman loom large, 1968. On the other side, this anchorage of English radicalisms within a long-standing national culture, and one easily bent, moreover, to national chauvinism, may be one reason why they have been more prone to take reformist than revolutionary form. With these points in mind, let us now turn to the outcome of the revolutionary decades. The restoration of Charles II in 1660 con-rmed the defeat of the radical elements in the revolution, the propertied classes had coalesced against the threat of anarchy. And in appearance much was as it had been, especially with the institutions of state. Back with the king, his reign postdated to 1649, came the bishops and the House of Lords. Aylmer suggests that if anything the Restoration gave the old administrative system a new lease of life, prolonging it beyond what might otherwise have been the case. 1961, 467. Innovations in government tried under the Commonwealth, for instance the beginnings of a professional, salaried civil service were, with some exceptions, not pursued. See Aylmer 1961, 435 ff, 1957. Notwithstanding how much did not change, the period between 1660 and 1702 was to see some important administrative developments, notably in elds related to economy, the rise of the Treasury, the birth of the Board of Trade, the enlargement and subsequent division of the Secretary of State's departments, appointment of new officers to regulate and oversee. All this constituted a considerable achievement. Aylmer 1973, 437. There were, nonetheless, some more decisive shifts, which were both demonstrated by and consolidated in the Glorious Revolution of 1688-9. The independent power of the Crown was effectively broken, never to be regained, and this breaking marked a further stage, indeed a watershed, in the long making of the state as an impersonal body, a transcendent object representing society, the Leviathan theorized by Hobbes in these years as mortal God. Abolition of the Crown's powerful equity jurisdiction left it with no independent judicial authority. Common law triumphed, both over reforming demands from below, and over royal interference from above. Hill sees it as a law well adapted by Coke, whose institutes, as Blackstone drily put it, had an intrinsic authority in courts of justice, and do not entirely depend on the strength of his quotations from old authorities, quoted in Hill 1980b, 118, cl his 1965, ch 5, to the needs of burgeoning capitalist society. Common law provided both stability, as against royal arbitrariness, stressed by Weber as a key precondition for rational capitalism, and substantial liberty, for men of property. With the possible exception of the Netherlands, late 17th century England was in the bourgeois sense probably the freest country in Europe, though we should register both the measures against nonconformists, the so-called Clarendon Code, and, in the 1660s and 1670s, stricter press censorship than had prevailed before 1640, by way of qualification. Such legal reforms as followed the Restoration pushed in the same direction of extending liberties for the propertied. New uses of the writs of certiorari and mandamus developed remedies for citizens against arbitrary government. The 1679 Habeas Corpus Act offered protection, to those with money to use the writ, against arbitrary arrest. Juries ceased to be accountable for their verdicts, and after 1701 judges were independent of the executive. One important indication of the shift to bourgeois mores in the legal eld is the selection of juries on grounds of their ignorance, rather than knowledge, of the facts at issue. A trial ceased to be a communal indictment and became a case between parties, one of whom, in criminal trials, was the Crown. Hill 1964, 481. A property qualification for jurors, of freehold land worth at least £1 per annum, 10 times the parliamentary franchise was introduced in 1665. Such liberty could and did coexist with what was, by the 18th century, one of the bloodiest penal codes in Europe, with capital offences, largely for crimes against property, multiplying by the year. It is a mistake to see repressive and restitutive law as mutually exclusive, or repressive law simply as a feudal hangover. As regards the lower orders, the Restoration both increased the power of landowners as leaving them freer of Privy Council control and delegating to them many of the powers formerly belonging to church courts, and put them, as MPs, in a stronger position to pass statutes in their own class interest. They did. There was no alliance of crown and peasantry against the aristocracy in England, of the kind Brenner detects, and sees as a barrier to capitalism, in France, 1976. As Christopher Hill remarks, the unfettered sovereignty of PS drawn from the employing classes was hardly liberty for their employees, 1969a, 145. As _IPs the gentry put down the riots of their laborers, and as MP5 they passed the statutes which allowed them to do so, Harding, quoted in Hill 1969a, 141. The bishops returned, but without high commission the ecclesiastical courts lost their teeth at least as regards the powerful, though at local level the parson continued to buttress the squire, whose nominee he often was. High Commission had been hearing 80 to 120 cases a day in the 1630s, Hill 1964, 297. By the 1680s the lower ecclesiastical courts were ending it impossible to get their sentences enforced. It is to be noted, however, that church courts retained jurisdiction over marriage and divorce until 1857. The Crown could no longer use the church, as had been attempted in the 1630s, as an apparatus of propaganda independently of Parliament. In the long run this further Erastianization contributed to the privatization of religion, its dissociation from the public sphere, typical of bourgeois societies. The recognized existence of dissent dates from the Restoration. Notwithstanding intermittent but severe persecution and the Clarendon Code, licenses for dissenting chapels were issued from 1672. Other, more secular, and more specifically bourgeois forms of legitimation and modes of discipline were increasingly to take over in the public sphere. Christina Larner, speaking more generally, calls this the political dethronement of God. The kingdom of God on earth ceased to be a political objective and was replaced by the defense of property, nationalism, and liberty, 1982, 56. This partial displacement of religion as a dominant legitimating code for and within the state, towards solid bourgeois values of law, property, liberty, and civility was a mere cultural legacy of the revolutionary decades. This does not deny our earlier points concerning the importance of religion in the 17th century, or for a considerable time afterwards. Religion continued to be a major instrument and vocabulary of moral regulation. There is an extensive literature on the affinity between Protestant values, individualism, sobriety, abstinence, labor, and the moral relations of capitalism, which we will not rehearse here. Point 7. Suffice it to say that what we are witnessing is less the demise of religion as a moral technology than a shift in its forms, from the visible coercion of church courts and public penances to internalized disciplines of conscience and sect, a shift thoroughly consonant with a wider embourgeoisement of social relations and identities. But some of the ethos of Puritan discipline is caught in short-lived statutes of the revolutionary decades, when the kingdom of God was still sought in earthly polities. The Blasphemy Act of 1648 made denial of the Trinity, scriptural authority, bodily resurrection, or the Last Judgment capital offenses. Actors and popular musicians were to be whipped as rogues. We also see a characteristic family discipline. In 1650 adultery and fornication, on second offense, were made capital crimes. Baker 1979, 185, cf. Hill 1964, CHS 6, 13, 1978a, Thomas 1978. Hill quotes Calamy, urging MP5 in 1641, "First reform your own families, and then you will be the to reform the family of God. Let the master reform his servant, the father his child, the husband his wife." 1964, 430. Hill's important study, 1964, ch. 12, traces this discipline back to the Reformation and shows how, in his words, the household was almost part of the constitution of the state, p. 434. Henry VIII, 34 and 35, cap 1, permitted merchants as well as noblemen and gentlemen, to read the Bible in their families whilst prohibiting this to artisans, journeymen, husbandmen, labourers and women. Under Elizabeth householders could be ned £10 if their children and apprentices failed to attend church, 35 Elise cap 1. Before 1640 the preachers had proclaimed the rights and duties of men, but they were manifestly thinking almost exclusively of householders. p. 455 Both women and the poor were excluded. Gregory King's estimate of the English population in 1696 took as its unit the household rather than the individual. This patriarchal dimension of the Protestant ethic has usually been neglected in sociological discussion, but see Thomas 1958, 1959, 1977, Thompson 1977b, Robotham 1977, Rapp 1983, Stone 1977, as well as Hill, but it was crucial, not least in its implications for state formation. We will see later that similar household paradigms continued to structure, for instance, 19th century franchise reform. The Crown was naturally subordinated to Parliament. Legislation against non-parliamentary taxation was confirmed in 1660, so was legislation against royal monopolies, hitherto an important source of revenue and patronage. Abolition of the Court of Wards, and of feudal tenures, 1646, Conrumd 1660, deprived the Crown of feudal revenues. Compensation for wardships by excise further increased royal dependence on Parliament. Excise, a form of tax based on consumption rather than status, from which unconsumed wealth, in other words, capital, was exempt, also has a deeper cultural significance. Acceptance of this principle marks the transition from a hierarchical, functional, estate's conception of society, in which the duty of the poor is to labor rather than to pay taxes, to a theory of society as composed of individual atoms, with rights to be recognized by the state which must be paid for, a Ritz-Hotel view of society. Equality before the law and excise are expressions of the same mode of thought. Hill 1969a, 182, after 1660 the king could no longer live off his own, henceforth he became dependent on a parliamentary civil list, a salaried official, the RST civil servant, Hill 1955, 59. Anti-monopoly legislation also removed the Crown's ability to regulate economic activity independently of Parliament. Whatever the economic role of royal monopolies, patents, and licenses may have been under the Tudors, in the changed economic conditions of the late 17th century their curbing almost certainly benefited the growth of capitalist enterprise. Again, the shift in the balance and forms of power was consolidated by the events of 16,884. Two other enduring regulative legacies of the revolutionary years are worthy of particular note. Hill has powerfully argued that abolition of feudal tenures provided a major boost to capitalist agriculture, 1969a, pt 2, ch 3. This measure effectively gave landlords absolute, modern, property rights. Their land became a commodity which could be freely bought, sold, mortgaged. It was also freed from the constraints of wardship and arbitrary death duties. Blackstone thought this a greater acquisition to the civil properties of this kingdom than even Magna Carta itself, quoted in Milsom 1981, 3. The Allied device of strict settlement, Isle argues, facilitated capital accumulation and the consolidation of property which formed the basis for the 18th century Whig oligarchy. Younger sons, meanwhile, were impelled to careers in army, navy, the civil service, and the colonies. The stabilization of landed property in certain families into the 19th century. We shall trace some of the continuing power that went with that in later chapters has recently been demonstrated by Lawrence and Ian A. Stone, 1984, in a study which unfortunately appeared too late for detailed discussion here. At the same time, importantly, smaller landholders did not achieve the same rights. Copyhold was specifically excluded from the 1660 law, while in 1667 legislation did the same for small freeholders without written title, a bourgeois quo warranteur. This facilitated rack renting, evictions and enclosure, and thus the creation of a landless proletariat. Perkins sees abolition of feudal tenures as the decisive change in English history, which made it different from the continent, quoted in Hill 1980b, 116, Robert Brenner considers the English peasant's failure to win security of tenure a mere factor in the rapidity, by comparison with France, of the development of capitalism in England, 1976. Underscore the Second Revolution/Restoration continuity worth highlighting is of economic policies and instruments. The Navigation Acts, 1650, 1651, confirmed and revised 1669, 1661, made possible the closed colonial system. They provided for colonies to be subordinate to Parliament, and all colonial trade to be carried in English ships. Adam Smith thought them perhaps the wisest of all the commercial regulations of England, quoted in Hill 1969a, 155. Hill sees them as marking a transition from an organization based on monopoly companies to a total integration of the country's trade based on national monopoly, with the state playing a leading role. The Navigation Acts created a monopoly big enough to be open to the whole merchant class. They represented a Baconian vision towards which men had long been groping, that state control and direction could stimulate material progress. Ibid. 157. Broucklel's observations, quoted above, p. 9, are worth recalling here. The Dutch War of 1552-4 was the RST state-backed imperialist venture in English history. The Spanish War which followed it England's first state-backed grab for colonies in the New World, Hill 1980b, 117. The capture of Jamaica in 1655 gave England the basis for the slave trade. The Second and Third Dutch Wars broke the Netherlands' hold on the tobacco, sugar, fur, and slave trades. The Portuguese alliance of 1654, consolidated by Charles II's politic marriage to Catherine of Braganza, brought England Bombay, and entry to the Portuguese West African and Brazilian trades. All this anticipates the aggressive commercial foreign policy and wars waged by the English state in the 18th century. Ireland, conquered by Cromwell, remained an English colony. In the 1660s imports of Irish sheep, cattle, and dairy products to England were prohibited. Alter 1689-91 indigenous Irish trade and industry was heavily controlled, not to say, in some cases, destroyed to England's advantage. More detailed arguments on the contribution of the 17th century revolutions to the development of capitalism can be found in Hill's writings. But perhaps, as Hill himself sometimes suggests, see especially his 1980a, the really crucial consequences were cultural. Alter the experience of regicide and republic, the abolition of bishops and House of Lords, the wild, revolutionary ferment of the 1640s in which every heresy under the sun was printed and preached, Hill 1980b, 122, the boundaries of the conceivable had irrevocably altered. And the world could never be the same again, whatever the apparent restorations of form. The ferment of discussion which Milton had welcomed in Areopagitum bubbled on for 8 years or so before the conservatives managed to get the lid back on again. The memory of it faded more slowly and less completely perhaps than the books usually suggest. Blake remembered it, and so did Catherine Macaulay and the Wilksites, Paine and the American Rebels, Thomas Spence, William Godwin, the Corresponding Society, and the Chartists. The young Wordsworth recalled Milton the libertarian, Shelley recalled Milton the defender of regicide. The revolution had shown that the old order was not eternal. The possibility of establishing God's kingdom on earth had been envisaged, especially by those normally excluded from politics. The Long Parliament itself had argued that reason hath no precedent, for reason is the fountain of all just precedents. Levellers, Hobbes, Locke, and many others evolved systems of rational and utilitarian politics. By 1742 David Hume could assume that no one took claims to divine right seriously. Ibid. 133, the revolution, Hill argues, did much to liberate science, now under the patronage of the Royal Society. In the arts, too, it had long-term consequences. The novel, that bourgeois literary form PM excellence, Ibid. 135, had its roots in the spiritual autobiographies of the sectaries and Bunyan's epics of the poor. Milton wrote the last great epics of English literature. The distance between Spenser, Say, and Defoe, Fielding and Richardson, and the modern world, is immense. Holdsworth notes a much increased discussion of public affairs and a veritable explosion of political theory, 1972, Volume 6, 2735. We have pointed, also, to enduring shifts in both rhetorics of state legitimation and modalities of social discipline which have their roots in these years. In many ways, to return to the paradox with which we began this chapter, it can be argued that the new social relations, of production, of social discipline, were so articulated that they profoundly changed the meaning of a state system which seems otherwise to have so little changed, the culture of politics. Does all this, then, amount to a bourgeois revolution? The question is a difficult one to answer. Yes, if by this we mean, and in itself this is a lot, that the events of 1640 through 1688-9 deserve to be called revolutionary, and facilitated the development of capitalism and a wider embourgeoisement of culture and society. On either point there can really be little dispute. See Hill 1955, 1959, 1969a, 1980b. But the appropriateness of the concept, whether as description or explanation, may in other respects be doubted. The notion of a bourgeois revolution popularly conveys the idea of a set-piece struggle between clearly defined class groupings, with the victorious bourgeoisie emerging in secure possession of political power. This clearly was not the situation in 17th century England. It encourages overly neat identification of political actors with connecting social and economic class interests. The evidence militates against any such conclusion here. Finally, and from our point of view most seriously, the very notion of bourgeois revolution suggests a momentary rupture, a deemed and dated event, in which political power visibly changes class hands. Not only is this an implausible description of the events that culminated in the Restoration of 1660 and the readjustment of 1688-9. It also seriously obscures, and massively oversimplifies, the complex and protracted history of state formation and transformation through which capitalist classes did come nally to achieve political dominance in England. When all is said and done, the English Revolution is difficult to tee into such precast models. Though the middling sort were increasingly drawn into its turmoils, and genuinely radical demands and programs did emerge with enduring consequences for later oppositional politics, such institutional and legal legacies of the revolution as survived 1660 for the most part stemmed from initiatives of the natural rulers of the country, the traditional core of the political nation itself. And the basis of these initiatives, in some ways a very conservative one, lay in a national political culture centered on institutions rooted in the long history of medieval and Tudor state formation. Certainly by the mid-17th century this culture was being inflected in a bourgeois direction, as the economic character of the dominant classes, in particular the landed classes, itself changed. Equally, the institutions and culture of English polity were to prove exceedingly suitable vehicles of embourgeoisement. But they were not themselves bourgeois in origin. And it is their adaptability to bourgeois purposes that is, from our point of view, their most interesting feature. The whole burden of our argument is to suggest that for no doubt contingent reasons, in terms of any supposed logic of capitalist development, exactly the singularity of English state formation and state forms, together, certainly, with other peculiarities for the most part not addressed in this book, go far towards explaining why it was specifically in England that modern capitalism was so spectacularly to triumph. So it is, in our view, ultimately unhelpful to try and press the English Revolution into the Procrustean mold of the bourgeois revolution, having only then to qualify it, as one must, as incomplete, a revolution that stopped halfway. The theoretical schemata obscure more than they illuminate. The revolutions of the 17th century were one moment without doubt, a seminal one in the making of Thompson's great arch. They reformed the English state, in some ways dramatically, not for the RST or the last time, But the longue durée is equally pertinent both to explanation of the English Revolution, what made it possible, and why it assumed the forms it did, and to its long-term consequences. Lodes's judicious summary seems to us to make exactly the right emphases. It would be a mistake to underestimate the significance of the king's defeat and death at the hands of his rebellious subjects. Not only had the ultimate proof of accountability been given, but constitutional limitations of a tangible kind unthinkable a century before had been fastened upon the king's authority. Consequently, although much of the Tudor achievement survived, the Tudor monarchy as it had been wielded by Elizabeth and adapted by A.Messi and Charles I perished in the Civil War. In theory and in practice the propertied classes were the great gainers by the Revolution, which in spite of its alarms ended by entrenching them in political power. At the same time, the aristocracy had received a sharp lesson in the dangers which could follow if the lower orders were called in to settle quarrels within the ruling class. The experience was never to be forgotten. In 1660 no less than in 1450, the aristocracy were in command of the political situation. But whereas the feudal magnates of the 15th century had been individuals whose power lay in their own resources, the squires and politicians of the Restoration were masters of a sophisticated constitutional and administrative machine. That machine was primarily the creation of the Tudor monarchy, which, by a long slow process of unification and centralization, had made England the governable entity it was by the late 17th century. That civil order and political obedience to which all the monarchs had contributed from Edward IV onwards had been shaken by the Civil War and its aftermath, but was ultimately strengthened rather than destroyed by the shock. The political system which was to emerge in England between 1660 and 1689 bore little resemblance to the Tudor monarchy in any of its more obvious features, but it was nonetheless rooted in the successes and limitations of the government which they had created. 1977, 460-1. 5. From theater to machine. Old corruption thine, freedom, thine the blessings pictured here, thine are the charms that dazzle and endear. That independence Britons prize too high keeps man from man, and breaks the social tie. The self-dependent lordlings stand alone, all claims that bind and sweeten life unknown. Nor this the worst. As nature's ties decay, as duty, love, and honor fail to sway, fictitious bonds, the bonds of wealth and law, still gather strength, and force unwilling awe. Hence all obedience bows to these alone. And talent sinks, and merit weeps unknown. Till time may come, when stripped of all her charms, the land of scholars, and the nurse of arms, one level sink of avarice shall lie. Oh then how blind to all that truth requires, who think it freedom when apart aspires. Calm is my soul, nor apt to rise in arms, except when last approaching danger warms. But when contending chiefs blockade the throne, contracting regal power to stretch their own, when I behold a faction's band agree to call it freedom when themselves are free, each wanton judge new penal statutes draw, laws grind the poor, and rich men rule the law, the wealth of clerns, where savage nations roam, pillaged from slaves to purchase slaves at home. Have we not seen, round Britain's peopled shore, her useful sons exchanged for useless ore? Seen all her triumphs but destruction haste, like flaring tapers brightening as they waste, seen opulence, her grandeur to maintain, led stern depopulation in her train, and overeld where scattered hamlets rose, in barren solitary PQMP. Oliver Goldsmith, The Traveller, or A Prospect of Society, 1764-5, L. and the History of English State Formation, the century from the Glorious Revolution of 1688-9 to the economical reforms movement of the 17,803-15. In some ways, extraordinarily difficult to deal with; in others Goldsmith's poem, like his The Deserted Village, 1770, says it all. In terms of our overall long waves argument, some parallels can be drawn with the century after the 1530s. The, partially, reconstructed state forms left by the 17th century settlement undoubtedly did in many ways facilitate ongoing social and economic transformations. The 18th century saw the triumph of agrarian and commercial capitalism, and the beginnings of industrial revolution. 17th century reconstruction is most significant for what it allowed and liberty it opened up for men of property in ways we have adumbrated in our last chapter. But beyond this, state activities actively fostered both capitalist enterprise and the consolidation of a bourgeois ruling class and its rule in a variety of more specific ways which we will examine. Yet at the same time, state forms themselves remained largely unrationalized and were in no way a simple instrument of the capitalist classes as a whole who thus benefited from their activities. Is was a very particular political formation, known later as old corruption. As in the later 16th and early 17th centuries, there was an ossification, a stalling, in state formation. Gaps were to open between old corruption and sectors of the dominant and rising classes. A relatively narrow elite, the Whig oligarchy monopolized key positions, and demands for reform arose as the century wore on. The historiographic problem is to relate old corruption to the manifest embourgeoisement of society that did take place during the 18th century, in ways that do not, teleologically, deny or marginalize those very features that made old corruption what it was. Old restrictions on marketing, the facilitation of enclosures, the expansion of empire, they furthered their interests. But at the same time a prolonged period of social stasis is commonly one in which ruling institutions degenerate, corruptions enter, channels of onions silt up, an elite entrenches itself in positions of power. A distance opened up between the majority of the middle and lesser gentry, arid associated groups, and certain great agrarian magnates, privileged merchant capitalists, and their hangers-on, who manipulated the organs of the state in their own private interest. Thompson 1965, 322, all references to Thompson hereafter, in text, citations, and notes, are to E. P. Thompson unless otherwise indicated. Thompson sees old corruption as a specific, historically particular parasitism, a political formation sui generis whose networks of place, pelf, and patronage have been well documented by historians of the period. Taking contemporaries' description seriously, he considers old corruption to be a more serious term of political analysis than is often supposed, for political power throughout most of the 18th century may best be understood, not as a direct organ of any class or interest, but as a secondary political formation, a purchasing point from which other kinds of social and economic power were gained or enhanced. 1978b, 141, notwithstanding certain developments in state formation after the Restoration noted already the rise of the Treasury, the birth of the Board of Trade, and so on. Aylmer argues that a great deal did not change with the 1688 settlement. Offices were still treated much like other pieces of property and most offices continued to rely for payment on fees, gratuities, and perquisites. 1973, 437. This, and an Urier-formed parliament, was the territory on which old corruption could install itself. For much of the century, the state was, not to put too any a point on it, a racket, run by particular groups within the ruling classes largely for their own benefit. But it is not enough to dismiss it with this observation, and see capitalist development as something that occurred entirely independently of this parasitism. Old corruption was conducive to capitalism, if in complex and contradictory ways. Although we agree with the general emphasis, of contemporaries as well as later historians, on the patronage, clientage, placemen, and pluriter features of state employment in the 18th century, two qualifications need to be made. First, financial and administrative support of military and naval forces, and for war, as well as for trade, is central. We will say more on this below. Second, although the unique formation of old corruption, Aylmer's extraordinary patchwork of old and new, useless and efficient, corrupt and honest, was just that, there are some features which deserve mention. Holmes, 1982, ch. 8, cf. Finer 1952b, Paris 1968, Aylmer 1974, 1980 c. NDS. He can support estimates of public servants of some 10,000 in 1688, Gregory King, 12,000 in the mid-1720s, his own estimate, and 16,000 in 1759, Joseph Massey. This compares with the severe underestimate of 1,797 of 16,267 reported in an official return of 1,828, quoted in Gretton 1913, 111, Cohen 1941, 23. Equally significant is Holronese's demonstration of a number of individual, familial, and intergenerational official careers over decades, and his discussion of the stratification within the public officials. The overwhelming majority earned between £40 and £80 a year. For 506 posts in 1727, he has found 301 with between £100 and £190, mostly at the bottom end. A further 121 cases of between £200 and £450 a year, with only 84 being paid £500 a year or more, and only 24 of these receiving more than £1,000, Holmes 1982, 256-7. As he goes on to stress, and to demonstrate with many examples, some of the most prosperous civil servants were in offices where the rewards lay entirely in fees and commission, and others were allowed to boost their income by fees. Of course, this hierarchization was previously and still remains a persistent feature of state employment. William Farr's inquiry of 1,846 found of 13,540 assessed posts, 8,704 with salaries not exceeding £100 pa. Being paid a total of £18,791 pa, and 4,836 with salaries above £100, being paid a total of £1,278,806, Farr 1,848, 113. Between 1947 and 1968 the administrative class of the civil service was never more than 1% of all civil servants, that is never more than 3,100 individuals in a total non-industrial civil service which, excluding the post office, was always around 500,000 people or more. Fulton Report 1966, Volume 4, C.F. Kelsall 1966, Chapman 1970, Kellner and Crowther Hunt 1980. Plus G.A. change. A number of commentators stress the importance of what is portrayed, misleadingly, in our view as the weakness of English state formation at this point in its history, the implied comparison being with strongly centralized and bureaucratized European absolutisms. Thus Aylmer emphasizes that office holding was not so fatally attractive as to draw too many of the ablest people away from other pursuits. The burden of the state on society, though greater than previously, was not economically crippling. 1974, 259. Porter, 1982, 391, after Peter Mathias, reckons state expenditure as increasing from £6.1 Rn in the first decade of the century to over £20 million in the ninth, over £33 million in the last, and over £60 million in the first decade of the 19th century. Thompson argues that it was land that remained central in the theatrical circuit's land money politics office honors title. It was both the jumping off point for power and office, and the point to which power and office returned. This was the predatory phase of agrarian and commercial capitalism, and the state itself was the prime object of prey. Thompson 1978b, 139, in this context, he considers, old corrupti 0n's greatest source pf strength lay in precisely the weakness of the st0c Euro 41s Euro lfi in tive desuetude of its paternal, bureaucratic, and protectionist powers, i.d. the license it afforded to agrarian, mercantile and manufacturing capitalism to get on with their own self-reproduction, in the fertile soil which it afforded to laissez-faire. Ibid. 141. Braudel makes a similar point. On a more general level, the modern state, which did not create capitalism but only inherited it, sometimes acts in its favor and at other times acts against RT, it sometimes allows capitalism to expand and at other times destroys its mainspring. Capitalism only triumphs when it becomes identified with the state, when it is the state. In England, he thinks, this happened after 1688, 1977, 64-5. But, he adds, the growth and success of capitalism require certain social conditions. They require a certain tranquility in the social order and a certain neutrality, or weakness, or permissiveness by the state, Ibid. 74, and England was relatively singular 11L this latter respect. All this suggests that where old corruption was most important was in its non-intervention in civil society, its leaving private business alone, that the significance of the 17th century settlement was the largely negative one of removing constraints which had previously impeded capitalist development. In one important sense this is true. As Lipson argued, 1946-165, the 18th century saw the triumph of laissez-faire, capitalist enterprise, whether agrarian, commercial or manufacturing, was certainly less hamstrung by state regulation than at any time previously. But this should not be taken to imply an absence of Siam regulation as such. We would argue that weakness one's the wrong term, permissiveness is closer with the proviso that what was permitted for some was experienced as imposition for most. What appears as the weakness of the 18th century state system, glancing over our shoulders at European absolutisms, was in fact its openness to men of different kinds of property, and this openness was precisely its strength. Exactly the archaic, unbureaucratized, flexibilities of English state forms were practically and representationally far more co-1-1 Euro I0 capitalist transformation than any absolutism, fostering and rewarding certain kinds of privateering initiative and enterprise. In part, what we are witnessing here is the construction of the typical state/economy relation of bourgeois societies, whereby the former secures the conditions in which the latter can freely operate, through the enaction of older forms. This needs qualifying, however, in two ways, both for this period and in general. First, to create and sustain those conditions entails extensive state activity, by a state which is strong enough to do the job. One index of states 6 here is precisely their ability to naturalize such conditions constituting, for instance, certain forms of property as natural rights of man, in such a way that their agency is forgotten. Much 18th century struggle was around precisely this sort of moral regulation. Second, notwithstanding the general paradigm of laissez-faire, specific state policies aided denied capitalist interests in ways that are not always sufficiently acknowledged. Thompson is clear on both points. Indeed, that state, buckled as it was in its bureaucratic and rationalizing functions, was immensely strong and effective as an auxiliary instrument of production in its own right, in breaking open the paths for commercial imperialism, in imposing enclosure upon the countryside, and in facilitating the accumulation and movement of capital, both through its banking and funding functions and, more bluntly, through the parasitic extractions of its own officers. It is this specific combination of weakness and strength which provides the general illumination in which all colors of that century are plunged. 197,811, 162, finally, we would argue that this particular state formation, in its institutions and its imagery, was one focus or embodiment and itself an almost theatrical representation of the actual moral relations through which, in England, capitalist transformation historically proceeded. Sociological models can sometimes encourage overly neat notions of transition from community to cash nexus. The reality is more complicated. Notions of propriety and deference materialized in the seemingly arcane state relations of old corruption as well as the moral worth of money so evidently paraded there were means through which 18th century English social relations were reconstructed along capitalist lines, cementing the ruling class and hegemonizing the ruled. Again we stress our general theme of state formation as cultural revolution. In the 18th century, we can very clearly see the latter as organized forms of cultural production, and the products are within and around us still, we use and exchange them every day. As so often in England, revolutionary transformations were accomplished, and concealed, through new uses of old forms and the tracing of 1,000 lineages from the passel. J. H. Chenese concludes his book The Origins of the Modern European State, 1450 to 1725, 1974, with the following quotation from Hobbes: "This is the generation of the great Leviathan, or rather, to speak more reverently, of that mortal God, to which we owe under the immortal God, our peace and defense." In England by the beginning of the 18th century, this 2npersonal body, mutated from the second body theory of Tudor rule, the king's body politic, via the English Revolution III, entailed a particular theory of parliamentary sovereignty. Parliament, as we saw in the last chapter, was both freer of royal control than ever before and securely representative of the landed classes. The active peerage numbered about 130, a body small enough, as Plum comments, 1950, 34, to know all about one another. As regards the Commons, an Act of 1711 established a landed qualification of £600 pa for a knight of the shire and £300 for a burgess. The Septennial Act of 1716 raised the price of a seat in the Commons. By the end of the century, a borough seat was estimated to cost some £5,000. County elections were effectively decided by country gentlemen, their power over those of their tenants who could vote, on what was anyway a narrow franchise, was such that Namier thought that not more than 1 in 20 voters at county elections could exercise his statutory rights, quoted in Hill 1969a, 218. After 1720 most borough elections were not contested. For much of the century Parliament was run by the Whig oligarchy. For all practical purposes England was a uniparty state, ibid. The Privy Council was no longer the central organ of government, though it remains important, to the present day, as a legitimating and enabling form. The core of administration, in the 18th century, lay within inner cabinet of the Secretaries of State, the Lord Chancellor, the Lord Privy Seal, the Lord President of the Council, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Plum 1950, 49 ff. These and other ministers were appointed and dismissed by the king, and dependent for their powers largely on the royal prerogative, but they were answerable in the null analysis to Parliament, which thus had an effective veto over ministerial appointments. The king's pardon was no plea to any act his ministers might have committed. It is worth noting, here, as part of the extraordinary patchwork, just how unbureaucratized much in the functioning of central state forms remained for most of the 18th century. Roman numerals, courthand, and tallies continued to be used in the exchequer. Precisely because of the state forms we have analyzed in earlier chapters, this theory and practice of sovereignty inflected what might have become a specific personalized absolutism into forms of rule which, employing the same rhetoric of reasons of state, legitimized the rights of the political nation. These reasons had already been codied in England, and simultaneously made features of the sinews of impersonal power. Milsom, 1981, 4, argues that private law supposes an economy based upon the exercise of private rights, as opposed to the management of resources understood to be ultimately at the disposal of authority. For Koch, the common law is the absolute perfection of reason itself, quoted in Hill 1965, 250. But, as Hill brilliantly argues, rationality is a social concept, and social divisions in England, and elsewhere, were producing conceptions of what was rational which were so different that in the last resort only force could decide between them. The reasonableness of the sanctity of private property was imposed by the pikes of the new model army and confirmed by Dutch William's mercenaries. Hill 1965, Z54, cf. Hill 1967, L 969L. The key question then, as now as Hobbes and others realized, was who is to interpret. Hill 1965, 254. The period from the settlement of the late 17th century until the economical reforms of the 1780s can best be understood, for our purposes, as that of a double consolidation of certain relations or production simultaneously involving property and labor. The conronation of the enforced legitimacy of certain property forms carried with it dramatic consequences for the labor regimes of the majority of the population. If we crudely characterize the social relations of feudalism as deemed by land and service, the long transformation continues by their redefinition, through existing state forms, as landed property and labor discipline. This redefinition was materialized through a range of theatrical representations as social propriety and deference. It is important to understand the latter not as mere feudal relics, but as integral to the moral relations of 18th century agrarian capitalism. Old corruption was one such theater, another was the gallows tree at Tyburn. Here more than ever, as Christopher Hill's work on the period from the 1530s and Thompson's from the early 18th century taken together demonstrate, we have to understand the meaning of state forms through their materialization in the historical experience of different social groups. Later, one form of this discipline will be theorized as political economy, and used against old corruption, as more archetypally capitalist urban and contractual forms of labor relation emerge. But for much of the 18th century the constitution of a capitalist ethos is expressed in other terms, drawing on paternalist paradigms of master and servant, old corruption 95, even if this was often more a matter of style than substance, and under increasing strain from the growth of free and mobile labor. As Thompson emphasizes, this was not an easy or quick transition. Hill has reminded us of the long resistance made by the free-born Englishmen against the pottage of free wage labor, in his 1967. One should note equally the long resistance made by their masters against some of its consequences. These wished devoutly to have the best of both the old world and the new, without the disadvantages of either. They clung to the image of the laborer as an unfree man, a servant in husbandry, in the workshop, in the house. They clung simultaneously to the image of the free or masterless man as a vagabond, to be disciplined, whipped, and compelled to work. 1974, 382-3, recent studies of dominant notions of property in this period along with their necessary complement, studies of crime and protest have tended to confirm Hill's definition of the bourgeois conception of liberty, the right to be left alone, to work, to make money, to trade freely, 1977, 263. As John Commons concluded his classic study leg/ZL Foundations of Capitalism, economic theory, like legal theory, started with liberty rather than purpose. Liberty is the individual's absence of physical coercion, especially in England after the Act of Settlement 1701. The rights which it afforded came to be looked upon as a natural right of man, in the sense, not of an ideal that man ought to have by the aid of government, but in the sense of something which he previously had by nature and was deprived of by government. 1924, 385, the other side of such liberty social discipline is well illustrated by a passage from Blackstone's Commentaries, 1765, with which Sir Basil Thomson begins his illuminating the story of Scotland Yard. This draws attention to that wider meaning of policing, and police, so central to the 200 years of state formation from the 1680s onwards. By public police and economy I mean the due regulation and domestic order of the kingdom, whereby the individuals of the state, like members of a well-governed family, are bound to conform their general behavior to the rule of propriety, good neighborhood, and good manners, to be decent, industrious in their respective stations. Thomson 1935, 3, that, in many ways, is what this book as a whole is about. Lt was, we should interact, the natural rights of men that were being formed and confirmed during this period. Blackstone's well-governed family was patriarchal. But the crucial point that emerges from both these quotes is the way liberty and property were simply, there for some men, gentry, governors, rulers, regulators, and the rule of propriety takes this natural order for granted. Point 7 We are not the RST to observe LHZLTQT property, owning, being owned, and propriety, correctness of our or morals, have the same etymological root. State activities were central to the naturalization of both. Property extended and protected by law is the key to the puzzle of naturrechts, for some men, within the old administrative system, Aylmer 1961, 467, Plum 1963, ch 6, 1967, ch 4. The prime force aufgeschlotet was law, the strongest limb of the body politic, Brewer and Thies 1980, 13, and the law was elevated during this century to a ROE more prominent than at any other period of our history, Thompson 1978b, 144. The problem was twofold: to legitimate the rights of property, the natural rights, much discussed, in fact applied only if logi forms as where shall see, and to police the laboring poor mtgt 16_a ituation of their stations. The freeing of production forms and reations entails consistent state activity, Polanyi 1945, ch 5, Hill 11, 69 at pt 4, enshrined in legal enactment, in a code. Conventional testergography has been much concerned to show how this century OSTA1 ity demonstrates what Holdsworth considers adaptation, 1924, 6, and Lord_11 SIIC 8 Scarman calls the superb flexibility, quoted in Griffith 1975, 38, cf. Griffith 1977b, 1978, of English Law. 8 Weber, commenting on the less rational and less bureaucratic idicature of England is more perceptive. Capitalism in England, however, could quite easily come to terms with this, especially because the nature of the court constitution and of the trial procedure up to the modern period amounted to a far-going denial of justice to the economically weak groups. 1914b, 218, property rights were experienced as negative legal regulation by the general population in terms of the poor law, apprenticeship, hours and wage of work, and a more diffuse moral regulation. But the great catastrophe which above all pervades the 18th century is the eclaration of that great freeing of labor, and thus making of abolir power, that divides wage laboring from generalized poverty, Teong movement from service to employment, from provision to production/consumption, from political theater to the individualism, and special associationism, of the vote. Enclosures. John Clare, describing his own experience in 1809, sums it up well: enclosure came, and trampled on the grave labor's rights, and left the poor a slave, quoted in Harrison 1984, 230, a ton corruption 97. By 1809 it was indeed the grave of labor's rights that were being trampled upon, since enclosures can now be seen as part of a wider transformation. Enclosures are widely understood to relate to two phases, and two forms, in English historical experience: RST, that of the nobility in the Tudor and early Stuart period, accomplished by personalized pluriter L degree; second, that of the 18th century, favoring the capitalist gentry/tenant farmer group, and accomplished by statute law. For Marx, the specific novelty of the 18th century is that the law itself becomes now the instrument of the theft of the people's land, 1867, 724. This grasps important truths, both as to the periodization. The last act against depopulation consequent on enclosure was passed in 1597, all anti-enclosure statutes repealed in 1624, and forms of enclosure, and as to the class character of 18th century parliament and law. But we would want to qualify it in two ways, consonant with our general emphases. First, some of the activity of king/crown, and the sovereign parliament, is clearly of a similar form to enclosures, both for earlier periods, quo warranto, valor ecclesiasticus, distribution of confiscated or forfeit lands within England and beyond, and during and later than the 18th century, after the 1715 and 1745 in Scotland, plantations in Ireland, land companies in Africa, Canada, Australia. This underlines our general stress on the uniqueness of royal, then state, power and its enabling consequences for de nationoi. Property forms. Second, for the dispossessed and cleared. The differences between these forms and periods may have been slight indeed, both as to the magnitude of the loss and as to their conceptions of law, politics, and state legitimacy. Enclosure and engrossing can be traced from the 13th until the late 20th century. Hoskins, 1977, 185, estimates that before 1760 some 400,000 acres of open eld had been enclosed by Z50 acts. Between 1761 and 1844 some 2,500 acts dealt with more than 4 million acres of open eld, and after the General Enclosure Act of 1845 there were a further 164 acts covering some 2 million more acres of open eld. That is, after 1700 almost half the arable land of England was converted from one system to the other. As late as 1794, according to Mantoux, 1928, 148, the open field system still prevailed in 4,500 out of 8,500 English parishes. As to waste lands, some 1,800 acts after 1760 covered about 2 million acres. Taking both together we are talking of over 6 million acres and over 4,000 acres, largely between 1760 and 1845. Mantoux estimates that some 40,000 to 50,000 small farms also disappeared through engrossing during the 18th century. These Acts of Parliament operate within wider elds of force which effectively naturalize and legitimize some material interests as proper. 98 A ton corruption, hence moral, whilst simultaneously making others unnatural, criminal, illegitimate, and immoral, even heathen and indole. The disciplinary significance of enclosures is not an invention of latter-day historians. Enclosure of commons was praised by contemporaries because it forced laborers to work every day in the year. Their children will be put out to labor early. By depriving the lower orders of any chance of economic independence, the subordination of the lower ranks of society would be thereby considerably secured. These illuminating phrases come from Official Board of Agriculture reports. Hill 1969a, 269-70, the law was used not only to privatize as property what had been commonly enjoyed, but also and inseparably to render as crimes what had been customary rights, and to execute, transport or condemn to the hulks those subsequently criminalized. Between 1688 and 1820 the number of capital statutes grew from around 50 to over 200, the vast hulk of the additions concerned offences against property, Hay 1977, 18. By 1740 it was a capital offence to steal property worth 1 shilling. Food rioters and machine breakers faced the death sentence, and enclosure rioters transportation. A mass of capital statutes were passed by Parliament to protect specific kinds of property, often without debate. With the development of banking similar protection was given against forgeries and frauds. Many 18th century statutes removed the right of benefit of clergy from particular kinds of larceny. The Black Act of 1723, studied in detail by Thompson, created some 50 new capital offences at a stroke. According to Radzinowas, it is very doubtful whether any other country possessed a criminal code with anything like so many capital provisions as there were in this single statute, quoted in Thompson 1977a, 23, emphasis added, but what is of equal interest is the casualness with which it passed Parliament, Nem. C011, without a division or serious debate. Locke's view that government has no other end but the preservation of property, quoted in Hay 1977, 18, was the common sense of the governing classes. By an act of 1726 use violence in labor disputes carried a sentence of 14 years transportation. Workers' combinations were statutorily outlawed in tailoring in 1720, weaving and wool combining in 1726, silk, linen, cotton, fustian, iron, leather and other industries in 1749, and hat making in 1777, Hill 1969a, 266-7. As to enforcement, at local level much remained in the hands of _LPS, acting singly, in pairs or in quarter sessions. At this period they nakedly represented gentry interests, at least in the countryside. Assizes, the only point of contact for most people with the central Liotocoms of Ryoi 99 state, were, as we have noted for previous centuries, occasions of great pomp and ceremonial. Blackstone was aware of how the novelty and very parade of their appearance have no small influence upon the multitude, quoted in Hay 1977, 27. The awesome centerpiece of the assizes was the ritual surrounding pronouncement of the death sentence. Executions were spectacles, and, in Thompson's words, the ritual of public was a necessary concomitant of a system of social discipline where a great deal depended upon theatre, 1974, 390. Until 1790 women found guilty of high and petty treason could be burned with until dead. The last such burning took place in 1789, Baker 1977, 307, RI 161. Men found guilty of high treason were hung, drawn, and quartered, for petty treason merely hung and drawn, for a felony simply hung. The last public hanging was in 1868, Best 1971, Z73. For petty crimes and misdemeanors branding, whipping, not fully abolished until I 948, knees and the pillory, used until the 1830s, were common. Transportation was on offer instead of both death and branding from the early decades of the 18th century, along with work in the hulks and penitentiaries from the 1770s. Proyan suicides could be buried at crossroads with a stake through their hearts until 182, Westermark 1917, 256. Ritualized terror was central to the rhetoric and the rule of law. But it was not the only element in the drama. Douglas Play, in an extremely sensitive essay, draws out a number of other important points. First, he emphasizes the majesty of the law. Its rituals, in his judgment, echoed many of the most powerful psychic components of religion, on which in some cases assize sermons, priests attending on the scaffold they drew, underlining the law's transcendent quality. Execution was a fate decreed not by men. Lee_1_YL3Y God and Justice, 1977, Z9. The strict, which is not to say fair, procedural rules of trial strengthened the illusion that the law was the law, before which all were equal and all equally powerless, the judges its creatures rather than the law the creature of their class. This was buttressed by an extremely pervasive rhetorical tradition, with deep historical roots. The law was held to be the guardian of Englishmen, of all Englishmen. Gentlemen held this as an unquestionable belief. That belief, too, gave the ideology of justice an integrity which no self-conscious manipulation could alone sustain. Ibid, 35. We have commented sufficiently on these deep historical roots and the ideologies they sustained in previous chapters. Celebrated cases, whether the execution, for murdering his steward, of Lord Ferrers in 1760, like a common felon, at Tyburn, or the acquittal of the leaders of the London Corresponding Society by a Middlesex jury in 1794 were frequently invoked to conream the law's dispassionate quality. Second, Hay draws attention to the dispensation of mercy integral to 18th century law. PS had great latitude acting out of formal sessions. Juries, and to a lesser extent judges, were often lenient. Suicides were often found to be of unsound mind. Baker estimates only 10 to 20% of those convicted of capital offenses were sentenced to death, and of those only some 50% or 30% by the later 18th century, were actually executed. Critics of the Warwick School make much of this. Hay's argument, however, is that such mercy does nothing to qualify power, it is itself a mode of control, and one central to the patriarchal imagery of order in 18th century England. Since in England, unlike France, prosecutions were mainly private, gentlemen could decide not to prosecute, their word, as character witnesses, could influence juries not to convict, or judges to recommend pardons, which were very common. Such acts bridged great vertical distances in the social order, but they did so, Hay argues, in a way that helped create the mental structure of paternalism, Ibid. 42, cementing dependence with gratitude and qualifying the impersonal transcendent rigor of the law with personalized intercession. We have here something far stronger than coercion alone. What was substantially a class justice was right and legitimized in impersonal, majestic, and terrible forms. Where it was personalized as patrician benevolence and merciful dispensation. As Hay summarizes it, a ruling class organizes its power in the state. The sanction of the state is force, but it is force that is legitimized, however imperfectly, and therefore the state deals also in ideologies. Loyalties do not grow simply in complex societies, they are twisted, invoked, and often consciously created. 18th century England was not a free market of patronage relations. It was a society with a bloody penal code, an astute ruling class who manipulated it to their advantage, and a people schooled in the lessons of justice, terror, and mercy. The benevolence of rich men to poor, and all the ramifications of patronage, were upheld by the sanction of the gallows and the rhetoric of the death sentence. Ibid. 62-3, cf. Linnebaugh 1968, Thompson 1974, 1977a, 1978b, along with this normalized surveillance, regulation, and ritualized punishment, there were the larger events such as the defeated 1715 and 1745 revolutionary risings in Scotland. After the 45 Preble, 1961, 233, estimates there to have been 3,470 prisoners. Of those whose fate is known, 2,786, 120 were publicly and ritually executed, Ibid. 261 ff, 936 transported, 222 banished and 1,287 released or exchanged. Scotland and England had been unit in 1707, in the process increasing what was already the largest free trade area in the world, Hill 1969a, 224. The defeat of the 45 brought an extension of London influence over the Highlands of Scotland similar to that which the outcome of the Civil War had brought to the dark corners of northern and western England a century earlier, Ibid. 225. London itself had a population of around 500,000 in 1700, compared with around 200,000 in 1600, and nearly 1 million by 1800. In contrast, no other city had more than 30,000 people. Most towns had populations of 5,000 or less. Although urbanization is a phenomenon of the 19th century, we might register here that concern with the specifically urban features of improvement is not absent from the 18th. Falkasell's instances specific improvement commissioners for London and Westminster from 1662 and for other towns from 1725. Noting that the annual register for 1761 had argued several great cities, and we might add many poor country towns, seemed to be universally inspired with the ambition of becoming little Londons, 1976, 259, he goes on to argue, after 1762 the granting of Improvement Acts becomes a regular feature of most parliamentary sessions. In total more than 100 separate bodies of improvement commissioners were set up in towns throughout Britain between 1750 and 1800. p. 264, town improvement was a marked feature, rather neglected by historians, of urban growth in the 18th century. It affected towns of all kinds and sizes. p. 270, alongside this formal, state-supported improvement, another facet of the moral revolution of 1688, Ballman 1957, was the Societies for the Reformation of Manners, partially revived within Methodism in the 1750s and again in the form of the Society for the Suppression of Vice and Immorality, 1802 onwards. Specific features of the making of this bourgeois ethos can be traced through various sources, whether that of the RST great apologist, as G.D.H. Cole considered Defoe, 1928, X, of the entrepreneurial class, Mantua's Surveys, 1928, pt. 3, ch. 2, or more recent detailed work, such as that of Nicholas Rogers on 18th Century London, 1978, 1979, which NDS distinct but overlapping fractions of the capitalist class evident by the early 18th century, and the dominant ethos of the society. Bourgeois and plutocratic, 1979, 453-4. A brief word ought also to be said here on direct state fostering of commerce. Walpole removed all export duties on British manufactures and corn, and some duties on imported raw materials for manufacture. An Act of 1719 forbade workmen from taking their skills abroad. It was at one time an offence to shear sheep within 4 miles of the coast in case their eases should be smuggled overseas. Both exemplify a widespread attitude of national protectionism. Foreign policy through the century was not consistent. Hill, 1969a, pt 4, ch 3, shows the interplay of war and peace lobbies, and their respective connections with commercial and landed interests. But English wars led to the capture of new territories and markets. The War of Spanish Succession gave England the asiento, the monopoly of carrying slaves to the Spanish Americas. England became the world's leading slave trading nation. After 1730, Parliament granted £10,000 pa for the building of forts, to protect slaving interests, on the Gold Coast. Recapture of Canada from the French in the 7 Years' War opened up new markets for English manufacturers, and access to sh and fur trades. Exports to North America grew appreciably over the century. From 1699 onwards, colonial manufactures and exports from there were heavily regulated and at times suppressed. See Hill 1969a, 235-6, where they conflicted with English interests. Clive's conquest in India stimulated more direct state intervention in the affairs of the East India Company, empowered to tax and wage war by charter in 1661, from 1766 onwards, cf. Misra 1959. Contemporaries were blind neither to the importance of commerce, nor to the role the state could play in promoting it, whatever their disagreements on how this should best be done. The Duke of Newcastle, who effectively controlled government patronage for 40 years after he became Secretary of State in 1724, was bred up to think that the trade of this nation is the sole support of it, and endeavored always to contribute all that was in my power to the encouragement and extension of the trade and commerce of these kingdoms. Hill 1969a, 226-7. Old corruption was a funnel through which mercantile wealth and colonial plunder found its way into politics. Clive, for instance, buying himself a parliamentary seat and then a peerage, cementing the ruling class. Before we leave this particular, unique form of state old corruption, a more general emphasis, implicit in much of the above, is called for. We thoroughly endorse the arguments of those who have pointed to the peculiarly ritualized, theatrical qualities of 18th century rule. The theater of law was one part of this, the rituals of conspicuous display and ornamentation, the much remarked civilized tone of 18th century upper-class life, fenced-off parks, elegant mansions with their classical facades and formal gardens, the hunt, the reserved pews, and late entries, at church, coaches, footmen, wigs and powder, another. This social style effortlessly blended the rural paternal and urban sophisticated. Integral to it were the London season, the stately provincial watering places, the rites of passage of Oxford and Cambridge and the Inns of Court. Thompson 1965, 42-4, or any of Lane Austen's novels. For Thompson, 1974, cf. Spec 1977, 53 ff, Money 1979, there was a complex theatrical reciprocity between patrician society and plebeian culture during this period, a studied and elaborate hegemonic style, a theatrical role in which the great were schooled in infancy and which they maintained until death, intersecting uneasily with the robust and profane popular culture, such as, quintessentially, at Tyburn, a performance of highly differential significance, see Linnebaugh 1975. These representational, i.e. performed and visible features of power pervade written and visual images of the time. Both the visibility of success and power, and the rituals of punishment carry forward crucial symbols of legitimacy which are not absent from English state forms in the 20th century, however much a different language, of system, bureaucracy, and efficiency, may seem apposite. Hogarth plays brilliantly with this difference between those who behold, whom he often satirizes without mercy, and those who are spectacles, whether objects of pity or objects of menace. For Goldsmith, the deserted village here, while the proud their long-drawn pomps display, there the black gibbet glorns beside the way. But we think the theatrical, ritualized, performed, beijhotstignied, features of these state forms must be emphasized for two further reasons. First, and most importantly, in providing a repertoire of collective representations, and Durkheim's concept is a very literal one here, a particular moral order is being made. This moral order is a material constituent of the consolidation of men of different kinds of property, and provides the code for the subsequent moralization of others. The 18th-century-old corruption rituals and theater, and the continuities, real and constructed on which they were built, provided an ethos and imagery for the state which did not disappear with the rational system built from the 1830s onwards. The dignified, irrational, pomp and circumstance features such a sore trial to the systematizing mind, and so constantly demoniacal as feudal relics, enabled the sponsored unification of the ruling classes, old and new, as a historic bloc, establishing a particular form of civilization, politics, culture, nationality, English, in short. And this was in turn later to facilitate an extended, sponsored admission of the non-propertied into the political nation, from 1867, allowing a peculiar constitutional recognition of labor. This perspective is drawn from Durkheim, not the Durkheim misused in discussions of the death of Queen Victoria, the coronation of Elizabeth II, or the wedding of Charles Windsor to Diana Spencer as collective celebrations of solidarity, but the Durkheim superbly drawn upon by Lukes, the ritual of elections, alongside that within legislatures, law courts and the administration. Plays a significant role in legitimating and perpetuating the pole 1 UC, XL paradigms or representations collectives which contribute to the stability of the political system. 1975, 305. Our second reason for emphasizing this theatricality is because it was a pervasive metaphor in the crucial civic philosophy and sociological theorizing of the Scottish moral philosophers, to which we now turn. Their work is doubly significant for our purposes. First, in the way it, for the RST time, theorizes much of what we have tried to describe the Scottish philosophers were, in many ways, the RST sociologists of capitalist civilization, and second, as a watershed, a turning point, in which many of the motifs of the 19th century revolution in government are prefigured. For these reasons this work is worth discussing in some detail. Frederick Jameson has written, philosophical thinking, if pursued far enough, turns into historical thinking, and the understanding of abstract thought ultimately resolves itself back into an awareness of the content of that thought, which is to say, of the basic historical situation in which it took place. 1971, 345, C.F. Clarke 1927, 23, the social situation of the Scottish Enlightenment was the enormous great leap forward in Scotland after the Fortive, Youngson 1973, especially in the Scottish universities and intellectual life generally. This was much fostered by a classic instance of English state formation as cultural revolution. The clans were disarmed, hereditary jurisdictions and military service were abolished. Estates were confiscated and sold to moneyed lowlanders. New roads and bridges were built, judges went on circuit, Highlanders were forcibly educated in English. Dr. Johnson noted the social consequences. When the power of birth and station ceases, no hope remains but from the prevalence of money. The chiefs, divested of their prerogatives, turn their thoughts to the improvement of their revenues, and expect more rent as they have less homage. The evictions and depopulation which followed were the work of the chiefs themselves, degenerated from patriarchal rulers to rapacious landlords. Hill 19692, 224-5, later tartans were to become acceptable, even fashionable, within a radically changed set of relations and significances. The present English Queen, Elizabeth L. of Scotland, it might be said, annually does oi.d corruption 105 her time at Baltmoral, while the Prince of Wales can be seen reading self-penned stories set in the Highlands, on BBC children's television, attired in kilt and sporran. The show must go on. Smith, Hume, Kames, Ferguson, Miller, and their key later popularizer, Dugald Stewart, were as much historians better, perhaps, sociological historians as they were philosophers. But and this is not simply wordplay. We might also reverse the opening of Amison's comment, since their historical thinking was pursued far enough to eventuate in a philosophical vocabulary, a moral code, no less, without which the forms, timber and practices of the 18305 revolution in government, which we examine in our next chapter, cannot be understood. Speaking crudely, and mobilizing the recognition of differential moral codes so central to the work of Thompson and others, we should understand what later became celebrated and dominant as political economy to be simultaneously the discovery of economy, and the economy argued for as a self-sufficing private realm governed by the laws of the market, and a politicization of a moral code, entailing specific forms of policing, which makes that possible. The theories of the Scottish moralists entailed a doubling of their theoretical reflections upon history, which was comparative sociology, we should note, a major instance of that learning from abroad often crucial to state formation. If one side of their flag is emblazoned with commerce, the other says civilization. The fabric of the flag is liberty, which if 1/6 peer closely at the stitching turns out to be law. The market is made, some men must be free, to constrain other men and almost all women, thereby to construct progress. Somewhere between the 17,405 and 1,850, and it would be foolish to be more precise, history changes gear. Where it had been a moving on from, it became a rushing forward towards improvement of that which exists, becomes progress towards an end state. Since 1945 there has been the much remarked ending of this onrushing historious progress, to fracture, splinter and divide as either one damn thing after another / not having done too badly, said with a smile, but nonetheless sadly or futurology. The triumph of Monetarism, along with radically restructured state forms and new kinds of cultural formation, seals this as securely as any kingly seal. The enchantment of Monetarism, as Wilhelm Reich so perceptively noted of fascism, is oriented to the past, to securing the old verities, the old standards. It is a social equivalent of that worldwide back-to-basics movement in state-provided educational systems. But in between times, from the 1760s until the 19,605, being crude again in order to be clear, political economy provided a moral rhetoric, a theatrical repertoire, a secular equivalent for religion that linked the facts of commerce to the promise of liberty. Progress, it was frequently said, would deliver the goods. Now skull policing and a language of necessity reign supreme. But we anticipate too much. Smith, drawing like Hume, 1754, cf. Forbes 1970, on the historical experience of the making of the English ruling class. That yet to be written multi-volume work which this book attempts to annotate relates commerce and liberty, where the former is widely developed and institutionally secured, then the latter flourishes. In 90% of later interpretations of Smith it is simply the achieved and accomplished phenomena that are taken to be his theoretical and prescriptive centerpiece. But Smith, and the others, read, that is to say, construct their histories to demonstrate how a set of intervening variables link the causal primacy of commerce to a certain liberty. Taken together, this is the civilization they seek to prescribe and celebrate. Central to it is a theory of human nature, but as central is an understanding of state forms, that optimal institutional structure, Rosenberg 1960, Forbes 1975, Winch 1978, which makes it possible for the shun of the self-regulating market to operate as if it were possible naturally. The market is a regulated social relation policed by force and moralized by a willing discipline, that specific dialectic oi force and will, coercion and consent. And how much would we learn by reading the moral philosophers and philosophical radicals as to they were Gramsci? Has to be sustained, reconstructed, extended, and generally kept up to date. Cultural politics since the 1760s can be taken to register the dangerous degree to which the principles at the heart of this justifying rhetoric can be imbibed in their necessary abstraction and then applied back to the real social situation of coercive disadvantage. If labor is the source of all value, why are those who labor poor and powerless? If education is necessary to elevate the mind and culture the skill of the person, why does that education not include the principles of social structuring, the division of the fruits of labor, the tyranny of men over women? But something else, of equal import, is also going on in the Scottish Enlightenment, the recognition of civil society and the announcement of a new reality society as such. Elias, 1939, has persuasively argued the radical division within feudal and early modern civilizations between society, equivalent to the French Le Monde as in, of course, the world of Paris, and the rest, les autres, those without. This society equates with what we have called the political nation. Following the earlier reconceptualization of the population as part creation, part object of state activity, what the Scottish philosophers announce is the recognition of laboring as having to be brought within society. This recognizes, at the same time, that part extension, part upward incorporation of different ruling groups into an historic aucasinario of 107 block, those whose property and activities had to be freed, as the people, or to anticipate a later clarification the public. This block is essentially bourgeois, largely capitalist, forming a natural aristocracy of talent and achievement, and thereby to govern, that is to make in alliance with the older aristocracy, not of talent, one presumes. Rules for the rest, the populace, those who labor. The poor turn out to be necessary. The rituals of rule, that extensive theatricality of state repertoire, are central to this, and involve two forms of spectatorship. Internally to the ruling historic bloc there are orders of status and etiquette, those acting observe one another closely. Externally, for the ruled, there are the spectacles of terror and patronage, punishment and benevolence, along with that form of localized natural policing that allowed the surveillance of this social audience from those on the stage. Smith's Wealth of Nations, 1776, 22 involves all of this, as a reading of his Theory of Moral Sentiments, 1759, Z3, or his lectures on jurisprudence, delivered in the 1760s, shows. These involve a dual orientation towards the law and government. First, they contain a theory of legislation, which Bentham was to make his own territory laws must simultaneously clear away obstructions to the path of commercial progress for those with protable property, the possessive individualism thesis, and these appetites must be further fed by ensuring that those same laws preserve and strengthen property rights against any counterclaims. The freeing of capital entails the imprisonment of labor, free labor now, of course. Second, because this contradiction that social progress, for some men, involves socialized pain, for other men and most women, they contain a theory of education, which was to be central to the 1830s revolution, as we will see. State forms must be created which provide or regulate appropriate cultural forms as a system of instruction and moral training for the young. The state thereby becomes conceptualized as legislator and educator, the latter being necessary to guard against erroneous, dangerous interpretations of the former, for example as to law's systematic class and patriarchal bias. Sometimes this is explicit, and the words will ring oddly to those tuned to the pulpits of Thatcher, Reagan, Mulroney, or Professor Milton Friedman, who end all of this voluntary cooperation. In the 17,605 Adam Smith lectured that, laws and governments may be considered in this and indeed in every case as a combination of the rich to oppress the poor and preserve to themselves the inequality of the goods which would otherwise be soon destroyed by the attacks of the poor, who if not hindered by the government would soon reduce the others to an equality with themselves by open violence. Smith was equally candid about where the wealth of the nation comes from. In an early draft of Wealth of Nations, he wrote, "In a society NB of 100,000 families, there will be perhaps 100 who don't labor at all, and yet, either by violence, or by the orderly oppression of the law, employ a greater part of the labor of the society than any other 10,000 in it." The division of what remains after this enormous defalcation, is by no means made in proportion to the labor of each individual. On the contrary, those who labor most get least. Quoted in WMCH 1978, 88-9, the terms here are worthy of an essay in themselves. Combinations of the rich, as we shall exemplify, morally sanctioned and legally supported, complement anti-combination legislation against the laboring poor/working class, the SARN groups hindered by government and subjected to the orderly oppression of law, in ways we have discussed above. No wonder Marx congratulated Garnier, the French translator of Smith, for using the word society for capital, landed property, and their state, 1867, 363. How classical are these writings of Smith, Bentham, or Ricardo compared with the toadying to the bourgeoisie, as Marx, again, put it, of the mills, Nassau Senior, and the later technicization of economics as merely calculation. See Marx 1873, 1863, Volume 3, 499 ff. In 1776 the year Smith's Wealth of Nations was published, fateful also for George Lye's infamous loss of the American colonies, there appeared the anonymous fragment on government by Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832. With his typical manic modesty he penned around 10 million words at a conservative estimate. Bentham thought this fragment the very RST publication by which men at large were invited to break loose from the trammels of authority and ancestor worship on the eld of law, quoted in Harrison 1948, 30, and 3. The fragment was a commentary on Blackstone, whom Bentham had returned to Oxford to hear lecture, but wreaked it also Bentham's voracious reading of Beccaria, Helvetius, Hartley, Priestley, Hume, Smith, and so on. It enshrines his 1768 great discovery legislation, and begins his elaboration of a science of it, a theory with its own practices, correspondent to discovery and improvement in the natural world, is reformation in the moral. If there be room for making, and if there be use in publishing, discoveries in the natural world, surely there is not much less room for making, not much less use in proposing, reformation in the moral. 177 equals 3, representing here, as always, which is why the curious lineages from Bentham through Whig liberalism to Fabianism are so important to a Tuncoy Orion 109 unravel the edge of radicalism that is progressive. In human terms, Bentham argues against any justifications of social institutions by age, divine laws, or laws of nature. They can only be measured by the principle of utility. It is the grievous happiness of the greatest number that is the measure of right and wrong. 1776, 56, 3. Despite later scholarship, Ila Levy's classic study of 1934, as indeed his history of the 19th century state generally, remains the principal resource for studying this new moment. It is from Halavy that we gain the insight about Bentham's necessary obsession with legislation. Bentham himself declared, "Law alone has accomplished what all the natural feelings were not able to do, law alone has been able to create a exceed and durable possession which deserves the name of property." Quoted in Halavy 1934, 503, cf. Ames 1973, in our view Bentham's texts, as such, are less significant than his enthusing of a group of significant persons, notably James and John Stuart Mill and Chadwick, which we shall consider below. But central to our purposes here is to draw out how Bentham, along with his epigonks and disciples, theorized a specifically political society complementing and making possible the self-regulating market. It was from this his theorization of what society could do for society that his theorization of the state develops, the establishment of legislation as the primary means of reform, and of central control and inspection as means for the direction of administration, Harrison 1948, She, C.F. Feiner 1959, Henriques 1974, Corrigan 1977a. When a number of persons, whom we style subjects, are supposed to be in the habit of paying obedience to a person, or assemblage of persons, of a known and certain description, whom we may call governor or governors, such persons altogether, subjects and governors, are said to be in a state of political society. Bentham 1776, 38, the division, by Bentham and others, of society, by 5 Ossiati, into two classes, the one governing, the other governed, Halaby 1934, 405, is the key accomplishment to accompany the great discoveries of capital and labor. The revolution in government of the 18,305 operated by fusing both through utilizing the existing moral repertoire, institutional practices, and above all, theatrical representations of achieved, legitimate, and legitimating, rituals or English European political culture. By then, however, the question of questions has a different name. It is the working class question, which we shall address in our next chapter. In 1980, Gerald Aylmer discussed the old administrative system as the set of practices from which the modern, permanent civil service, Paris 1968, 1969, emerged, 198 OC. He illustrates the slowness of reform and rationalization with the example of the inquiries into the Chancery courts. There were extensive investigations in the 1730s, but a table of permitted fees was not drawn up until 1740 and not published until 1815. In most cases even this follow-through did not exist. There is an almost total gap in inquiries, apart from those concerning the East India Company, between 1740 and 1780, and he suggests that it was not until the spectre of Jacobin revolution began to haunt the minds and imaginations of the British ruling class that efficient government, as opposed to the bogey of an uncontrolled, and seemingly uncontrollable national debt, was placed on the agenda. But before the economical reforms debate of the 1780s, we must be careful not to understand old corruption merely as a static, cyclically reproductive formation. It was productive and reproductive of a certain political nation, with internal divisions as sharp as those dividing it from the rest, which was open, to some spectators could cross from the audience of deferential onlookers and shout their wares and shares from the stage itself. Whilst we should note the work of both Nomerites, wealth, influence, patronage, and so on, and Beeker's chilling statistic, 1957, 623, that fully 3/4 of the 5,034 MP5 from 1734 to 1832 had their principal economic interest in land, we also have to see the opening toward new men, by marriage, D. N. Thomas 1969, 1972, Clay 1968, by purchase of place or office, and by legitimized combination. Martodix, typically, captures this theme ably, in spite of its recent origin, of the dissimilar elements which had gone to its making and of the unequal moral value of its members. The manufacturing class soon became conscious of its own existence. Such class consciousness, which is based on common interest, can make its appearance only where it is able to find expression. In this respect conditions in England were more favorable than in any other country. The freedom of the political system, and above all the collective habit of petitioning, gave ample scope for advancing collective demands. 1928, 388-9, C.F. Rogers 1978, 1979, this needs major qualification in its silence regarding precisely the legal and other constraints which attempted to prevent the laboring classes, very conscious of their existence, from ending relevant forms of expression, and combination, or, if finding them by hard struggle, being disempowered from their political, cultural, and social publication, demonstration and effective utilization. See Polanyi 1945, PTLL, Thompson 1965, 1967, 1968, 1971, and, to be fair, man to 1928, 399,477. Some of these new men, their novelty residing more in their representation of certain non-aristocratic, non-landed, non-London, non-court interests than their lack of a wealthy lineage formed the basis for the movement for economical reforms of the 1780s. However little they actually achieved, they have been taken as a benchmark and rallying cry of the bourgeoisie/radical reformers ever since. Of the available extensive literature, we N.D. Torrance's 1978 paper the most significant for our purposes. But what almost all commentary misses is how in the very period during which the Permanent Civil Service, Paris 1968, was being created, 178-01-83-0, the most comprehensive battery of legislative, practical, and other regulatory devices against the emerging working class is also established. A recognizably modern democratic nation-state steps onto the stage with the partly self-made, partly society-made working class, Thompson 1968, 887. Finally, something else is also present during this formation of what are recognizably modern structures of thought and practice. We speak here, as we have previously, of the simultaneous making of nation and state. Through the 18th century there were innumerable occasions to ensure that Englishness was a constituent feature of loyalty to the state. The foreignness of enemies could be shown through their externality to this culture in a variety of ways. The Scots revolutions of 1715 and 1745, Hill 1969a, 213, Rogers 1975, were seen to involve an alien creed. How happy is a language that can elide Jacobite and Jacobin to stitch together varieties of Englishness to oppose so many enemies, Spanish, Catholics, French, Dutch. This important relating of nationalism, the making of nations, to nationalization, the making of states, has been much studied. Of that extensive literature we wish to emphasize the work of Kiernan, 1965, 1978. Nationalism, he argues, is best understood as a construction, as class resentment artificially diverted into xenophobia, 1965, 35. Warfare, of which the 18th century saw plenty, is always central to making and reconstructing state forms, not least because, 9 frontiers are more than lines on a map, they frequently deem quite distinctive systems of thought and action. The state is, of course, preeminently such a system, and it is therefore through a history of nations that we must begin any empirical study of the role of the state in that international phenomenon which we call the Industrial Revolution. Supple 1971, 301, linking to Lodes's and Hill's discussion of Protestant, anti-Spanish English nationalism in earlier periods is Newman's characterization of the nationalist features of British middle-class consciousness in the early 19th century, an aggressive and specifically anti-French sort of nationalism, empirical, constructive, earnest, moral, comfortably pseudo-religious as well as evangelical, 1975, 418. The fear of French Revolution remains an element of bourgeois consciousness until 1917, when Bolshevism supplies the new enemy. Let us quote from a latter day 18th century Whig here, John L. E. Kerr, our present war began in 1917, with the Bolshevik Revolution it hasn't changed yet, 1978, 116, the nexus we have briefly sketched the settlement of 1688, extending through the unique and contradictory forms of old corruption to the economical reforms and the revolution in government, which we will consider below, allowed the ruling classes of Old and New England, the double meaning is intended, to make themselves. Roy Porter, concluding his admirable English society in the 18th century, brings out the enabling qualities of old corruption very well, and sums up much of what we have tried to argue here. He emphasizes 3 main aspects of 18th century English society. First, the fundamental strength and resilience of the social hierarchy. LT was presided over by a super-confident oligarchy, swimming with the tide, without an exposed Achilles heel, whose dominion was consolidated early in the century and never at least until the 1790s seriously challenged, let alone jeopardized. The English ruling class knitted itself together. Second, though the social hierarchy was inegalitarian and oozing privilege, some of it hereditary, it was not rigid and brittle. There was continual adaptiveness. Money was a passport through more frontiers than in other nations. English society was not frozen into immobilized, distended, and archaic forms. Men could not be parted from their property, capital was allowed to ferret where it would, and new riches could be manicured into respectability. Third, there the ruling order's attempts to secure consensus within this acquisitive, restless society. The hope was to win acquiescence and endorsement by influence and persuasion, bluster, grandeur, liberality, promises, show and swank, the open door held just ajar. Those in power and their media mouthpieces dangled before people's eyes ambition, self-respect, new enjoyments, polite values, and fashionable lifestyles. 1982, 358f. They also dangled, we should perhaps recall, those other promises of transportation and the gallows tree, equally in pursuit of consensus and acquiescence, though this is not intended to nullify Porter's third, important point. But it is ironic, if the word is not too light, to write this as we stand on the other side, indeed at some distance, from the great arch of state formation. For, as Feiner, 1952a, brilliantly shows, this same nexus also always contained a variety of possibilities. Now we write in the midst of continents being ravaged by that once subordinate, but now so hegemonic, strand, individualized pure political economy. Old Corruption 113. One writer kept that subordinate theme alive during his long life, 1820 to 1903, Herbert Spencer. From his 1842 letters the proper sphere of government through to his null works, as part of a project to secularize morals, Spencer had argued the traditional defenses of the individual. 100 years ago, in his The Man and the State, 1884, Spencer neatly explained what had happened since 1780 and what we can now see around us today. The question of questions for the politician should be, what type of social state am I tending to produce? p. 91, noting how particular policies and their practices had confirmed, made dominant, certain ideas, and how a small body of officials has an immense advantage over an incoherent public, pages 93, 94, he argues against society as a manufacture. It is a growth, p. 147. The great political superstition of the past was the divine right of kings. The great political superstition of the present is the divine right of parliaments. p. 151, that minority view from one side of the state doing too much is matched by another and much less attended to anti-state view, this time of the majority, and from below. We think that the deep roots for the support, contradictory as that might be, given by that majority in our own times to that previously marginalized, minority view that is now so dominant, can be found in the ways through which the state was formed. But Monetarism, Spencer revived, no more addresses that majority's needs than did the liberal/social democratic forms so rapidly attenuated, if not actually demolished, since the 1960s. A relativity to those needs is to be found from different historical experiences, a different perspective and organization of anti-state and anti-parliament, Parzisainen 1973, Yeo 1979, 1980. The time may not be far off when the phrase national interest acquires the same adverse connotations as its predecessor, the divine right of kings. Rappaport 1967. 6. The working class question. Society and society. The working class question is the real question, and that is the thing that demands to be settled. Disraeli to John Bright, March 1867, quoted in Tholfsen 1961, 226. In England it became the unwritten law, the constitution, that the working class must be denied the vote. The Chartist leaders were jailed, their adherents, numbered in millions, were derided by a legislature representing a bare fraction of the population, and the mere demand for the ballot was often treated as a criminal act by the authorities. Of the spirit of compromise allegedly characteristic of the British system, a later invention, there was no sign. The Chartists had fought to stop the mill of the market which ground the lives of the people. But the people were granted rights only when that awful adjustment had been made. Inside and outside England, from Macaulay to Mises, from Spencer to Sumner, there was not a militant liberal who did not express his conviction that popular democracy was a danger to capitalism. Polanyi 1945, 221 Capitalism or the market lives by recognizing and rewarding inequalities, and depends on them to provide the motive force that makes it work. Democracy, one might say, legitimized inequality, since you do not tax stolen goods, with the help of the trade unions. Marshall 1972, 9, cf. Mannheim 1936, 249 f. One citizen, one vote, combines political fairness and equality, but one citizen, one income, would be unjust to the talented, enterprising, or hard-working as it would be overfair to the lazy. Maudling 1974. State formation and cultural regulation, the two quite inextricably connected, reach a frenzy during the years of what we can without sophistry and Society 115 exaggeration call the English Terror, when the working class was hammered and machined into acceptable relations. Thompson 1968, Prothero 1979, Goodwin 1979. Here are some brief indications, no more, of what we mean by the latter. The notorious Combination Acts, outlawing workers' combinations, were passed in 1799 and 1800, VE years after the trial, and acquittal, of the leaders of the London Corresponding Society on a charge of high treason. What was new in these laws was their inclusiveness, and the empowerment of PS to convict summarily. Combinations had been forbidden for specific industries throughout the 18th century, as we have seen. As importantly, workers were prosecuted at common law for conspiracy and breach of contract, and, in the case of strikes, under those clauses of the Elizabethan Statute of Articers relating to work left unished. Here they could be dealt with summarily, the fact of a strike being treated as sufficient evidence of crime. This repertoire of powers was cumulatively regulative. The effectiveness of the legislation is not to be judged by the number of prosecutions, but by its general deterrent effect. Thompson 1968, 554, though many people were prosecuted. By an act of 1797, unlawful oaths carried the penalty of 7 years' transportation. It was for this that the Tolpuddle martyrs were transported in 1834. The Peterloo massacre of 1819 was followed by the 6 acts restricting rights of public assembly and demonstration. In the same period, vestiges of paternalist and protective legislation were swept away, as for the woolen trade in 1809. The clauses of the Statute of Articers relating to apprentices were repealed in 1813, and those allowing PS to X minimum wages in the following year. The clauses regarding unished work remained, of course, on the statute book. In 1824 the Combination Acts were repealed, and the law further changed in 1825. The form of repeal is indicative of much subsequent state regulation. Combination as such was no longer a crime, but both the legitimate objects of combination, wages, hours of work, and allowed forms of organization and activity were very narrowly circumscribed. The same continues to be true of trade union legislation, not least that enacted by the present British government. The story we wish to betrace, then, is not only one of violent repression, there is more subtlety than that. Equally to be witnessed is a concerted moral revolution, an attempted organization of consent and incorporation, which culminates in a certain kind of admission sponsored, protracted, conditional and profoundly disruptive of Lab 0 or S own forms of social organization and expression of labor into society. Both sides of the handling of the working class question are equally important, but the latter has had less attention than the former and will be our prime focus here, in both its forms. and its ethos. The modern, democratic, nation-state, we shall argue, has its origins in this double handling. The theory and practice of improvement changes gear in the FTY years 1780 to 1830 as the working class question comes on the agenda for old, reformed and novel state institutions. Government comes to be understood as guaranteeing the rights and freedoms of men of property against, above all, the claims of labor, the new working class being made and seeking to make itself during those years. The immediate response is repression of the sort we have exemplified, at its peak between 1780 and 1830, energized by the GMNDE pen waiting from over the channel. In the eventual course of handling these contradictions, state powers are immensely augmented, new instruments come into being, old resources are modernized, and, centrally, a new theory of representation is put into practice. This theory eventually, much later, permits the sponsored admission of labor itself into the reformed polity. In this period, not land but more abstract forms of property come to he what is represented politically, enshrined in law, culturally articulated and, above all, normalized as a new moral code of individualized character. This specifically moral revolution informs all the institutional innovations we will consider in this chapter. This revolution is in fact a struggle, material, categorical, moral of possessive individualism with displaced collectives which attempts centrally to individualize the latter as if they had, or could someday possess, bourgeois properties individually without possessing protable property. This contradiction will never go away, it is universal to capitalism. Labor-wage slavery, dependency relations of alienation, exploitation, and oppression remains a collective and collectivizing category. Arid experience there is a shareable sense, across differences, of subordination, there is a tendency toward unity within difference. Capital is not like this, capital is an individual and individualizing possession and capitalists tend to be singular and aggregate, i.e. separous. Competition always leads to engrossing and enclosure of some capitalists by others. Raymond Williams, From the Long Revolution, 1961, to Towards 2000, 1983, is wholly correct in his sustained attention to labor's tendency to represent its moral order through significations, forms and practices of a collective and cooperative kind. Founded as this is in shared and daily reproduced experience, it remains irrepressible while capitalism lasts. As capitalism is made in England, older theories and symbologies have to come to terms with this central contradiction, increasingly so, by the later 18th century, as the growth of oidity mobile property, and masterless, unservile labor, undermines older integrasocnerve mo society 117 tip mechanisms and representations. One result is the doubling orientation we have already touched on, in our account of the Scottish moral philosophers, within bourgeois theories. On the one hand, there is a formation of collectivities of and from labor within production, a recognition of the facts of capitalist life. It is because of this recognition that Marx dubs political economy from petty to Ricardo as scientific, in contrast to the vulgar and Philistine apologetics which followed, 1873. Labor is increasingly nakedly theorized as what it is in capitalism, a form of property and a factor of production, and imagized, in much of the literature of the time, as animals or machine. E. P. Thompson quotes a telling exchange in relation to the 1832 Reform Act, Are the working classes better satisfied with the institutions of the country since the change has taken place? I do not think they are. They viewed the Reform Bill as a measure calculated to join the middle and upper classes to government, and leave them as a sort of machine to work according to the pleasure of government. 1835 Select Committee, quoted in Thompson 1968, 915, and so it was, the wealth of the nation being nearly synonymous with its health, it is evident that the labouring poor of the British people is a machine which it is the duty as well as the interest of the state to protect. Review of the Report on the Sanitary Condition of the Labouring Classes in Quarterly Review 11, 1842, p. 441, 2. This backhandedly acknowledges difference, labor as a distinctive, collective historical experience of the unpropertied. On the other hand, there is a parallel project of forming moral individuals and from laboring persons, in the bourgeois image, denying this same difference and collectivity. Political economy speaks towards the former, labor as property, factor of production, animals, machine. Moral philosophy speaks towards the latter, persons who labor as individuals, with rights to be granted, by whom, liberty. What needs remarking is the simultaneity here. Labor is homogenized within production as, within society, the extensive theorization of persons, in general, as possessive individuals proceeds apace. The overdetermination of the latter is very clear in the great texts of the Atlantic Revolution, with all their talk which could mean more, if translated into the language of real communities and their material and coercive disadvantages, of man and his rights. Society in discovering society tries to end a place for l'autre, labor, to conceptualize them as more than objects of pity and mercy, or terror and punishment, or, importantly, as simply unknown, at exactly the same time as that same society was massifying, classifying as means of production, objectifying those very same people as labor as a form, an extension, of their social power, their property. This contradiction illuminates how it was possible for exactly the same years to be marked by a state formation of a greater extent than at any period previously, and to be celebrated as laissez-faire. State intervention, though the term is almost unusable if we are to understand what took place, enabled, accomplished, stabilized, regulated into dominance that market on which laissez-faire theory depends. The government could be oriented to the rights of property, the laws of the market, in other words, non-interventionist, whilst the state was actively and very extensively engaged in stabilizing that form of and those relations of society without which capitalist production could not be realized. The state as illusory unity, the author of its own representations, the stage director of all political theater, investing every belief and act with moral signification, is formed in the struggle to make this violent awful adeustment happen again and again. The state as happening, we echo, deliberately, Edward Thompson's famous remarks on class as also a happening, 1965-85, is of course in one way far too spontaneous an image, its rich cerebology, its majestic miscellaneous end scene, its thumping Rule Britannia, pomp and circumstance Englishness draws on and draws together everything we have sketched previously. These were the bricks out of which the great arch was made. Society, then, turns improvement on its new possession, labor. Formally and then really subordinating labor within production, it then catches up those same bodies, hearts, and minds in their idle time to thread together the fabric of the nation. As labor in production it had to be free, to be exploited; as labor in society it had to be moralized, normalized, individualized. It had to be simultaneously freed and regulated, forced and yet, positively, willed into new stations, coerced and yet, gradually, to be sure, consensed into democracy. Of course Marxist theory spent almost 50 years focusing on bodies of armed men, prisons, etc., as if that was all we could think, say, or feel about the state. That was what it was like, that is how it felt from below. Only after the epistemic and ontological victory of a certain democracy was it possible to begin, carefully, to recognize also there, the consensual, the willingness, that the state was an organizational form, handling the contradiction these few terse pages have attempted to indicate. The state has to be open to new forms, open in exactly the same way that society was open to new men and new forms of mobile property. L. Pocket 19_72, 1980a, b, c. That is why the working class question is the question of questions. No political structure will remain stable once it has ceased to correspond to the social structure of the nation, and no social structure is stable which does not correspond to the economic structure, that is the organization of production. That is the simple, if Marxist, truth of politics. The Times, editorial, July 8, 1975, These years see a triple making, which taken together cements a distinctively new kind of civilization. First, society comprising men of property, is extended, reformed, kept exibly open, it enlarges itself, shifts and inflects its voice, founds and celebrates a middle class. Second, the working class is resistingly involved in its own being made. Third, forms of rule features of state formation are equally made and making. We see a further revolution in government, centering on the 18,305, comparable in magnitude with those we have examined previously. It is impossible to think away, or to think separately, this third making. We say this not simply because it was a central means for the other two, which it was, but also because the end product, the modern, democratic, nation, state was differentially experienced and had a different meaning for the propertied whom it protected and the laboring whom it machined and moralized. This is not mere rhetoric. There is probably as much cultural ferment and struggle in the years from 1780 through to the 1840s and beyond as there was between 1640 and 1660, with an equally enduring legacy. But unlike the earlier period, the later was marked by an enormously augmented and nationally organized system of regulation in these years, the great arches nalinished, many of the bricks marked by the graffiti of the vanquished, and much blood, most of it foreign, mixed with the cement. What else was the great exhibition of 1851 unveiling to the world? It is worth remarking, not entirely in passing, that there were, of course, many examples of actual arches around. The history of the social architecture of bourgeois triumph and discipline has yet to be written, but nobody who wanders the civic/public social landscape of London and the provincial cities can fail to be struck by these real architectonics of their revolutionary victory. Noticing this, we can again see the doubling discussed above, the visible power of the market materialized as its private buildings, urban mansions, department stores, company headquarters, chambers of commerce, and the equivalent moral powers standing out grimly in those objects of terror, the Union workhouses after 1834, through the central police stations from the later 18,305 and especially the 1850s, onto the schools after 1870. We have always been equally struck by the central public buildings, town halls, museums, art galleries, public libraries, constructed from the later 18,305 right through the 19th century. These graphically materialize another facet of the moral revolution, a particular civic culture, condense, consciousness, pride, civil society as civic institutions. Nor should the evocations of Victorian Gothic be overlooked, any more than those of 18th century architectural classicism. This revolution in government required its instrument to handle its improvement, but it made use of all that had come before, including the instrument of the first Cromwell, statute law, the legislative program of the 18,305 exceeding that of the 1530s. But we must not expect to end here any clean, totalizing, codifying breaks. The 1830s revolution makes use of the rich repertoire of powers, devices created over the preceding centuries, above all that of the legitimacy of Parliament. Older forms continued to be useful. If we are to use terms like constitutional monarchy, constitutional bureaucracy, then we have to understand that adjective, and its reference, the Constitution, in terms of all we have sketched in this book. We thus agree with Otto Hintze, who found, in 1908, in the English cabinet all the combined historical elements that have formed the ministries of today, the great offices of court, the secretaries of state, and the collegiate privy council. 1908, 22, 5. As we would wish to do, he roots all three in the 12th century. Thus, although as we have noted Plum NDS an inner cabinet meeting regularly by the 1720s, above, p. 93, Plum 1967, 179, Holdsworth 1972, Volume 10, 466 ff. Innovation and regulation by orders in council, that is, the continuing power of the Privy Council, remains important, sometimes prospectively or retrospectively legitimate by statute. For example, the new Board of Trade, replacing that abolished in 1782, develops from a committee of Privy Council on Trade and Plantations formed in 1784, reorganized by an order in Council of 1786. Until the 19,605 this was its fundamental instrument. But its officers, 1,817, Vice President, 1,826, President, 1,867, Parliamentary Secretary replacing the Vice President, and its responsibilities, shipping, 1,854 and later, weights and measures, 1,866, and given, taken away, and returned 1,842, 1,846, 1,851 railways, were established by statute law. Education from 1839 until 1899, not 1,870, was organized by a Committee on Education. From 1870 the Education Department, of the Privy Council, but its single officer, Vice President, 1,856, and some of its responsibilities, together with a certain regulation of its nances, were established by statute law. II Oldsworth 1972, Volume 14, 123 ff. 7. The crucial shifts in Treasury control, a history with deep roots in the wider formations we have outlined, are similarly peculiar. 8. Importantly so given the links between changes there and control of Sakirv and Sakhnsur. 121. The civil service, which we shall briefly examine later. According to II Oldsworth, just as the exchequer was the heart and center of the government in the days of the Norman and Angevin kings, so the treasury is the heart and center of our modern machinery of executive government. Holdsworth 1972, Volume 14, 108, whom we follow below, the key statutes, much foreshadowed in the economical reform debates, mark a formal if not null going out of court. These are, 1,833 commissioners for auditing the public accounts, and the Receiver General, much more significant, 1,834 the Controller General, the Treasury Clerks, holding office on the same terms as judges, and the centralizing of funds within the Bank of England, the ending IO fees, 1,835 Paymaster General for the Army, Navy, and other government departments, 1,849, Boards of Commissioners of Inland Revenue, with their own receiver and accoutant general. But most accounts name as the key change the Exchequer and Audit Act of 1866, the Commons had formed a Public Accounts Committee from 1861. The 1866 Act created a Controller and Auditor General. Holdsworth quotes from ANS0NS Standard Account, the Crown, the significant point that this official's duties are as regards issue, ministerial, as regards expenditure, judicial, Volume 14, 111, but a substantial measure of independence from the Treasury was not secured until 1912.9. None of this fully altered, i.e. modernized and rationalized, the system. The Treasury still means the Commissioners a collective Lord Treasurer, of which the First Lord is often the Prime Minister, and the relevant cabinet post is still designated Chancellor of the Exchequer, who annually, or often more frequently, presents a budget. Orders in Council were and are used to supplement and extend, or go beyond and around, Treasury powers by statute. There remains, after all, a Bank of England, with a governor. Finally, from 1688 there were two main secretaryships of state, one for the northern department, the northern part of Europe, one for the southern, which dealt with southern Europe and with Irish and colonial affairs, Cohen 1841, 23, Anzi. In 1782 the Home and Foreign Offices were created, with the former becoming the Secretary of State heading an office with enormously extended powers by statute propos center/locality relations, a theme we have several times returned to in this book. Carolyn Steedman makes the important point that between 1856 and 1886 there were only 2 short periods when neither the Home Secretary nor the Parliamentary Under-Secretary had a practical understanding of the nature of local government. It was county experience that was represented most RMLY at the Home Office, 1984, 29. Of the 18 men who were Home Secretaries or Parliamentary Under-Secretaries during this period, 4 were Deputy Lieutenants and 2 were Chairmen of County Quarter Sessions. Of the remainder, 1 was Lord Belmore, another the Earl of Rossbury, and a further 4 were PS. The Foreign Office remains far more peculiar than any of the others. We need to attend as much to its empowerment by prerogative and by privilege, in all senses of the term, as to P0 whereas by statute vested in the Secretary of State. Surrounded by secrecy, permeated with patronage, saturated with senior staff, the links are obviously with defense, our own largely internal focus in this book, shared by so many who have studied state formation. Even, curiously, those who emphasize the bodies of armed men, prisons, etc. approach, does not do enough to grasp this extensive organization of the state as nation, and the degree to which that external form is, in turn, a content for political and cultural determination at home. Englishness as nationalism at home, imperialism abroad permeates the social power of the state, renuancing and enormously enhancing its legitimacy through a systematic practice of identification. At times, as we have indicated all too briefly in our book, this is very evident. As a necessary anticipation of our central discussion of democracy, we cite the brilliant article by Harcourt, 1980, examining the complex nexus or the Great Reform Act of 1867, which brings these themes together: reform, public order, economic recession, integration of the classes, concern about defense, and the challenge to Britain's international standing were all components of the same crisis, and whether by chance or ingenuity it was the same power groups which had to handle them within the canons of time and circumstance. p. 87, in the midst of her complex argument she quotes from Disraeli, in 1866, the theme of greatness through imperial power: there is no power, indeed, that interferes more than England. She interferes in Asia, because she is really more of an Asiatic power than a European. She interferes in Australia, in Africa, in New Zealand. The Times, July 14, 1866, p. 10, quoted in Harcourt 1980, 96, long before other powers and with some remarkable echoes in events in the last few years. English expeditions, usually by gunboats, but sometimes by expeditionary forces, in the words of Disraeli again, speaking of the Abyssinia expedition of 1867, elevated the military and moral character of England throughout the world. For the Times, of course, it was the inevitable outcome of a conic socenrv and Society 123 between civilization and barbarism, but more important, a key thesis in Harcourt's work, is the transmission of these views to working-class audiences. The crucial way in which Harcourt weaves together knowledge/power relations is in fact what, for us, brings to focus the instrument of the 1830s revolution. From this time on we can sensibly talk about the machinery of government. The mode of regulating that machinery was part of the same moral revolution we have sketched above. Some values, norms, and qualities, appropriate to the life situation of some social groups, were elevated to become value, normality, the quality of life itself. This is no latter-day Foucauldian emphasis imposed by us, it permeates the writings of those revolutionary vanguard bourgeois intellectuals who made the revolution of the 18,305. To them we shall return shortly, but first some broad brush strokes of clarification. Internal to the wider revolution we have described how society discovered and attempted to moralize, in a special sense, socialize, society, how it turned its desire for improvement on its new possession, labor, and how this turns on an antagonistic contractation was a change in orientation to the state. This was, in part, a stabilizing of that set of structured relations of social power, of politically organized subjection, as if it were a thing. In the course of that long struggle, however many battles have been won, the war is not quite over yet. Some concepts are brought forward from that rich repertoire we have described thus far, others are transformed. That policing of Blackstone, for example, becomes a D-Night agency, the blue locusts of Mr. Peel, and yet others are created anew. But even in the case of the latter, state forms are moralized and legitimate by virtue of a wider endeavor central to this period. There is a concerted attempt to disentangle the state from interests, from clientage, from its previously more overt class and patriarchal register. In this, what drops below the political horizon, beige-half-sufficient parts of the state, are above all debates over form, understood to be the representational locus of favoring and disfavoring practices. The state comes to represent a neutral, natural, obvious set of institutionalized routine practices which successfully claim the legitimate monopoly of national means of administration. Simultaneously lifted above the horizon, to the very heavens, are the dignite aspects of the Constitution. There are, of course, internal relations which link efficiency to dignity through the central sociological ether of rituals of ruling. It matters what is done in the name of the Crown, by authority of Parliament, by virtue of stated powers. It equally matters how those further routinizations of charisma rituals of bureaucratic administration are conducted and legitimized by what they are Gathoras fed. What this revolution accomplishes is the legitimation as forms of regulation, coercive and consensual controls as, in a word, norms_o state of the powers of the propertied, democracy legitimises stolen goods, as Marshall sharply observed, central to this is a transformation, within continuities, like the Commission ORM, of a relation we have discussed throughout this book, the forms of agency that handle center/locality relations. 17 As E. P. Hennock has recently summarized, I propose to approach the changing relations between local and central government in the RST place by looking at the provision of common minimum standards. From that point of view, this RST period is characterized by the prevalence of local standards at the discretion of local rulers. I shall argue that the changes in central/local government relations were in the RST neocafcally due to a feature of the mid-19th century that I have. 1 Mems were able go as Albritry QND 9_H of central government depart 1 La I semi stan artist information about different OCA itas. 1982-40. EIE centralization of knowledge requires facts and the legitimization facts flokcnte methods used to collect them, against other justify fet flowers and forms of posk/. The facts relate to what we may call the statistical idea, and the policies to what we may call the educational idea. Those thousands of volumes of blue books, parliamentary publications, which the rooms of what used to be called the State Paper Room of the British Museum, now the Official Ugle 1C31 JLO11SL. Library of the British Library, need to be recontextualized as key instruments of GTHE moral revolution of the 19th century. The English disciplines of state formation in this period. Commissions of inquiry rapidly increase after 1800, energized in part by the economical reforms movement, in part by the needs of 4. FPLH0ILF *LLY Euro CL Board of Agriculture and its reports RI211 SLC 1011 ad UT Sinacant here, and in part by the urgency simply to 1 to 111 Kristen. What is happening? Between 1832 and 1846 alone there were over 100 royal commissions established, Finer 1952a, 39. C. Adwick, as always, was quite clear as to their purposes, and his, like Bentham's, impatience with Democratic Party polities is average. EAJ volume collected papers, Chadwick the Ilvesti PTEFSE EVOP H_1 CI 1 euro, of statesmanship as a science by which Xenphi LTGNPL paid I 15 euro c. ZSSLU Euros. There are a number of texts for the MEPYT is N189, for example, in a speech to the Society Ri Merit of the HA, Chadwick declared that he had never known one such investigation, which did not reverse every main principle and almost every assumed chief elementary fact NB on which the general public, parliamentary committees, politicians of high position, and often the commissioners themselves, were prepared to base legislation. Chadwick 1859a, 127, emphases removed, in the same year, in a paper to the Statistical Society of London, the remedy for any number of social problems, including bad morality, antisocial feelings, and painful sense of individual insecurity, pervading and corrupting all society, and extending to the commons Ilaus itself, is argued to be well-examined and complete collections of facts as to past experience on which to found safe practical rules for future guidance. Chadwick 1859b, cf. 1857, 1862, 1871, and finer 1952a. There is a parallel structuring for the centralization, and legitimation, of certain facts, that become knowledge, between the operation of, on the one hand, commissions and committees of inquiry set agenda, controlled membership, denied form of inquiry, relationship between gathered evidence and null facts forming the basis for reports and recommendations and, on the other, the various inspectorates, central office, terms of reference, controlled membership/appointments, denied forms of inquiry and regular report forming the basis of facts and knowledge at the center. These are of immense moral and material significance for three reasons. As facts they magnetize denied forms of agency, provision, and regulation as effective, appropriate and necessary. As procedures and facts, plus policies, they solidate as the neutral practices of administration, problem solving. And as modes of seemingly empirical argument they simultaneously handled and concealed the contradictions discussed earlier in this chapter. State inspectors, sometimes called assistant commissioners, for example in relation to the Poor Law from 1834 until 1847, spread like a contagion. Factory inspectors from 1833, inspectors of prisons from 1835, Her Majesty's inspectors of schools from 1839, for the mining population from 1842, for mines from 1850.18 they were charged with inspecting arid reporting upon the implementation of acts, the legitimate operation of institutions, the suitability above all the efficiency of agencies in receipt of central funds, and so on, but they all report on far more than their specific duties demand. They operated as a vanguard in two distinct senses. First, as agents for that national system of improvement which the more radical of them recognized was needed, they sought to secure not simply, in their different elds, a national minimum standard provision across the country, but to ensure that they would be a transmission belt between the best examples, in their localities, and nationally, and the rest of the relevant institutions. Second, they acted to establish and standardize a range of civic institutions which would concretely symbolize the extension of society as society beyond the efforts, if any, of either individual paternalist capitalists or local groupings of the same. These civic institutions could be either objects of terror, the union workhouse, the police station, or they could be those new public institutions, including ornamental parks and gardens, which celebrated civic character, demonstrated provincial pride, and characterized cultural citizenship. Some contemporaries recognized this strategy, and knew to what it was oriented. Manchester, a frequent site in these changes as we shall see, was the location of a private committee, the Manchester Board of Health, founded in 1796, which called for state intervention on behalf of apprentices. Sir Robert Peel, the Peel's father, inspected his own factories and supported what became in 1802 an Act for the Preservation of the Health and Morals of Apprentices and others. This was a perfectly transitional attempt to combine features of the Statute of Apprentices, abolished in 1813, and modern factory. Local inspectors were to be appointed, and education, curriculum, place, and personnel of instruction were stated, acts. But what it did was to register, however weakly, that in Bentham's words, and also from 1802 the most neglected class must become the principal object of care. The less parents are able to discharge their duty, the more necessary it is for government to fool it, quoted in Montmorency 1902, 217. That is, as the same source recognizes, education is an indirect mode for preventing offenses. This is the great rallying call of the bourgeois radicals throughout the next 30, or, come to that, the next 180, years. In 1832 K, in his classic commentary on the cotton operatives in Manchester, closes by arguing that morality is worthy of the attention of the economist, 1832, 82, and the ignorant are, therefore, properly, the care of Thestate, Ibid, 93. By 1853 K, then K. Shuttleworth, is much more assured. Arguing that a Christian state has collective duties, he cites the 1834 Poor Law as an example of how the state does interfere on behalf of some moral values and ends by quoting from Dr. Vaughan, British Quarterly Review, August 1847. Government may be a moral teacher to the extent that it must be a moral administrator, K 1853, 282. But it is Chadwick who brings the points together so neatly, and in a relevant commentary on precisely one of the new disciplinary texts we discussed above. H. S. Truman Hare had sent a draft of his RST report as newly appointed commissioner for the mining districts. On September 4, 1844, Chadwick replied in a letter which is worth quoting fairly fully. Such investigations are a new element in government, and it is important that the public, the Houses of Parliament, and the government itself should on every opportunity be impressed with the importance of a special agency. He means inspectors generally, and with the respect for it in tracing out principles of social and political economy which otherwise would have been unattended to, and in arresting popular delusions and suppressing the power of mere shouts and mere shouters. Finer's excellent study, 1952a, shows that the latter were not exclusively socialists, but included a number of powerful groups, precisely those who celebrated St. Chad's double demise when the Times thundered about how they would not be bullied into health by Mr. Chadwick. But Chadwick continues in his letter to Truman Hare, the observations as to the want of civil organization for the new districts are important. I'll think, however, you give undue prominence to church extensions. The remedies RST in order are, infant schools, juvenile schools for the young, police force better organized. Restrictions on the sale of fermented liquors, remedies against strikes. And lastly, better appointed religious teachers, after the preventing of immorality by the prevention of overcrowding, for which see the health of towns evidence. Chadwick MSS 2181/4, 23, 2 degrees. This is the modern world. The strategic, informing features, so lost on studies of the state through individual bureaus, in the misty realms of ideology, through parliamentary politics, or Indiana 31056 Marxists, for whom the state is simply a class reflex of power and interests held by capitalists, or worse, by capital, are palpable. Chadwick did more than ensure that the sewage flowed smoothly out of London, but he did that too. As has been well said, Chadwick was Chadwick, 19751 187, and 56, by which is meant H1's exceptionality F, but hardly anyone since Finer has recognized the strategic G6I1_11 LS11 VOLV Euro D. Here Jaws dominated the actual study of inspection. It is similar to that tedious game of Cherspez Bentham, Byrne 1963, 140, Thomas 1974, 53, and 4, Cullen 1975, 181, and 56. Roberts, 1960, ch6, and Perkin, 1969, 268, classify as Benthamites Leonard Hornet, H. S. Truman Hare, K. Shuttleworth and Edwin Chadwick, when the RST3 in explicit publications, severally, take their distance from the characterization of Bentham employed by Roberts and Perkin, and the last demonstrated his practical distance. In fact, Chadwick donated to us a precise understanding of what he was about, writ 1 in some remarkable notes on political economy of 1852, that the government has to solve an almost insoluble problem in relation to the triad of economic, laissez-hire, liberty, and morality. The generality of inspectors are best classified as middle class. Roberts, 1960, 152 ff. NDS. Few examples of really self-made men. Normally they were sons of country gentlemen or members of the professional classes or businessmen. Their families had wealth and position. They are better considered as state servants than civil servants because of their backgrounds, their self-definition as reporting directly to ministers, many of whom they knew and met socially, and because for the RST generation, at least, in each inspectoral realm they worked more individually. In realm after realm we can see the slowness with which inspectoral norms were 101 LC 1I11 Z Euro CL Euro 1I1 CL, how long it took for the victory of the central office over 1IL 1 Euro. C1I CLIL 8 of the inspectors. Looking back over the first few years of inspection, 1 HMI remarked in 1851, the gistrament of inspection, while it is one of which the public will never stand in awe, because it is so easy to remove a misbehaving inspector, is of sufficient power to accomplish all that the state can desire. Fletcher 1851, 33, K. Shuttleworth, 2 years later, T. 1161, labors have also spread among the humbler classes a general sense of the vigilant care of the government for their well-being, and thus, among other concurrent causes, have promoted that political repose which has characterized the English poor, while the whole of Europe has been threatened with a socialist rebellion, has suffered the confusion of democratic revolutions, and the revulsion of military despotism. 1853, 88, Harris, 1955, the fullest study of inspection thus far offers as the RST of his 7 convincing reasons for inspection. One of the major purposes of central control is to secure the enforcement of a national minimum standard, p9. We must stress how this had to be enforced amongst the ruling and middle classes as well as, in this manner as in so many others, shoving civilization downwards to and at the propertyless. E.C. Tufnell made this point clear when he wrote, in 1837, to the Poor Law Commissioners how far more can be done through indoctrinating poor law guardians through the agency of the Assistant Commissioner. A central problem to be handled by state formation in this period was the factory system, which must be understood as far more than particular relations in production, buildings, and steam power. The tremendous surge in basic industries, coal mining, iron smelting, and machine production also colonized, the term is happily used for 50 years, the new districts with new social forms that lacked both the old forms of moral or natural policing, the oversight of les mores by men of society, and the newer civic institutions. Some of the shifts need simply to be registered. Manchester, to start with, that social setting which provided so many images for the period, had 27,000 people in 1773 and not a single cotton mill. By 1802 the population was 95,000 and there were 52 cotton mills. Harrison 1984, 217. Between 1801 and 1850 Manchester grew to 303,000, Bradford to 104,000, from 13,000. In 1801 London was the only city with more than 100,000 people, by 1851 there were 9 such cities. Moreover, whilst in 1851 but note that, the population of Leeds, Sheffield, and Norwich had been born in those places, for Manchester, Glasgow and Bradford it was just over a quarter, and for Liverpool even less, ibid. 227. The 3 great ideas which energized the system of national improvement that was state formation in this period, the twin faces of the statistical idea and the educational idea, and the much more subordinated, for it too much challenged local powers, sanitary idea, faced a very different population to the theorizations of any earlier period. Those who formed the state and propounded a system faced three enemies: the great aristocratic families and their patronage clientage hold on central and local apparatuses of power, individual capitalists and entrepreneurs, often grouped into local power bases representing, quite explicitly, fractions of capital, and the working classes. The ethos of state formation is best understood through Nettle's fruitful concept of normlessness, where politics is about establishing norms in the RST place, and groups promote norms that they competitively offer as legitimate for the whole society. 1968, 588. This is what James Mill meant in his lucid survey The State of the Nation in 1826. Every class of combination of men have a strong propensity to get up a system of morality for themselves, that is, conformable to their own interests, in other words, to urge upon other men, as good, such lines of conduct as are good for them, whether good or evil to other people. James Mill 1826, 225. The male reference should be noted: if certain machineries of routinization can be established, or reformed from older rituals of rule, then what is essentially an evaluative matter can be transformed into an apparently factual one. Parkin 1971, 83. Parkin follows Lockwood here: a dominant class has never existed which did not seek to make its position legitimate by placing highest value on those qualities and activities which come closest to its own. 1958, 209. But the issue here is more complex. The group and their system were not a or the dominant class. They were happy to take on the term middle class and to see that class as the one which gives the nation its character. Westminster Review, 1824. Sir James Graham. IY in the same year, indicates how this class had taken over certain gentry notions, as explicated by Morrill, 1979, for the early 17th century, and themselves involving an even older classical reference. The seat of public opinion is in the middle ranks of life, in that numerous class, removed from the wants of labor and the cravings of ambition, enjoying the advantages of leisure, and possessing intelligence sufficient for the formation of sound judgment, neither warped by interest nor obscured by passion. Quoted in Briggs 1956, 69, notice the fourth and FTH words, public opinion. We have to read these carefully. For Burke in 1795, and contrast his notion of the swinish multitude: the people are of adult age, not declining in life of tolerable leisure, and some means of information, above menial dependence, i.e. about 400,000, quoted in White 1957, 48, James Mill, in 182_6, celebrated the value of the middle classes of this county. Their growing numbers and importance are acknowledged by all. 1826, 269. Brougham in 1831, by the people, I mean the middle classes, the wealth and intelligence of the country, the glory of the British name, quoted in Briggs _1956, 69, and 2. W. H. Mackinnon deemed public opinion, i.e. the opinion of these people, in 1828 as, that sentiment on any given subject which is entertained by the best informed, most intelligent and most moral persons in the community, which is gradually spread adopted by nearly all persons of any education or proper feeling in a civilized state. Quoted in Peel 1971, 70, with Briggs, 1956, 1959a, 114, we may date this from the 1790s at the same time as a specific notion of the provinces, Red 1964, cf. Hoskins 1965, is employed. It is time and the brevity of our remarks immediately above may not help here to clear away the chessboard model of the 19th century. Actually it is that masculinist power model which is at its base, which sees nug classes sweeping away the olden analog for that search for English equivalent of 1789 which so befogs the rationalist mind. There was no simply triumphant middle class, it was capitalism protable forms of property, that ruled, but the forms of that rule were reconstructed through some features of the ethos and system of the middle class, authentically bourgeois radicals we have been discussing. Equally, as we have stressed throughout, it drew older forms and symbologies, notably in its legitimating and dignate aspects. The radicals won sufficiently for their purposes, if not sufficiently for their successors in the late 1960s and early 19,705. At the same time, it is as well to recall the continuing enormous power of the landed aristocracy, however much their wealth came now from other sources. No cabinet between 1830 and 1900 had less than 41% aristocratic element. The only two below 50% were Gladstone's 1868 and 1892 cabinets. The average for the period was 71%. Aristein 1972, 210. We shall discuss continuing landed and military power in relation to Parliament and the locality below. The greater and the lesser landed aristocracy and gentry continue to be rulers of central and local state institutions until the 1880s or later, but the forms of their rule were not the same. The gentleman ideal, public opinion, and state forms are a set of signs for the dance, cf. Brebner 1948, of ruling class ideas in this period, endlessly twirling around the gears of revolution, restoration/reformation, and improvement, a dance which gives this period its obdurate density, its refusal to tee itself willingly to any theoretical model for priory. King William IV, offering a definition of the natural unions of the peers of the realm in 1831, could equally have been quoting half a dozen state servants on the need for a middle class to be as natural as this. It is natural that they should possess influence over those to whom their property enables them to give employment and subsistence, and it is desirable that a useful union should thus be promoted between the upper and the lower classes of society. Quoted in Davis 1974, 80, the link, of course, seem writing old and new rulers and forms of rule, varieties of natural unions of a reconstructed society in and over society, is possession of protable property. George Nichols, in 1846, speaking as a poor law commissioner, discusses the promotion of well-being by possessors of property, 1846. Fortram Hare, writing of the mining districts, proper schools, proper churches, proper shops all establish a middle class, precisely in those localities where their valuable influence and instrumentality are most wanting, as the connecting link between those who gain their living by the work of their hands and those who accumulate vast fortunes by the skillful direction of that labor. Indeed, as we have mentioned, several state servants saw their task as amongst other things adequately to educate the propertied as to their responsibilities. Not infrequently they relate character to national character, and see that as permeating from above. Samuel Smiles's notion of character was related to the true gentleman, 1859, ch. 13. Smiles's gentleman reference also alerts us to another dimension of the state formation of this period. Society sought to mold and civilize society, to individualize and moralize its members, differentially, in ways appropriate to their respective stations. We have seen how the public was explicitly construed in class terms. An equally central axis of state practices is once more gender. The same procedures of state ostensibly neutral, gender-blind, as also class-blind or color-blind operate differently on different groups. From Alice Clark's 1919 study, through Kelsall's examination of wage regulation, 1938, 70 ff, to the more recent work of Hill, 1958, ch. 14, Keith Thomas, 1958, 1959, 1971, 1977, Robotham, 1977, chs 14, and Hamilton, 1978, we can see how a variety of gendered categories, relations, and practices began to be formed in the 17th century, which cumulatively worked to describe and prescribe difference as disadvantage. The Restoration was as much patriarchal and paternal as it was anything else, so, as we have indicated, p. 81 above, were Puritan ethics of family discipline. Other work, which we have cited, shows how a much longer history is entailed in the repertoires through which this naming, and silencing, of gender is legiterated, taken for granted, and organized. We have discussed the subordination/exclusion of women in the major public domains of law, and rights therein, and political representation over the centuries at various points in this book. Diana Barker's study of the regulation of the marriage form, 1978, registers just what relations of responsibility and subordination were being recorded when marriages and births began to be listed by order of the state, by the Marriage Act and Births and Deaths Registration Act, of 1836, following Thomas Cromwell's precedent of 3 centuries previously. Such notions of legitimacy and respectability were enormously augmented within the wider civilizing project of the 18,305, as Henriques, 1967, shows in relation to bastardy, or Hall, 1979, in relation to domestic ideology. Hakim, 1980, has demonstrated how that most technical and seemingly neutral of administrative instruments, the census, involves in its very enumeration, and in explicit announcement in its sociological prefaces, debates which have an extraordinarily modern resonance. For instance, is domestic labor a productive occupational category? This statistical example, concerning definitions of the population and who are our subjects, reminds us exactly what is being discussed here, the formation of social identities. The latter is now ably attended to in the extensive literature that relates state formation and sexuality, notably O'Brien 1981, Weeks 1981, Coward 1982, Snitnow 1983, and re-examines familial forms within this pattern, Rapp et al. 1983, Olson 1983. Excellent on legal regulation. For reviews see Thompson 1977b, Hill 1978a. Other recent works shows, from the 1830s, gendered features of schooling for pupils, Purvis 1981, Davin 1978, 1979, and gender differentiation in teaching, Purvis 1980, Widdowson 1983. Here we wish only to remind, or inform, readers of both the longevity of the conceptualization and organization of gender differences through state forms, and the intensity and comprehensiveness of their reconstruction around and within the wider socializing project of this period. Because women were successfully claimed, documented, enumerated, legitimate, to belong within the household, to have a domestic identity, such well-ordered families, of course, reflecting and upholding a well-ordered society, they could not be thought of as having a public existence. As Hakim shows clearly, cf. Corrigan 1977b, 1982a, this does not simply deny their significance or productiveness so much as locate their true place within the family, subordinated within relations of dependency to men who were responsible for them, as for children. As such they were no more to represent themselves publicly than were that other class of dependents within the patriarchal household, servants, to represent themselves as employees, until the 1930s and the 1920s respectively. Neither category could be properly contracting individuals. As Diana Barker comments, the dominant interpretation of individualist philosophy in the 19th century itself would be better named familialism, or simply patriarchy. It envisaged full legal citizenship extended to all heads of households and individual obligation as being between household heads. The possibility of dependents, married women and children, and at an earlier date, servants, being seen as rational, contract-making, independent individuals was not considered in most political thought of mainstay. 1978, 256, see also her Note 21, on Spencer, R. Barker, discussing the Pale of the Constitution, makes it clear that women were not envisaged when people or Englishmen were thought of, observing that as ever, the commonplace was the greatest defense against change, not what was considered essential, but what was considered obvious. 1978, 112-13, cf. Harrison 1978. Women thus continue to exist, schizophrenically, both within and without the law. Within it, they exist as persons who, if above the age of responsibility, are capable of intentional acts and thus of committing crimes. But they are without it in both senses of the word, because as specifically subordinated persons they cannot use it to name or change that subordination, to express their social experience. English law, and state policies and practices mere generally, and it difficult to conceive or allow a relating of women and property, above, pages 36-7, cf. Holcomb 1977. For property is a prerogative of free, independent individuals, fully human beings, and consistently over the centuries, even as definitions of property shift, it is thereby a denning quality of those morally fitted to be citizens, the real public. While the class reference of the public is overt in the contemporary usages we have quoted, the exclusion of females goes so deep as not to be thought worth indicating at all. It is taken for granted, part of the deep structures of thought. Conversely, time and again and through to the 19,805 it is found eminently possible to understand women as property, personally in relation to specific men, fathers, brothers, husbands, and more generally as social property, cf. Robert Shaw and Curtin 1977, Harrison and Mort 1980. This has been the legitimated, approved, public expression of the social identity of some 52% of the population. There is no language to register the enormity of what was done, though a term like social schizophrenia catches some its horror. Masculine dominance is constitutive of the cultural revolution which is English state formation. It should not therefore surprise us that as the centuries of denied, derided, deranged, and deformed historical experience are rediscovered, named and celebrated, feminism has compelled a recognition of all theories of and practices oriented toward the state. The consistency and totality, over centuries, of the exclusion/subordination of women has no real parallel in the experience of any other social group, and nowhere is it clearer how central a problem the state remains if human capacities are ever to be fully realized. The statistical idea, cf. Cullen 1975, was one form of educating in both directions, gently upwards and horizontally, and coercively downwards. In 1798 Sir Owen Sinclair prefaced his statistical account of Scotland with a definition of statistics as the population, the political circumstances, the productions of a country and other matters of state, quoted in Ibid 10. In 1833, the year of the founding of the Manchester Statistical Society, a statistical committee of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, and a Department of Statistics, under G.R. Porter, at the Board of Trade, the penny cyclopediating statistics as that department of political science which is concerned in collecting and arranging facts illustrative of the conditions and resources of a state, quoted in Ibid, 11. Concerning the Board of Trade, Brown, 1958, 8 off, has noted that statistics were taken to mean the collection of facts descriptive of a state, its geographical features, climate, population, resources, scale of trade and habits. G.R. Porter was Ricardo's brother-in-law, and his Progress of Nation, 3 vols, 1836, 3rd ed. 1851, is symptomatic. In 1834 the London Statistical Society was founded. In 1837, as a consequence of the Registration Act of 1836, which must be compared with Thomas Cromwell's introduction of parish registers. 3 centuries earlier, 1538, and the points we made about that apply equally here, Dr. William Farr was appointed Sub-Registrar General, the top post going to Lord John Russell's brother-in-law R.H. Lister. Within 2 years 2,193 local registrars had been appointed. William Guy defends a definition of statistics as a science of states as late as 1870, p. 440. Skeat's Etymological Dictionary of the English language derives the word statistics from state, statist ic. As Guy argues that the British Association grew from, i.e. in part against, the Royal Society in 1831, so did the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science grow from the London Statistical Society in 1856. The membership of all these societies was small, but their personnel significant. Guy, p. 441, claims that the NAPS had a membership in 1869 of 1,500, and the London Statistical Society and the Institute of Actuaries together had 608, but the latter includes 51 peers and 31 MPs. Thomas Malthus was chairman of the British Association Statistical Committee. Kay was active in the founding of the Manchester Society. Horner was a member of the British Association Committee from 1834. Chadwick was everywhere. His bibliography indicates the fusion of these sites for broadcasting. His addresses to the BES or the NAPS appear in the Journal of the London Statistical Society, as do papers by Truman Hare and Kay, who also published in the Transactions NAPS. G. W. Hastings, the RST Secretary of the NAPS 7, founded to relate the improvement of the people and social economics as a whole, shows the moral classificatory/regulatory framework clearly. Do we not find that each one of the social problems we have been in any way at pains to unravel strikes its roots into the substance of the nation, ramifying through 100 secret crevices into classes apparently the most removed from its innions? 1856, quoted in Mitchell 1968, 1 foot 2 inches, of course by about that time, or within that decade, the state had successfully secured a monopoly over the legitimate right to collect a range of statistical information, and over the next 25 years statistics would fracture into descriptive gathering of the facts and higher statistics as a branch of mathematical reasoning and calculation. Hakim, 1980, as we have mentioned, shows how significant were the prefaces to the census. If the statistical idea provided the facts, what was the solution? Education. But again, and immediately, we have to shake this term loose from its connotations, the side of the state formation we are describing. Halavy, 1923b, suggests that it is only through a focus like educational transformation, as project and method, that we can understand the thematic unity of the changes of the 1830s. In 1837 the Central Society for Education was formed to discuss this question, to show how all the social relations, the tone, the strength, of the national character, are dependent upon it, how civilization varies as its quality changes, how, in a short time, manners may be modeled by it. Duppa 183, 26, echoing Chadwick's remarks on Commission's inquiry and inspectors' reports, Duppa had argued that the appreciation of statistical information is gradually gaining ground. Vague generalities should be quitted, and the exact quantity of particulars of which a general assessment is made should be shown, p. 24. This is a methodology. For Duppa it is a matter of heaping fact upon fact, and argument upon argument, classifying and opposing, and, in the instances in which it can be done with safety, drawing a conclusion, and thus attempting to give to the theory of education a more scientific character than it has yet assumed. ISSF, to which facts? Whose scientific character? The philosophical radicals knew very well what they wanted. We advocate, both for England and Ireland, the necessity of a national provision for the training of the young. In the old we cannot hope for much improvement. But the new generation springing up might be modelled to our will. Westminster Review, January 183, quoted in Halavy 1923b, 105-6, and 5, it is crucial that the major legislative enactments involving forms of inspection be reconceptualized to accord with the view that contemporaries had of them as educational measures. This is true of the initial Factory Act and the numerous extensions Hornet 1334-1837, Truman Hare I-861, 1S65A, it is also true of the Poor Law, K 1833A, H, E, 1839B, 1840A, 1841A, CF 1839A and generally. If K is taken to be unrepresentative, consider the closing section of the 1834 Poor Law Report, written by Chadwick and Nassau Sr. We are perfectly aware that for the general diffusion of right principles and habits we are to look, not so much for any economic arrangements and regulations as to the innions of a moral and religious education. What we propose will remove the obstacles which now impede the progress of instruction, and intercept its results, and will afford a freer scope to the operation of every instrument which may be employed, for elevating the intellectual and moral condition of the poorer classes. We believe that if the funds now destined to the purposes of education, many of which are applied in a manner unsuited to the present wants of society, were wisely and economically employed, they would be sufficient to give all the assistance which can be prudently afforded by the state. Poor Law Report 1834, 496-7. Here we have a formula which echoes down the years: spending on education will lead to saving on other costs. 34 years before its supposed invention by T.H. Green, as a part defense, part denition of liberal legislation, the Reverend W. E. Bennett argued a just expenditure on education would relieve us of the overwhelming burden under which we now labor in these three evils: poor laws, police, prisons. 1846, 43, but it is K. Shuttleworth, who brings so many of these points together, as both prescription, the RST text was circulated by authority after all, and description, the reflections of a local squire, as he liked to deem himself after retirement. K had already noted in 1832 evils everywhere requiring the immediate interference of legislative authority, 1832, 112. The answer was state formation. The authority of government, especially in a representative system, embodies the national will. There are certain objects too vast, or too complicated, or too important to be intrusted to voluntary associations, they need the assertion of power. 1846 in 1862 a reprint, 451, this is why moral obligation through state and law and in its domination over merely economic laws is a major part of the answer to the question K. Shuttleworth asked himself in 1860, why did capitalism develop so well in England? 1860, 89 ff. Notice the exact terms here: it is impossible either to limit the pernicious influence of pauperism or crime to the wealth and productive power of the country, or to combat them effectually without employing moral tres forenatory as well as economical repressive forces for their extirpation. Sanitary measures reach even the moral nature of man. They are part of civilization. 1860, 92, in the face of this quotations that could have been multiplied tenfold, cf. Corrigan 1977a, it may seem ocious to quote later historians to clarify our argument further, for such it remains, and there is much that would significantly strengthen our case that has been omitted for reasons of space. Each chapter here in the end demands the 1,000 pages Edward Thompson gave to the maw-slashing that responds to and refuses that which we depict. But we want to do so, having RST suggested a reversal of terms that have been employed in recent discussions. On the one hand, we would argue that we should see this national system of improvement as class expression in precisely the sense which structuralist and post-structuralist thought has delineated, the establishing, coercively and consensually, and over a century or more, of the approved, public, legitimate, correct forms of expression for the organization of historical experience of older and 138 secular and society newer groups within the ruling class. Historians Old, Feeling, quoted in Holdsworth 1972, Volume 13, pages 153-4n, and New, Hennock 1982, 39, are not afraid of using the term historical experience, or of recognizing that a certain ethos, some key ideas, need not be seized by the masses for them to be, nevertheless, a material force. Social control, on the other hand, we would like to wrench from its normal top-downward manipulation of the subordinated mode of employment, and to see it as exactly what was being argued for by socialists, Chartists, and others against the national system. This is as clear in Marx, who uses this term explicitly against the political economy of the middle class, cl. his 1864, as it is in Morris. Tholfsen has offered two superb articles which do much to capture the ethical features of the whole moral revolution, thereby widening, back to its early 19th century referent, the terms energy and project of the educational idea. Both in politics and in social life there was the same tendency to describe goals in moral and idealistic terms. In both spheres to be reasonable meant accepting the arguments of social superiors. Liberalism was not a narrowly political doctrine, but an expression of the mid-Victorian ethos. As such it was extremely effective in attenuating conflict and fostering cooperation, 1961, 246, noting, 10 years later, how a salient feature of this cohesive culture was the tendency to invest ordinary activities with the highest moral significance, 1971, 61, he identified the extensive material range of the ethic of improvement, elementary schools, Sunday schools, mechanics institutes, mutual improvement societies, reading rooms, libraries, temperance societies, friendly societies, co-operatives, savings banks, churches, and chapels. To a striking degree, implicitly and explicitly, in ritual and litany, these institutions celebrated the ideal of improvement in all its forms. Ibid, 63, Supple, in his interesting essay Legislation and Virtue, notes how in the last resort the welfare of the poor as at class was assumed to lie in changes in the values and habits and priorities of individuals. Put crudely, the working class was expected to adopt the cardinal middle class socio-economic virtues, 1974, 213, C.F. Harrison, 1974. For all his qualifications, in a recent review SAFML Thompson states, it can be accepted that social order 19th century England, or indeed any social order, was not developed and sustained exclusively by legal systems, police forces, and prisons, although the ethos of legal and administrative rules and sanctions is clearly not unimportant in the shaping of personal and group conduct. Authority and the legalist force on which it ultimately rested were, as always, exercised in ways of intended to uphold a social fabric congenial to holders of power, and they were concerned to induce the people to accept as legitimate the ways in which authority was exercised. 1921, 207, this is just a tree bland, a little too easy. If state formation is intra-class struggle, part of the making of a coherent, condensed, and secure ruling class in England, then we have to attend to the social schizophrenia it produces in those upon whose lives it is visited. The philosophic radicals spoke of modeling a whole generation to their will that is not a dinner party. Nassau Sr., Chadwick and Kay were quite clear about the violence that the 1834 Poor Law Amendment entailed. Coverleaf was ended or drastically reduced in what were severely depressed areas. Within the workhouses a discipline so severe and repulsive as to make them a terror to the poor was enforced, the words are those of an assistant commissioner, quoted in Thompson 1968, 295, reduction in diet, silence during meals, prompt obedience, religious exercises, segregation of the sexes, separation of families even where of the same sex, labor, total confinement. Kay writes of his visit to one workhouse, Cofford Union, that he observed, that the custom of permitting paupers to retain in their possession, while residing within the walls of the workhouse, boxes, china, articles of clothing, 8c, had been perpetuated. I therefore directed these articles to be taken into the possession of the various governors. Quoted in Ibid, 296, different forms of property. Clearly Kay is similarly plain in so many of his discussions as an assistant poor law commissioner. After all, in East Anglia, the place from which he writes his RST full report, 1836, there had been small but armed risings. Later he saw the 1834 system as essentially a measure of police. To increase public order, and with it the security of property, 1859, 135, forebeals what the 1834 system attempted to establish, beside economy, was a system of social police which would open up the labor market and render the labor factor of production mobile and docile, that is, disciplined and as nearly rational and predictable as may be. Beals 1948, 315, C.F. Thompson 1968, 29515, Inglis 1971, 372 ff, Coates 1972a, 165, trades unions were identified as criminal, K 1839a, 1846, 1866a, 1868 follow the theme through. Truman Hare in 1893 is very antagonistic, even when not actually criminalized. For Robert Lowe, all trades unions contain the germs and elements of crime, quoted in Briggs 1954, 258. Bagehot thought a political combination oy the lower classes as such and for their own objects, an evil of the RST magnitude, 1872, 277. When trades unions nally were legalized, the required forms of organization, and accompanying legislation, restricted them, and their orientation toward the state had changed from the RST 50 years of the 19th century. Anyway, their legal rights were and are hardly the most secure in the face of either judge-made or statute law. Notwithstanding repeal of the Combination Acts, the dominant legal framework for most workers, until 1875, was the master and servant legislation, cf. Simon 1954, Corrigan 1977b, which laid down totally different rights/duties for masters and servants. But these overtly violent and coercive forms of regulation should not be over-emphasized compared with the forcefulness with which certain social and moral classifications were materialized, strengthened, broadcasted, and repeated. These marked people, and demonstrate how the modern democratic, we will come to that in a moment, nation-state continues to deal in ideologies, to be interested in all forms of moral regulation, including, centrally, establishing norms of approved, acceptable social identity. The Poor Law considerably strengthened the older classification between the deserving and undeserving poor, between the orphaned, old, sick, and damaged on the one hand, and the sturdy beggars, rogues, arid vagabonds on the other. This modernizes the 8th century contrasts between pity and punishment, benevolence, and the Bastilles. It also encouraged the self-formation of a respectable working class. Likewise, the Vagrancy Act of 1824, arid its many extensions 1s50s, 1868, 1872, the latter adding destitute children to HS categories, and the whole corpus only repealed with the Criminal Justice Act of 1982. Recalling Lampert's Young Beggars, this history is a very long one. William Cartwright believed in vagrant crime, and from his appointment as chairman of Brackley Poor Law Union in 1835 sought to separate the criminal tramper from the respectable working man tramping in search of work, Steedman 1984, 57. George Gray defended the 1856 Act by saying whatever would give protection to property must give increased value to property, quoted in Ibid, 62. From the 1833 Factory Act onwards and subsequent legislation extends the reach of regulation by denning more and more places of work as factories within the meaning of the 1833 Act. A major classification of age and gender categories is enshrined, with enormous consequences. The labor force is henceforth split between children, young persons and women, and adult men. The RST category have to be protected. Their definition, in turn, relates increasingly to the statutorily deemed school leaving age. The second category have to be regulated. Only the third group are capable of making free contracts. We have commented on one wider context for this, the general disabilities of married women regarding property ownership and contractual rights through to the 20th century, Chapter 1. This gender classification is also woven into the very RST form of state-provided education, in poor law schools, and extends through the advice provided by HMIs in relation to grants and aid for other schools after 1839. With the specific exception of textiles, and even here the divisions around skill are important, women were effectively driven from a wide variety of waged employments, at precisely the same time as a dominant domestic ideology was being established for bourgeois ladies and respectable, responsible working-class wives. The massive employment category for single women was domestic service, on the general continuities of unfree labor categories cf. Corrigan 1977b. As late as 1881 servants of both sexes represented 1 in 22 of the whole population. They were 34% of all women employed in 1891 and still 23% in 1930, divide oif 1974, 310, cf. her 1973. Much of what became known, and is still known, as women's work extends the caring and supporting practices seen as central to domesticity and housewifery, nursing, elementary school teaching, clerical grades within the civil service, catering and, of course, secretarial work. Since women were not given the vote until 1918, and then only if over 30, their effective seclusion from social life is severely marked. Whatever the complex origins of this dual structuring of both work and home by gender, it is difficult to underestimate the continuing role of state regulation, through such enshrined classifications, in routinely concerting it. This is cultural revolution. We are talking not just of ideologies, but of the regulated formation of identities and subjectivities, male as much as female. This is an appropriate note on which to move to that theory and practice of representation we drew from Hellencam in relation to what was specific to the Parliament of the English, and its novel, and yet not so, inaction in the 19th century. Two preliminary emphases are in order. Speaking crudely, socialist, and sociological, theories of the state have tended to move between two poles, state as force, state as consent. Both have been at one time or another violently abstracted. Hegemony is now used as a noun and sails through time, much as bodies or armed men, prisons, etc. had done for too long before. The roots of the force theory, we suggest, lie in the thoroughly correct repudiation of states' own consensual authority claims, the project of denning, mapping, naming reality. The state's statements, we have argued, is fundamental to state formation. Beneath the appearance of consent, it is argued, in a favorite and fatal dichotomizing the state really rules by force. So it does. Hegemony is not self-securing, it is constructed, sustained, reconstructed, by particular agents and agencies, in part by violence. But force and will, coercion and consent, cannot thus be separated either. Whilst we should reject states' claims as description, they are, precisely, claims we need equally to recognize them as material empowerments, as emphases which cartographize and condition the relations they help organize. Here, as elsewhere, to adapt an old sociological maxim, what is deemed as real, which is not to say the definitions are uncontested, is real in its consequences. Which brings us to the substantive point, the grand claims of Englishness, slipping into Britishness, with the emphasis on greater, in all senses, from the 1850s and beyond, and the minutiae of 1,000 skirmishes around habits and inentalities, which seek to deem what it is to he, properly, English/British, are part of the energy of power. Central to such conceptualizations, as we have indicated all too briefly, are evaluative comparisons. These may be internal. Well-ordered nations are like well-ordered families. Political economy is to the former like domestic economy is to the latter, hence talk of the nation's purse. Or they may be external, arid, more or less stridently chauvinistic. We English excel at this or that obvious virtue. Character and duty are key notions which sinew together on the one hand the personal forms of conduct and belief, the premium always being on the former, and on the other the ethical ideas established as institutions, which achieves its null philosophizing in the latter part of the 19th century. Certain personal modes of conduct, orientations to action in Weber's terms, are sanctioned as national characteristics. 20 years ago Philip Abrams acknowledged this. it is impossible not to see how decisively political life is conditioned by national character. I use the term national character deliberately. Much of what political sociologists are doing is little more than an attempt to explain systematically what an older generation had in mind when they spoke of national character or used terms like not ready for democracy, 19,641-54. This latter term democracy is of the greatest significance since more than any other it has enabled a particular discourse to become the medium of discussion. What could, after all, be more just than one man, one vote? Well, and this is our second preliminary point, we could pay serious attention to how all such terms ignore the degree society and society 143 to which society is organized through gendered relations, and how these neutralizing terms, the more general ethos in which they are embedded, and the eventual materialization of this ethos in institutions all orient themselves towards a social guru in dominance who is for man. Here, at least, it is explicit, one man, one vote meant just that, see Harrison 1978. This man of the practical sociology of the franchise, and what a sociology it was, is at one, of course, with the man of the famous declarations. Masculinity here is not merely a matter of linguistics, we are talking of history and humanity, not because of the etymology of the words, but because of what they have come to signify, their practical cognitive and evaluative connotations. Women may have been subsequently admitted into these grand abstractions, so that the latter can appear as generic categories, or more accurately, generics are now seen as having to include the other half of the human race in advance of sorts. But this admission, analogous to that in which labor was allowed into representative democracy, was ever partial. Recalling the declarations, we should also recall that in 1983, over 200 years after we hold these truths to be self-evident, that every man has the Equal Rights Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, outlawing sexual discrimination in any form, i.e. seeking to make man and his rights genuinely generic, failed to pass Congress. And such admission, as importantly, came after these social classifications had been preformed, organized, given their meaning, made obvious in their reference and signification, stabilized and solided, through a longer making of regulated gender identities. Central to this making has been, as we have tried to indicate, again to Bree, at various points in this book, multiple forms and theaters of doctrinal, political, and administrative power and regulation from time out of mind. The representative state is, in its very constitution, a male institution, reacting and regulating that wider structuring of and by gender which is one major constituent defining what, and who, and on what terms, enters into public life. We are not talking here simply of the numbers of women in Parliament or other public institutions, though that is itself significant, but of the very meaning intrinsically gendered that public life has. The mortal God is sexed, just as he is classed, raced, tongued, penned, styled, dressed. If he, to adapt both Durkheim and Hobbes, represents society, it is a very particular form of society that is held up as an object of worship and emulation. To return to our narrative. Democracy arises precisely in that complex moment when society recognizes society, and in that recognition attempts the dis- and reorganization of the latter. It marks a transition from the political nation to the nation. The grand metaphor of the Constitution serves to handle this transition, and the resulting theory and practice of representation handles the more massive contradiction surrounding the moral individualization of labor with which we began this chapter. That England produced a Labour Party, formed, in part, from a Labour Representation Committee based within the Trades Union Congress, is one product of this handling, as we will indicate in our next chapter. In Helen Camp's depiction of the theory and practice of representation at the time of Parliament's initial stabilization as a set of political forms, there is no space for the organized expression of interests that are below the horizon of the national or above the ceiling of the locally represented collectives, geographically defined, within the represented. Burke, who was no fool, could have been writing then when he argued in 1774 that Parliament should be seen as a deliberative assembly of one nation, with one interest, that of the whole, where not local purposes, not local prejudices, ought to guide but the general good, resulting from the general reason of the whole. Quoted in Beer 1957, 615, there are some remarkable manuscript annotations on these and other speeches of Burke by Jeremy Bentham, and it was against orator Burke, among others, that Bentham was happy to be called Leveller and Jacobin in his 1817 articles in the Pamphleteer. That contrast, written out in terms of many others, has formed a complete false historiography of radicalism in general, and its approach to franchise reform in particular. Buried within the principle of utility is a contradiction and a concealment. The concealment is one we have remarked on previously: who is the judge of what the greatest good might be? But the contradiction is part and parcel of that. It was highlighted by Halavy in 1934, a study completed after his brilliant sketches of state formation from the 1780s through to the early 1840s. As rapidly as Bentham attacked any natural law basis for social relations, Smith's followers demonstrated a natural law basis for social relations. As Bentham smashed chains in the social realm, Smith's followers established them. 2 points seem insufficiently to have been taken up in the ensuing puzzlement. First, all radical bourgeois theorists articulated 3 projects, summed up, of course, as one progress: firstly, against the existing philosophies and practices governing social arrangements where forms of landed property, and the crown and aristocracy, held power; secondly, against forms of labor's property, in part protected by paternalistic legislation, and society 145; thirdly, for a society which would be really open, for them. In this, Benthamite radicalism and Smithian radicalism had different targets. But they were part of this shared project, only applied to different features of social relations. Crudely, Bentham's critique applied to those features of existing social order and its legitimations which were obstacles to that which Smith's followers sanctioned as natural law in the economic realm. We are suggesting that this has the greatest possible significance for the novel and continuing aspects of state formation and the content and justifying redux of its culturally revolutionary features. Second, these are not, our argument suggests, merely contradictions of texts, of communications, of intellect. They register correctly the contradictions entailed in the project itself. 2 commentators catch the point exactly. Ila Levy stresses the tional illusion at the heart of Benthamism: the radical state as deemed by Bentham's utilitarianism is a state which confers sovereignty on the people, after which the people and is itself constrained to delegate a certain number of political functions to a minority of individuals, elected directly or indirectly. 1934, 409, both he, Ibid, 414 ff, and Coates suggest the doubling of this strategy we have often remarked upon in this chapter. For the latter, the desired reforms would sweep away obstacles to the spontaneous activities of the middle class in whose virtues he Bentham believed; they would release energies in the economic sphere where the identity of interests was conceived as natural. 1950, co. But it is James Mill's work, from the 1808 Commerce Defended through the 1817 History of British India, with its focus on the machinery of government, cf. Halavy 1934, 271, W. Thomas 1969, Z58, to the famous essay on government, that spells out this new theory and practice most clearly. And it is to the work of D.C. Moore and W. Thomas that we owe its clarification. We need to place the discovery of a particular form of political democracy, entailing a stabilization of the 4 tons of proper politics, within not only the wider contexts of social formation, but specifically inside the contours of the constructed public we briefly discussed above. Halavy, 1934, 419, and W. Thomas, 1969, 254, cf. Carr 1971, 1972, W. Thomas 1971b, 1974, stress how James Mill's essay on government, 1820, simultaneously discusses universal representation and a limited suffrage. Thomas and D.C. Moore, 1969, 12, also clarify how the essay involves a sociological understanding of the ballot. In sum, democracy will allow representation whilst exhibly stabilizing, the RST term as important as the second, bases and forms of power, what Mill called the grand discovery of modern times, the system of representation will accomplish both. The secret ballot was required because of diseased habits, quoted in W. Thomas 1969, 280, cf. Halavy 1934, 405, and because the means of the ballot would moralize the effective influences in society, Moore 1969:12. Kinzer, 1982, however, shows how complex the question of the secret ballot actually was. When Nally adopted the Ballot Act of 1872 ran for 8 years only. It was annually renewed from 1880, only being enacted without term from 1918. Kinzer argues the secret ballot was the price Gladstone paid for having Bright in his cabinet. But of most interest to our argument is the case that was put against it. Secret voting was loudly proclaimed to be very un-English. Voting, it was argued, should be public because those who possessed the franchise spoke for those who did not. John Stuart Mill, opposing the ballot, argued that how a vote was cast was additionally of legitimate concern to other electors because it was an exercise of power. The continuing resonance of both the theatricality of political ritual which we drew attention to in the 18th century, and in Adam Smith, and very much older English notions of representation, are well illustrated here. James Mill once deemed universal suffrage as collecting the public opinion. Recall how that was deemed in 1828, as we indicated above, in the most perfect possible manner. Upon one particular point, not abstract, not complicated, who are the test men to administer the affairs of government. Quoted in W. Thomas 1969, 273. One of the key passages in the essay carries this further: if the whole mass of people who have some property would make a good choice, it will hardly be pretended that, added to them, the comparatively small number who have none, and whose minds are naturally and almost necessarily governed by the minds of those who have, would be able to make the choice a bad one. Quoted in Ibid, 253, Moore 1969, 10, and by Halavy 1934, 423, with the emphasized passage missing: the man who proceeds to the scene of an election with the reverence in his heart, which the moral influence of property implies, will not be deserted of that moral impulse, when he places his vote in secrecy. Quoted in W. Thomas 1969, 281, J. S. Mill, the well-known radical, deemed a natural state of society as being attained when those whose opinions the people follow, whose feelings they imbibe, and who practically and by common consent, perform, no matter under what original title, the office of thinking for the people, are persons better qualified than any other. Quoted in Moore 1969, 15, we might remember what for Durkheim deems the state here. Moore goes on to quote, Ibid, 29, J. S. Mill's argument against a wider suffrage in 1854, while W. Thomas argues, 1971a, that by the 1830s J. S. Mill was pledged to an aristocracy of talent. We have to read these texts properly, and not through 20th century eyes. First, in discussing the people they are discussing men, of property. Second, they are arguing a series of connections between property and morality and a hierarchy of worth within the ranks of the morally worthy men who possess property. We need in this context to reinterpret the connection between philosophical radicalism, and more generally reform, and the Whigs, cf. Beals 1974. This is the central argument of D.C. Moore, collected in his book Politics of Deference, 1976, but traceable in his articles from 1961 onwards, which have had much influence on our general argument about state formation as cultural revolution in this chapter. In brief, More is arguing that the movements of reform sought to perpetuate certain communities' hierarchies of power centering on admixture of moral worth and ideological leadership whilst allowing the rapid spread of new relations in production. Such perspectives typically conflate two separate justifications: why forms of government are needed at all, where individualism and self-interest are used, and why certain people govern in certain ways, where the social and moral unions of property and talent justify class rule. Halaby in the 19203, 1923b, 63, supported by Renodern work, such as that of D.C. Moore, Nauseter 1970a, b, c, 1976, Adelot, 1962 onwards, showed how little the elected commons after 1832 differed from that before the Reform Act. The RST reformed parliament, returned by a middle-class electorate, was like its predecessors a parliament the overwhelming majority of whose members were country gentlemen and members of the aristocracy. Sir George Young argued in 1867, in his The House of Commons in 1833, that the aristocratic element was 326 members. A contemporary opinion strikes us as accurate: the promoters of the Reform Bill projected it, not with a view to subvert, or even remodel our aristocratic institutions, but to consolidate them by a reinforcement of sub-aristocracy from the middle classes. P001 Man's Guardian, October 25, 1832, quoted in Thompson 1968, 893. The reform struggles were essentially a struggle for public opinion. In that 19th century sense we have several Clarida resisting. Aristocracy had to be persuaded, including by a threatening mob, Hamburger 1963, to give a little in order to save a lot. The actual minute extension of the franchise was largely symbolic, the complementary reduction in propertyless voters was not. Recent historiography has found a considerable degree of willingness, we are thinking of Gramsci's use of this term, on the part of Whig and some Tory aristocrats, including some evidence of their initiating activity in relation to administrative reform. As important is an older view which sees the 183 OS changes as confirming and strengthening the sovereignty of Parliament. S. Mill, once again, claries the strategic orientation of radicalism, that the essentials of it are not only reconcilable, but naturally allied, with all that was venerable or deserving of attachment in the doctrine and practices handed down to us from those ancestors, and those great teachers, whom they the conservatives delight to honor, that it is the pretended apostles of those traditional opinions and institutions who disinnure them, that the low objects to which they prostitute them, and the low grounds on which they defend them, are loosening the hold which those old ideas had on the intellects and on the affections of mankind, and sinking what is good and noble in them, along with what is effete or despicable, into a common contempt, that it is the radical view of them alone which can save them, that to be ever again objects of veneration in this new world. These old things must be seen with the eyes of radicals, that they must reconcile themselves with radicalism, must fill themselves to overflowing with its spirit, that conservatives must adopt the radical creed into their own creed and discard all with which that creed is essentially incompatible, if they would save that in their own which is true and precious, from being lost to the world, overwhelmed in an unequal contest. 1838b, 502, similar arguments as we have advanced here apply to the reorganization of municipal government from the 1830s onwards. The 1835 Municipal Reform Act established a standard form of borough council, empowered, amongst other things, to control police and make bylaws. The councils had some national autonomy, through rates, but in other matters, e.g. raising of loans, required treasury authorization. The electoral qualification was householders of 3 years' standing who paid the poor rate. This was a narrower franchise than that established for parliamentary elections by the 1832 Reform Act, but was wide enough to let into the municipal electorate most of the wealthier merchants and industrialists of the large towns. Thon I Son 1950, 73. This is less an erosion of traditional oligarchies than their selective, sponsored augmentation. A similar logic is at work in the shift of administrative responsibility under the 1834 Poor Law Amendment Act from parishes to, restrictively elected, boards of poor law guardians, on which, however, _PS had the right to sit ex officio. The cultural revolution which we see state formation as entailing is, then, well illustrated in the forms of state regulation and provision centering upon the slow, protracted, complex acculturation which franchise reform, party formation, and all of official politics involve. Older sociologies such as Miall's The Franchise as the Means of a People, Education, 1851, cf. Peel 1971, 71 ff., From a Different Perspective, James Hole's Light, More Light. 1860, cf. F. C. Harrison 1954, or Monckton Milnes on the Admission of the Working Classes as Part of Our Social System, along with other texts in the 1867 Essays on Reform, and recent works such as Herrick, 1948, D. C. Moore, and Davis, 1974, have shown how in public debate, newspaper discussion, and private correspondence society very carefully calibrated the extensions of the 1830s democracy representation system. Questions of worthiness remain central. A transformation of the notion of property from protable property to fixed properties, and hence the establishment of a rating qualification that introduced men without property in the Smithian/Benthamite sense, makes sense within this project. So does the continued total ignoring of women, treating with their general subordination, their invisible status in the discourses of politics and law. The shift to the household HCAD encapsulates both, and broadcasts a new, wider, notion of propriety. It was clearly understood through the late 1840s to the late 1860s that this would add to the electorate working class men, but, and the degree of agonizing sociologically here over the specifics is very instructive, it was felt, in the end, that this, mild, representation of labor would be unlikely to damage the true interests of property because those who had the vote would be respectable men. An adequate account of all this would have to work carefully forward to describe, document and delineate the significantly new dialectic at work in all periods after the 1830s. There is no longer only the continuing significance of ruling perspectives and philosophies to take seriously. In addition, the categorical frameworks and substantive evidence provided by state forms of identifying and collecting facts have to be properly integrated. The complexity of cumulating bodies of argument needs also to be stressed. Moving through Spencer's proper sphere of government, 1842, through social statics, 1851, to his later work, Like the Man and the State, 1884, quoted earlier, one finds, as Spencer's own filiation of ideas, 1899, makes clear, a set of emphases which cannot be read and understood simply as they stand. 5 Spencer's work with Sturge and Miall, for the complete suffrage union, only makes sense if we understand the kind of state, his life's theme as he explains himself, part and parcel of the secularization of morals, he thought was necessary. Equally, S. Mill's work, over a similar time span he and Spencer corresponded about franchise reform in the 1860s in an instructive way, needs to be interpreted with a similar stress on complexity and contradiction from the 1838 and 1840 essays on Bentham and Coleridge through the Principles of Political Economy of 1848 to the famous representative government of 1861, and beyond. S. Mill is always discussing the paradigm we drew from his work above. Ust as the general law of laissez-faire has clearly indicated exceptions, notably education and more generally law itself, so too does the ability of individuals in relation to voting have to be seen as speciate in terms of their moral worth and their rationality. Recall Hill's comment on the latter, quoted above. In 1848, I.S. Mill had argued that the future depended on the degree to which the working classes could be made rational beings. Roach, 1957, Ryan, 1974, and crucially Wolfe, 1975, show how representative government, the words of the title are extremely important, of course, registers some doubts, 1861, ch. 5, about whether this is in fact possible. Wolfe makes much of the essay Centralization by J. S. Mill in the Edinburgh Review, published anonymously, as was typical, and excluded from Mill's collected works, in 1862. Here Mill makes clear that there are different problems as between the authority of law and the authority of office, and it is always the mode of state interference which is crucial. But a different side of the recognition is provided in Mill's chapters on socialism which, although written in 1869, were published by Harriet Taylor in the Fortnightly Review in 1879. There J. S. Mill, implicitly at least, answers exactly what his father had argued in The State of the Nation in 1826, the classes, which the system of society makes subordinate, have little reason to put faith in any of the maxims which the same system of society may have established as principles. Quoted in Briggs 1978, 69, The Whole Debate Around the Franchise, C.F. Blewett 1965, and R. Barker 1978 for the post-1885 situation, which more properly belongs in our next chapter, needs to be informed by these wider perspectives which, while seen as context for us, this side of the instrumentality of their moral project, were part of the content of that supreme moral act, the vote. We have already indicated how protracted was the making of the nation of citizens. The end of plural voting based on property rights came with the elections of 1950, like many of its predecessors, but for the RST time with some justification. The relevant statute was called the Representation of the People Act. This still left those far from inconsequential residues, the House of Lords, with that forgotten third element the Crown, and the Privy Council actually constituting two-thirds of what we too rapidly misrecognize as parliamentary democracy, and the City of London. This is not to mention judges appointed for life, until 1959, when 75 was fixed as the age of retirement, or the host of other features of the remaining nomination patronage system which complements that permanent civil service which the 1830s made possible, or at least began. It should however be said with some emphasis that before 1918 the national electorate was only about 60% of adult males, with, of course, no women voters at all. 1832, 1867, 1884 extended the votes to men of property, certain householders in urban constituencies, and their brothers in patriarchy in the counties, respectively. Clark 1982, 51. This is because this corresponded to widely accepted notions of what was tea and proper. The head of household exemplified a well-formed concept of citizenship, which gave a coherent social logic to the ground of qualification for the vote. Ibid. This concept of citizenship is not unrelated to the social logic of the family wage policy that had also gathered ground from the 1830s on, and which was integral to the gendering of employment discussed earlier, nor to the wider exclusion of women from the discourses of politics and law. It is also as well to recall how any involvement with the poor law, including for some years medical treatment, led to the loss of the franchise, matched, perfectly, by P's right to sit ex officio on boards of the Poor Law Guardians. By 1886, when Gladstone told a Liverpool crowd how all the world over he would back the masses against the classes, quoted in Briggs 1978, 71, we are in a new territory. But nothing could conream better what we have been arguing than the same Gladstone describing how the 1867 reform needs to be understood as entailing a reconceptualization of the new voters as fellow Christians, our own flesh and blood, and the remarks of, fittingly, the Chancellor of the Exchequer arguing for the 1867 Act, I believe those persons whom we ask you to enfranchise ought rather to be welcomed as you would recruits to your army or children to your family. Quoted in Lazonic 1978, 23, we have already discussed the imperial context of these changes, following Harcourt 1980. The registration of, some, working class Men as soldiers/children extends that rich set of terms and signs through which the subordinated are welcomed into the political nation, the nation now RMLY placed under the law of the father, all the better that these, the last of new men, can constrain and culture as patriarchs and non-commissioned officers within the army of labor and their own households. Such imagery endures, in that last imperial fling, the Falklands War, for Mrs. Thatcher, mother to the nation. The troops were never anything but our boys. Tonal points in this area are of some importance. First, to repeat an earlier general emphasis, what we have been saying applies very much to the English state at home, which alas includes within the statistics and reach of the thinking the whole of Wales. The orientation to franchise extensions, as much in the local, Keith Lucas 1977, Dunbobbin 1977, Dear Love 1979, as in the national/central focus, was always mediated by a clear sense that it was English ideas, institutions, forms and, not infrequently, people that should rule. Franchise extension before 1918 was always statistically less in Scotland and Ireland than in England, and we suspect the same applies to Wales, but the Gers do not most of the time allow this separation. The vast empire beyond the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, later and Northern Ireland, had no representation at Westminster at all. The Mother of Parliaments never quite got around to furthering those procedures, instead, and oriented very specifically to some parts of the empire, those now white dominions, because of the genocide of the indigenous peoples, some limited sovereignty was granted. In subsequent work, Corrigan, we shall show just how limited and how formed from London that sovereignty was. While on the subject of empire, we might wryly note that despite centuries of resistance within England to reform movements which sought clarification of the law in the interests of access and limitation of its superb exibility, much of the common law was codied between 1830 and the 1860s for use in India, Baker 1979, 190. Secondly, the C. Lion Sellers reference to the army is pertinent in this connection for three further reasons. First, there is the slaughter of non-English people in defense of the English nation-state, cf. Hanham 1973, Bond 1974, Lloyd 1974. Second, it relates to a general claim then as now that the appropriate model of factory, farm, office, or school discipline was military, cf. Weber 1920 c. 261, which anticipates Gortz, Braverman, Bainan, and others. Third, 01c6f peers in the House of Lords extend through the 19th century as follows: 1837, 10 percenter, 1853, 15 percenter, 1855, 27 percenter, 1898, 35 percenter, Harries and Keynes 1973. Young's 1867 analysis of the 1833 Parliament gives 271 military and naval personnel, which he, significantly includes within the wider 326 aristocratical element, of a total of 652 MPs. To this day, and not only in itself, Zernigeri's 1113 male English ruling class significantly centers on officers and gentlemen. There remains a significant permeation of these ex-army, ex-naval, latterly ex-RAF, types through the political and administrative elite, centrally and sometimes far more powerfully loci, at least in relation to regional seats of government, emergency civic officers, and the whole panoply of a Gauleiter state which repeat struggles have shown to be waiting in the depths to inherit the earth. So much for how our members of Parliament came to be able to claim to represent all of us, and how we, by marking a piece of paper, correctly marking it, that is, are joined together in the magic religious ceremonial of virtual representation. How simple it really was, moving cardboardgers across a chessboard, to see the aristocracy defeated by 1832 and the bourgeoisie defeated by 1867 and 1884, and patriarchy by 1918 and 1929, certainly that is what Fabian history, the Fabian Society being formed in January 1884, would like us to think. Despite certain claims, centrally those of the middle class themselves, at one time we return to Marx's recognition, echoing that of the poor MMF's Guardian, which we quoted above, in 1855, that 1832 was equally a victory for the old regime. Althorpe, the man who introduced the Poor Law Amendment Act, said that 13I2 was the most aristocratic act ever offered to the nation, quote Elal Marx 1855, 452. For Lord John Russell, the object of the reformed 3I was to increase the predominance of the landed interest, quote in Ibid, 454. Nassau Sr. could argue, in a letter to de Tocqueville in the 1860s, the Poor Law Amendment Act was a heavier blow to the aristocracy than the Reform Act. The Reform Act principally affected the aristocracy of Wealth. The Poor Law Act dethroned the country gentleman. Quoted in BEAES 1931, but, apart from the general studies we cited above, principally Arnstein and D.C. Moore, Bruridge and others have shown the enormous continuing power of the landed interest and the country gentleman, Brundage 1972, 1974, 1975, 1973, D1 GBY 1975, 1976, 1977, 1978, throughout the 19th century. If Parliament has been one major thread running through this BO0K, the law has been another, and some brief observations on changes, and continuities after 1780 are called for here. Agents and agencies of law remain mere forms of rule. We should record, E0 W, 5 thread of argument of justifying rhetoric which bears little relation to actual practice, which concurs with Dugald Stewart's quotation from a manuscript of Adam Smith in 1755 that the only activities of government should be peace, easy taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice, quoted in Paul 1979, 31. In 1842 Spencer argued, if it be conceded that the administration of justice is the only duty of the state, we are at once relieved of one of the greatest objections to the enfranchisement of the working class, 1842, quoted in Peel 1971, 281, and 74. That's fine, providing we forget, as it encourages us to, the property qualification for jury service from 1665 to 1972, the nominati zero and patronage system for judges, Griffith 1975, 1977a, b, and the, continuing, power of the House of Lords as the highest judicial court in the land, Stevens 1979, Jawell 1979. John Griffith reproduces data from an unpublished doctorate, 1977b, 25, on the social class origins of the senior judiciary from 1820 to 1968, which, with data he examines for this same period and beyond it until the 1970s, he summarizes as showing that in broad terms, 4 out of VE full-time professional judges are products of public schools, and of Oxford and Cambridge, 1977a, 633. Between 1820 and 1968 an average of 15.3% came from the traditional landed upper class and a further 12.7% from the professional, commercial, and administrative class, that is numerically, S9 and 49 respectively, and 47.4% from the wider up 6I, T11 CLCLL and class, that is, 183. Taking these 3 categories together we have 75.4%, or 291 members, of the senior judiciary from 1820 to 1968. These were all men. Judges are of course appointed, by the Prime Minister on the advice of the Lord Chancellor. As a mild empirical aside, we might remark that the Lord Chancellor always received a higher salary than the Prime Minister and sits on a woolsack chairing the House of Lords quite differently from the way a Prime Minister organizes the business of the House of Commons, which is chaired by the Speaker, the latter office being continuous from the reign of Richard II. One Lord Chancellor, Lord Halsbury, the editor and founder of the famous Statutes series, held office for 3 periods totaling 17 years between 1885 and 1905. The present incumbent of the office, Lord Hailsham, alias Mr. M. Hogg, then again Lord Hailsham of St. Marylebone, has had a very good run for our money. His theses on elective dictatorship, The Times, October 15, 1976, C.F. Griffith 1975, apparently having lapsed from his memory since 1979. We should note augmentation of judicial powers as more and more procedures are regulated by law, and specifically how Acts of 1840, for Chancery, and 1875, generally, empowered the judiciary to make and alter rules of procedure. The Common Law Procedure Act of 1854, which allowed the possibility, in civil cases, of trial of facts by judge alone, led to the gradual disappearance of the civil jury, and society, and Section 155 arguably, through a parallel erosion of the boundaries between issues of fact and issues of law, encouraged a revival of judge-made law, cf. Baker 1979, 81-2. This is capped off by the law lords being empowered since 1966, through a practice statement, 3all_ER77, to overrule their own precedents. Conversely, we should register from the 1830s, a certain Erastianization. Abolition of the old writs of summons, and their replacement by uniform writ in 1832, led in Baker's view to a closure in the categories of legal thought. Where once the law might have developed through the recognition of new writs, it is now left at the mercy of commissions and an overworked parliament. Ibid. 61. In 1875 the old courts were merged in a single High Court of Justice, initially, to avoid compulsorily retiring the Chief Justice of Common Pleas and the Chief Baron of the Exchequer, which would have been unconstitutional, with 5 divisions, reduced to 3 by order in council after their deaths in 1880. The period from the 1780s onward also saw other, interlinked changes in the pattern of 18th century moral policing. There is an extensive literature on this which we do not have space to reproduce here. The major developments we would highlight are as follows. In the 1820s and 1830s there was, RST, a marked shift in kinds of punishment. The Bloody Code of 18th century England was substantially repealed, where there had been over 200 capital offences on the Stature Book in 1800, by 1841 there were only 8. Transportation to America had ceased to be an option after 1776, transportation to Australia was suspended in 1853. From the 1830s imprisonment increasingly became the usual form of punishment for most crimes, and prisons, penitentiaries of Euro 5 ELS/L, Euro part of the urban landscape of England, joining those other objects of terror, the workhouses. Older historiography, up to and including Radzinowa's 1948/68, sees here only Enlightenment, humanism, and the inexorable march of progress. Recent work, inspired by Foucault 1977, interprets the change rather as a shift in forms of discipline, from the theatrical repertoire of the 18th century, the Dr. 1 NE 501 maximum penalties selectively, and publicly, applied, ably defended by Archdeacon Paley, to a more rationalized, and specifically bourgeois, system of graduated punishments applied uniformly, and mainly behind prison walls, with a view to reforming the mind and character of the individual offender. It is as likely that the impetus came from a diversity of factors, ranging from the reluctance of juries to convict felons when death was the main penalty on offer, through fears of public disorder on hanging days, to the perennial dread of typhus spreading from the hulks moored in the Thames, themselves introduced as a temporary expedient when transportation to the American colonies became unavailable as a punishment after 1776. Conrad's characterization of penal evolution as a story of witless drift has a ring of truth about it. There are new scientific penologies. Bentham's Panopticon, adapted, incidentally, from a scheme Aramis' brother Samuel had pioneered for surveillance of labor, while supervising the dockyards of Prince Potemkin in Russia, the separate system of secluding offenders, regimes of silence, Hererichs 1972, Tornlinson 1978, 1981, DeLacy 1981, Evans 1981, together with a specifically moral, reformatory focus consonant with the wider educational ethos of the radicals. These had some impact on policy, as in the design and discipline of Pentonville. To this extent, Foucauldian arguments are pertinent. But they need qualification, considered as an account of what actually occurred. Bentham's panopticon was never built in England, and the penitentiary, which had been introduced in the 1840s as an instrument for remaking human character, survived into the late 19th century by virtue of its penal features, Ignatieff 1978, 204. It is as well to recall also that the last hanging, drawing and quartering in England took place at Derby in 1817, and the last public hanging in 1868, whilst as late as 1909, % of adult offenders found guilty of indictable offences were whipped, Halsey 1972. In the case of juveniles, the comparable GUR is 14.4% in 1910, and 9.9% in 1920, betraying the differential age classification we have remarked before. It remains, of course, a peculiarity of the English that Britain is one of the last countries in Europe where school children can legally be beaten. In the same period, recognizably modern professional, bureaucratic, police forces were established, under the control of stipendiary magistrates. A new development, PS were unpaid, initially in London. Early attempts at this were the Middlesex Justices Act of 1792 and the setting up of the Thames Police Office in 1800. After this date there were 9 police magistrates in the metropolitan area, controlling 7 small police forces, who were responsible to the Home Secretary. These magistrates had enhanced powers of arrest and summary conviction, notably under the Vagrancy Act of 1744. Legislation of the 1820s further strengthened these powers. Stipendiary magistrates spread, Salford in 1805, Manchester 1813, Merthyr Tydl 1829, and many other conurbations in the 18,305 and 184 to zeros. The big shift to a modern police force came however with Peel's Metropolitan Police Act of 1829. It is noteworthy that Peel drew extensively, in framing this act, on his experience as Chief Secretary for Ireland, where he had pioneered such a force, in 1814. Further legislation, 1835, 1839, allowed for the pattern to be extended elsewhere, but only after 1856 was establishment of constabularies mandatory. A related change concerned prosecution, Acts of 1778 and, particularly, 1826 allowed prosecution costs to be reimbursed. Phillips, 1980, 180, gives figures for 1805 onwards showing, for England and Wales, a sharp upward trend in committals for trial on indictment, for 1805, 4605, for 1820, 13,710, for 1830, 18,107. These are less likely to wreak a rising crime wave, though reformers portrayed them as such, than the shift in methods of law enforcement. The wider moral context of all this, however, is what most needs to be remembered. Blackstone's notion of policing was not dead, only the forms had changed. The objective is ably expressed by Calhoun, disciple of Bentham, police magistrate himself, and a tireless exponent of the new police, and it is no inconsiderable feature in the science of police to encourage, protect, and control such as tend to innocent recreation, to preserve the good humor of the public, and to give the minds of the people at right bias. Since recreation is necessary to civilized society, all public exhibitions should be rendered subservient to the improvement of morals, and to the means of infusing into the mind a love of the Constitution, and a reverence and respect for the laws. How superior this to the odious practice of besotting themselves in alehouses, hatching seditious and treasonable designs, or engaging in pursuits of the vilest profligacy, destructive to health and morals. Quoted in Phillip's 1980, 177, it needs again to be emphasized that here, as elsewhere, there are no clean breaks. These reforms, in particular the establishment of the new police, were trenchantly resisted, both from below and from within the ranks of society. The innovations spread very slowly, and certain continuities from the 18th century and before were very marked. A number of commentators grasp this, on the pattern more generally, see Darville 1934, ch. 12, Mather 1959. The landlords are the true rulers of the English provinces. From among them, according to long-established custom, was chosen the body of the peace. Halavy 1912, 37, this is said of 1815. As one writer observed in 1862, at the RST whisper of duty, Magistrates Act, county magistrates assemble and volunteers turn out, quoted in Spring 1963, 275. Magistrates continued to be, in large measure, the state until the later 19th century, Marshall 1974. General, Zangerl 1971, and Specific Studies, Warwickshire, Quinault 1974, Lancashire, D. Foster 1974, Buckletinghamshire, Le Benau 1977, stress two features. First, magistrates as agents of order, a particular order mixing their local status/power and a more general regulation of themselves by changing patterns in the laws protecting and legitimating certain forms of property. Second, the extremely gradual, complex, slow transformation between country gentry rule and the arrival of a different category of social leaders, Lee 1963, 5, Le Benau 1977, 251. Slowly, very, very slowly, country gentry become social leaders who in turn become professional experts. In fact, we would want to argue, the class and gender backgrounds of the third group differ only slightly from the RST. This slowness of rationalization is well illustrated by the spread of the new police. Steedman, 1984, shows a continuing mixture of forms, old and new, an extraordinary patchwork to recall Aylmer's depiction of the previous century, for long after the initiating reforms of 1829 and beyond. For instance, the Permissive Rural Police Act of 1839 had resulted in a pattern by the 1850s. 18 counties had established constabularies, 7 further counties only for some districts, but 13 had made use of later legislation, 1842, 1850, to sustain and strengthen the ancient system of parish constables. 13 boroughs had not changed from the old system as late as 1856, despite the mandatory 1835 Act. And after 1856, additional constables paid by private owners permanently stationed to protect specific pieces of property numbered up to 25 per center of northern county and borough forces, p. 46. The median relationship of police to people was as follows: 1858, 1:1,406, 1868, 1:1,275, 1878, 1:1,221, but these GERs, p. 50, include all those working for the police as if they were on the beat. Steedman brings out clearly the dialectic of making power regular in the relation of center and locality, yet another side of the ruling class dance of the period. Centrally, officers authorized, regularized, legitimate, and inspected; locally, representatives, locally empowered and sometimes elected. This is the old sheriff problem again. The traditional political nation is alive and well in the localities and acting to keep its traditional forms of moral policing and surveillance. Apart from the general studies of local government, Dear Love, 1979, 4 county councils especially, Dunbobbin 1963, 1977, in which the reconceptualizations of D.C. Moore, Spring, 1963, 275 ff, Arnstein, 1972, 1975, and Brundage are very important. A very full survey of the composition of the magistracy is provided by Zangerl, 1971. This shows that for the boroughs the gentry continued to provide 45% of magistrates in 1841, for the counties the gers are 1,841, 77.1%, 1,885, 68.1%. Equally important is the liaisons of the nomination patronage system. Lords Lieutenant, not infrequently, the relevant dukes and earls, were the local representatives consulted when it came to constructing that list, which exists more generally in the 1980s, of the great and the good, from which reliable men, and, now, a few women, might be selected for these great duties of state. Zangerl also, and several of the local studies endorse this, shows how a certain necessary change within continuities is handled over the century, underscore assimilation, rather than disturbing the established order of social relationships, reinforce the value system of the landed classes. The circle of landed allies on the county bench merely expanded to include bourgeois individuals as well as Anglican clergymen, doctors, barristers, and military officers. 1971, 125, it is striking to move to another scenario of rule and other significant persons, whose study should not be, as it too often is, isolated from this wider context of who ruled, that this listing corresponds exactly with Corrigan's as yet uncompleted study of the 50 or South Key state servants who dominate the period after 1832, with the second, Dr. K. Drive Southwood Smith, Dr. William Farr, and third, Chadwick, Truman Hare, E.C. Tufnell, being the most important of the latter four groups at the national level. And what of that national group of state servants and the famous reforms of Northcote Trevelyan? The bourgeoisie love exact dates. So many official and general accounts date the civil service today from November 23, 1853, the Fulton Report, Chapter 1, the historical chapter in the 1912-14 Royal, Macdonell, Commission on the Civil Service, Thornhill 1975, 2, Kellner and Crowther Hunt 1980, 23, etc., etc., etc. In fact, George Trevelyan told the Player Commission of 1875, the revolutionary period of 1848 gave us a shake, and created a disposition to put our house in order, and one of the consequences was a remarkable series of investigations, quoted in Hart 1960, 42, C.F. McGregor 1951, 156 ff, Cohen 1941, 92, and 2. Hughes 1942, 23 suggests 1846 might have been a shock to Trevelyan and others. Northcote's equal billing hardly seems deserved. Investigated over a dozen offices and departments from 1848 to 1857, those regarding the Home Office, the Foreign Office, and the military and naval offices were never published. Hughes 1942, 61, Hart 1960, 10,311. Cohen 1941, 92 is incorrect. Hughes argues that it was these special reports that form the basis of what are normally dated the 1853 reforms. Note further, that although a civil service commission was established by an order in council on May 21, 1855, open competition, we shall see both how open and how limited was its operation shortly, was not established until Forlune 1870, when once again the instrument was an order in council. Like anything of significance, this whole area is one of debate, much of it mystifying. Like most areas we discuss in this book, the best course is to return to the documents and / or to the fullest administra. Rive histories. Here the work Hughes, 1942, 1949, is a prime source. Centrally involved in so-called open competition are certain moral and political values extending from the radical critique of both the philosophical radicals and the economical reformers. There is also PHE**CI1L cent al recognition that employees and officers of state are increasing divided between policy-running administrators and clerically routine operatives. George Trevelyan argued in a letter to the editor of the Times, not for publication, that our high aristocracy have been accused phillip employ the civil establishments as a means of providing for £31s and strays of their families, quoted in Hughes 1949, 85. Gladys Northcote Trevelyan report was commissioned by Stone in March 1853, Gladstone having earlier placed Northcote Gist 5 inquiry in progress into the Board of Trade. On January 31, Trevelyan wrote to Gladstone urging publication of the report, in part stressing its educational effects in relation to the second subordinated level of the civil service. In its application to the Iowa MN/ES0F society, it is likely to be productive of very beneficial effects by PMN at 11 cent I1 degree I1, and impressing the rising generation with the value of Shampt, Hughes 1949, 82, cf. there, pages 21 off, 217, and I Lugs 1942, 51 for similar arguments. This focus is admirably lodged in the Dean of Greford's pamphlet, DAS 1854. On February 1854 Trevelyan wrote to Gladstone arguing that, old established political families habitually batten on the public dergligs of its soace, legitimate and illegitimate, their relatives, and 194%, Z10, every degree are provided for by the score. Quoted in Hughes of Perse, as an instance of a trend that continues from 900 to 1984 AD, Oth Northcote and Trevelyan, like Chadwick, K. Shuttle_want, Trumanhare, Fletcher, Hornet, Tufnell, Farr, also wanted to $6 LG 656 areas of public patronage for their own kith and kin. 1. And rewrite English history in terms of these jobs for the boys. Stone wrote to Lord John Russell H1 1854 that he sought to effect RORM which would strengthen and multiply the ties between the higher classes and the possession of administrative power, quoted in Hughes 19421-23, cf. Hart 1969. He, like Queen Victoria and Sir James Graham, sees the utility of both the aristocracy's insensible educative and the highly educated classes. On this kind of evidence FETA 1 TLGE History S 1006 1854 Hughes is correct that the EORM SPUG T2I 3.1 SF1 IL 18 social standing of the service, not to our or democratize it, Hughes 1942, 33. 4 Gramwala's, 1858 to 1932, according to a remarkable chapter, both Chadwickian and Foucauldian, entitled Official Thought in his famous book, The Permanent Civil Service is the Real Second Chamber, The Real Constitutional Check in England, 1908, 249, cf. Wiener 1971, Collini 1972, Wolf 1975, 228 ff. 4. Mill open competition by examinations appears to me one of those great public improvements, the adoption of which would form an era in history. A great and salutary moral revolution, quoted in Hughes 1942, 35. An external context for all these moral revolutions within state formation, routines, and personnel was the contemporary existence of the financial and administrative reform associations, which are raised slogans whose currency is now quite efficacious. Ability begins to be identified with commercial experience, administrative efficiency, and protability, CFO Anderson 1965, 1974. MacGregor links the Eros to the Fabian Society a generation later, MacGregor 1957, 151, and Chadwick and Dickens were both involved. Two judgments by recent historians seem to us to capture the continuities entailed in these changes. First, a formulation in terms of what was later discussed as the brains and numbers controversy. For Lord Annan, the aristocracy of talent had their Bill of Rights in the report of 1853, their glorious revolution in the order in 4 Council of 1870. No formal obstacle then remained to prevent the man of brains from becoming a gentleman, Annan 1955, 257. For Richard Johnson, patronage was now being exercised through the educational institutions of the mid-Victorian intelligentsia. This change of patronage, of course, reddened in subtle ways what it was to be a civil servant in both a social and political sense. 1969, 12. Paris hits the target. The administrative class type was not created by open competition. Open competition served to perpetuate a type which had already come to the top. 1969, 159. V. Fry, 1969, demonstrates that the 1853 report and 1870 order were implemented cautiously, noting special resistance in the Home Office, the Education Department, cf. Loneson 1969, Sutherland 1969b, 1973, and the Foreign OIOC, whose peculiarities we have remarked on before. Emphatically, neither the report, nor the Civil Service Commission, nor open competition killed patronage. For a start, and it is an important starting point, it was Cornwall Lewis's notion of limited open competition among already selected candidates, rather than fully open competition among all comers, which was dominant. Of the 1920s, for the earlier period see the admirable account of Preston Thomas, who added the word work-shy to the English language. Lord Bridges described the civil service as a university with separate colleges, quoted in Fry 1969, 35, and Harold Scott reported from the Home Office how office life was still influenced by the rhythm of the London season, quoted in Ibid, 44, and 1. Departmental sectionalism remained strong. It was only in 1936 that promotion by examination across the classes was established. Russell Smith, 1974, 19ff, reports both on how the Oxford syllabi dominated the open competition of the 1920s and on the degree of missionary zeal amongst her generation of state servants. The country house test flows through into the so-called Method 2 appointments of the post-Fulton reforms. For this pattern see Kelsall 1966, Chapman 1970. Allen, 1975, shows Oxbridge entrance into the top grades of the civil service to be 85% in 1960 and 7% in 1970, while later studies have consistently found a male Oxbridge bias factor of some 20% in those areas amenable to statistical checking. But our own favorite quotations come not from the academic or official literature, but from that significant burst of populist rhetoric in the lower middle class press. First, the Daily Mail. The plain fact is, we're being run by a secret elite that has lost its nerve. June 17, 1976, our rulers seem both blind and deaf. They dwell in a land of their own, living off a diet of civil service briefs and party propaganda. They make pretentious speeches about the British disease. But the truth is that they are the British disease. They are the slow coaches holding hack the class. October 18, 1976, the London Evening News of October 26, 1976 editorialized as follows: "So easy we have often wondered what it takes to get to the top in Whitehall." This is Lord Crowther-Iun's view, as expounded to a Commons committee investigating the civil service. Be born in classes 1 or 2, go to public school, read classics at Oxford. Simple, isn't it? As simple, indeed, as being born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Subsequently, Peter Kellner and Lord Crowther Hunt produced their book The Civil Servants, an inquiry into Britain's ruling class, 1980, which had been preceded by a number of crucial revelations, notably in the Crossman diaries and other journals and writings of senior cabinet ministers, along with the very important analyses and interviews of Peter Hennessy in the Times, from 1976. Much of this was complemented if not initiated by the endings of the late Maurice Edelman, 1975a, b, c, d, about the availability of patronage involving hundreds of organizations, tens of thousands of places, and funds of upwards of £2.5 billion a year. But earlier documentation was available. Thus the MacDonald Commission, 1912-14, found a growth of patronage from 1880. In 1881 there were 4,142 nominated posts, in 1900 5,947, in their own 10-year survey, 1901-10, they found that nomination LLED 62,568 posts, open competition 27,369 and limited competition 7,669, appendix, 325 quetzales and annex 1. And this 30 years after the 1870 order in council. Enough has been said here, we hope, to show a made national system of improvement by the 1870s. One comprehensive theme needs to be stated nally. We have focused upon the philosophy that legitimates the machinery of government and really makes it whirl. The people we have quoted, partly prescriptive, partly descriptive, show throughout the otherwise differentiated ruling groups not simply a sharing of ideas and values, but an increasingly strong grasp of how certain moral values inform what politics should or must be in terms of legitimate practices conducted by ordered, measured rituals. The procedures of politics are held to be constituted as a body of many parts, currently discovered and correctly described by great men, sustained and sediment from time immemorial, the common law, Magna Carta, Parliament, the Constitution, we English, and capable of being modulated to incorporate and represent all. The rationality of these forms of representation is to be found in the same nexus of rationality presented in making the law, indeed without this law such forms are inconceivable. Politics, in essence, becomes sacralized, the Constitution becomes worshipped like the Trinity or the body of God. Each momentary involvement in procedures of representation is like the partaking of the host. The theological disputes are similar. Is the body of the Constitution actually there when some chairman, as empirically it normally was, calls a meeting to order, when bills are read the RST, second and third times and then become acts which go to the other house and are eventually signed by the monarch, that most tired of all the arms of governmental? They then enter into the law of the land, the heavenly host. Or is all this merely symbolic and metaphorical? Because then, the law, and the procedures for orderly meetings, are subject to interpretation and there is an organized clerisy, judges, statutory officials and administrators, local and central servants of this clerisy, or so the fable runs, who clarify and implement. All of this engages, cumulatively and comprehensively, in the most denite kind of regulation there is, representing persons as individuals. A person can of course be anybody, but only as a citizen does he, and after 1918, she, vote, enter the body politic, and then only in a minutely 164 society and Sachsen's prescribed routine/ritual which requires prior approval and authorization, electoral rolls, marking the ballot paper in the prescribed fashion. All the time the incense-strewn murmuring, are the procedures being followed? Ronald Butt is correct. The Times, February 7, 1974, there was a revolutionary victory entailed in the successful claim to the legitimacy of certain forms and their required monopolization as official politics, in short as politics full stop, empowering all other forms of regulation. It was a victory not simply of negativity, of imposition, of constraint though those were amongst its means, to a degree we have not been able sufficiently to discuss here, but one also of positivity, of willingness, of joint construction, and this latter is, consequentially, its most important side. But this remaking of Parliament sovereign is only understandable in terms of the more general legitimation of a certain routinization, and in England a specific ritualization, of rule, in all the areas examined in this chapter and beyond. Conspiracy theories, and explorations of social change on the basis of intentions of powerful actors, are currently and correctly subject to much criticism. More ludicrous, but equally powerful, is the notion that if any social fact can be found to be irreducible to the organization of belief and activity involved, Therefore all theories of connection or determination or agency are invalidated. This has opened the door to a form of discourse analysis entirely congruent with sociobiology or cybernetics, the working class return as animals or machines, once again. We remain mindful of forms of social struggle and their unintended consequences. We wish to argue, nonetheless, that the limited semi-sacralization of the state is a revolutionary victory of particular socially powerful groups, and it cannot be understood without understanding their situation, perspectives, and objectives. These animate the forms established, the ways of proceeding, the taken for granted rules of order from the tiniest social exchange through to the full-blown rituals of rule. They make evident for us the rules of order internal to the neutral, natural, universal, and obvious procedures summating as the state, Philip Abrams's distinctive collective misrepresentation of capitalist societies, we have taken for granted for too long. Since the splitting and fragmentation of the 1880s, it has taken almost 100 years to undo the object that was common to so many discourses of the years from 1780 onwards. In a curious way, what makes it visible now are the real changes from the 1960s that mark an ending, a decoration as if for a monument, of the Great Arch. In one way, such concrete metaphors ignore one consistent theme: state formation, because it is cultural revolution, donates the terms through which the state may be worshipped, criticized, grasped, reformed, reconstructed, denied, held together, affirmed and carried onwards. As Coleridge put it, at the end of his 9th philosophical lecture, at the Crown and Anchor Tavern in the Strand, on March 8, 1319, the influences of philosophy must not be sought for either in the lives of philosophers themselves or in the immediate effect of their writings upon the students of speculative knowledge. No. We must look for it everywhere, only not in their own shape, for it becomes active only by being diluted. It combines itself as a color, as it were, lying on the public mind, as a sort of preparation for receiving thought in a particular way, and excluding particular views. This is the supreme achievement of state formation, what George Eliot called the images that are habitually associated with abstract or collective terms, the picture writing of the mind, quoted in Briggs 197 s = 76. But the architectural metaphor returns. It is difficult to avoid, given the actuality of Whitehall/Town Hall. But now, we suggest, as, in another way, the Falklands campaign does, it returns as farce. For Burrow, in his admirable study of those Whig historians in his The Liberal Descent, the great Victorian histories now seem like the triumphal arches of a past empire, their vaunting inscriptions increasingly unintelligible to the modem inhabitants, visited occasionally, it may be, as a pissoir, a species of visit necessarily brief. Quoted in Kenyon 1981, 1408, Colonel V. 7. Epilogue: there is, above all, an agency. There is, above all, an agency upon which we are all tending to become increasingly dependent, that is the state. Durkheim 1902, 227. Somewhere we cross a line, step over a threshold, but we have tried to show that it is extraordinarily difficult to say when. The state is first referred to impersonally in the 1530s, in the 1640s there are years when the impersonal body is all there is, henceforth the mortal god rules if it does not reign, and then from the 1780s a national state is frequently discussed. But that national state, as we tried to show, was recognized for what it was, the crucial means through which the population were modeled, socialized in that special sense. By the 1880s something had changed, a curious socialism could be named, as we shall see, and the orientations of some people to the state had changed. Briggs, 1961, 239, quotes Bland in the RST edition of the Fabian Essays, 1889, who remarks, "The sort of unconscious or semi-conscious recognition of the fact that the word state had taken to itself new and diverse connotations, that the state idea has changed its content. Briggs shows that Bland argued that working people had themselves changed from fearing it as an enemy to regarding it as a potential savior. R. Barker argues that extensions of state power which would have previously been controversial were now pursued as little more than practical necessities. 1978, 127. For Ernest Barker, by 1880 there is economic socialism, compared to the political radicalism OI 1848, and the idea OI social readjustment by the state, compared to laissez-faires. That contrast donates the title from radicalism to socialism of Woolley's important study. 1975. A number of commentators, then and since, have found in the late 18,705 and early 1880s socialism or collectivism. This socialism is very peculiar, or is it? We think there is something very similar in this socialism, and its specific socialization, here not through the vote but through social legislation, and that earlier moment when society discovered and sought to model society. There is RST, a point we shall return to, Webb's linkage in the Fabian Essays of 1889 of socialism brought about by scientific sociology, and / or the irresistible sweep of social tendencies. There is second, and Webb shares this fascination, cf. his 1888 lecture to the Hampstead Society for the Study of Socialism, quoted in Wolf 1975, 282, the learning from abroad, oriented particularly to Germany, especially the linkage of the anti-socialist laws of 1878 and the positive legislation of 1881, Dawson 1891, Davidson 1969, 256 ff, for the later moment of state insurance see Braithwaite 1957. Third, as we have already noted, the franchise after 1884 only included 58% of adult males, 28% of all adults, the respectable male strata remain thin. Fourth, if, as Hennock, 1976, has shown, orientations to poverty were changing, it was becoming recognizable as what a different Chadwick, W.E., called a social disease which like sickness must be treated differently, 1905, 22, note how he called to his aid social science Ibid, p. 18, socialization of the poor remain the project. If Pelling, 1965, 11, is right and it was changes in the pattern and extent of state activity which led Sir William Harcourt to declare in 1889 we are all socialists now, then we suggest something of the huge hydra of state formation and cultural revolution which we have depicted prior to the 1870s has relooked to contribute to understanding this generalized change in discourse and evaluation amongst different classes. In 1840 S. Mill had extended an argument, in relation to Coleridge, that the government should promote public welfare by suggesting that a state ought to be considered as a great Binet society, or mutual insurance company, 184 157. In the 18,605 there was discussion of a state-friendly society linked to the new post-oice, as in the plans of the Rev. Y. Stratton, whose 1868 scheme was appended by Truman Hare and Tufnell to their inquiry, pp 1867-8, 4068-1, 17. In 1880 Truman Hare, discussing his own scheme for compulsory health insurance, refers to a memorial submitted to the Royal Commission on Friendly Societies, 1872-4, which had amongst the signatories 2 archbishops, 6 bishops, 17 lay peers, 35 MP5, 37 chairmen and 8 deputy chairmen of boards of guardians, 52 PS and nearly 90 clergymen, 1880, 276, cf. his 1881. In his Reform of the Poor Law, Webb argued that it seems desirable to promote in every way the feeling that the government is no entity outside of ourselves, but merely ourselves organized for collective purposes. Regarding the state as a vast benefit society, of which the whole body of citizens are necessarily members. 1890, 104. This is the context for the famous clarifications of A. Balfour, who was influenced by both Webb, Young 1973, and T.H. Green, Felling 1965, 11. Socialism will never get possession of the great body of public opinion. Among the working class or any other class, if those who wield the collective forces of the community show themselves desirous to ameliorate every legitimate grievance and to put society on a proper and more solid basis. Quoted in Fraser 1973, 123, social legislation is not merely to be distinguished from socialist legislation, but is its most direct opposite and its most effective antidote. Quoted in Miliband 1960, 37, and 1, Fraser 1973, 129, Hay 1975, 3, John Ray shows the shifts very clearly in 1890 when he establishes and distinguishes the English doctrine of social politics from both an anterior practice of laissez-faire and the modern German theory of state socialism, 1890, 435. Social politics also differentiates socialistic legislation from sound and wholesome social reform, if we are all socialists now. It is not because we have undergone any change of principles on social legislation, but only a public awakening to our social miseries, Ibid, 439. Let an old Whig liberal explain to us what was going on. Truman Hare closes his last pamphlet How Good Government Grew Up and Bow to Preserve It, 1893, 24, with this quotation from William Lilly's Century of Revolution, 1890. A well-regulated democracy, says Lilly, is a state of organic growth, a state of society issuing from the history of the world and the nature of things, a political fact, the result of long-continued development, the latest term in a movement that has been in progress since the beginning of European civilization. It reminds the wealthy of their responsibilities, it recognizes the value of man as man, an individuality in which is implanted the germ of progress, and the right of all possible freedom in his efforts to attain it. This is a democracy which will not allow itself to be led away by the discounters and uglers of universal suffrage, but which is schooled and governed by the strong and wise. A sharply different perspective is interjected by Philip Abrams. In the 30 years before 1914, many British intellectuals came to see the new sociology and the new liberalism, the liberalism of free education. Unemployment insurance, town planning, old age pensions, guaranteed minimum wages, and a managed labor market as theory and practice of a last stand against socialism, 1968, 60, a whole range of work especially by Stephen Collini, Peter Clark, Michael Friedanz, has now established the validity of that statement. Rather than duplicate it, even if we had the space, let us try to interpret it, and other material, in the light of our overall argument thus far. First, what was the object, or changes, around which this theoretical shift was organized? In contrast, as we shall shortly illustrate, to the continuities from the 18,305, themselves energized far earlier and compared with the famous liberal reforms of 1906 onwards, let alone the changes after 1916, the novelty of new state forms around 1884 is difficult to detect, despite conventional historiography wishing to start its fables of the modern state from this period, calling this the interventionist state, compared with the minimal, night watchman or, ludicrously, laissez-faire state before. Of course the legislation of the 1870s and, less so, the 1880s is significant, but much of it is consolidation and administrative formalization of legitimate structured social relations long in being. Three modes of consolidation are worth exemplifying. First, consolidation by extending a definition to embrace more and more examples of what are claimed to be the same social relations. The best example of this is the Factory Acts of 1867 and 1871, then the Factory and Workshop Acts of 1878 and 1901.3. Consolidation and extension by adding to the functions of formerly more narrowly defined groups of authorized agents. This is well illustrated by additions to the work of poor law guardians, responsibilities which continued long after the Local Government Board was established in 1871. Third, consolidation by singular idea or method. This is traceable, for instance, in the work of Sir John Simon, from his appointment as medical officer to the City of London in 1848 through his medical officership with the Privy Council from 1858 to his appointment as Chief Medical Officer to the Local Government Board in 1871. In the same way the principles and system of the 1848 Act became the powers and system of the 1866 Sanitation Act and the Public Health Act of 1875. But still the patchwork persists. Certain rights of men of property change very slowly, if at all. Patriarchal social relations are a central example, another would be housing, Tarn 1975, Galdi 1974, Wall 1968, 1977. A third would be the zigzag criminalization/legalization regarding trades unions. What is particularly significant here we have already mentioned, and shown in the making earlier, the social recognition of laboring men. This is extended through the simultaneous ending of master and servant legislation for some categories of employee, forms of limitation for others continued for many long years, the legalization of a certain form of regulated trades union, forms of new association of previously unorganized and partly organized workers, and a focusing on the need to represent the labor interest. At the same time certain forms of practical trade unionism were criminalized. Thus, while the Trade Union Act and the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1871, and the Conspiracy and Protection of Property Act and Employers and Workmen Act of 1875 ostensibly legalized peaceful picketing and protected union funds from damages in cases of tort, legal judgments in Leon v. Wilkins, 1896-8, effectively outlawed the former, and in Temperson v. Russell, 1893, the action of Trollope 8, Sons against the London Building Trades Federation, 1896, and of course the Taft/Ale 6, case, 1901, did away with the latter protection, see Pelling 1976, c. We have noted continuities in reforms of the judicial system, consolidation of the courts in the 1870s and 1880s, the establishment of county councils in 1888 followed the pattern of borough councils set up in 1835. Permanent boards, modelled on the Board of Trade, were set up to deal with various Privy Council and Home Office functions, the Local Government Board in 1871, the Board of Agriculture 1889, and Fisheries, 1903, the Board of Education 1899. Brute none of this was unprecedented, any more than was the practice, Arter 1870, of delegated legislation, the roots lying in procedures of scientific policy formulation and execution discussed in the last chapter. It is probably of equal significance that, at the same time and in a number of areas, state regulation slightly recedes, having created a legitimate space and relatively available market for commercial provision of commoditized cultural forms, from cheap mass newspapers, relevant taxes having been removed between 1865 and 1870, through brand name goods available in more extensive shops linked to distribution chains, to commercially provided leisure activities. This period is often depicted to be that of the masses. But Briggs's admirable survey, which should be complemented by the work of Raymond Williams and Stephen Yeo, quotes a much earlier recognition, from the Westminster Review & S 1833 review of P.K.'s moral and physical condition of the working classes in Manchester, 1832. The rapid progress of our manufactures and commerce has accumulated great masses of population, in which society has assumed new relations among its several classes, Briggs 1978, 66. Apart from illustrating neatly once again our thesis about society discovering and modeling, or desiring to model, society, this alerts us to something we think important. The state was enormously augmented through the 1830s/1870s period in myriad different civic institutions. Epslegi 171. It became a visible part of urban social architecture, it was felt across the whole range of social relations. The period depicted by Philip Abrams, 1884 to 4914, is one which bears, we would argue, certain striking parallels to that around and after 1776 in the previous century, or represents, to put it differently, another turn of the same screw. Then, through a descriptive historical sociology recognizing the new object, society political economy/moral philosophy conjointly establish the theory and legitimation for new state forms which urge on improvement by men of property to all their possessions. For the subsequent century improvement becomes progress, and this progress takes as its object national society. The radicals of the 1830s wanted a national system of improvement. Building on this system, by the later 19th century national society could be considered through various metaphors, notably those of social Darwinism, and it becomes possible to talk about national efficiency and to be concerned that the disease of poverty is, amongst other things, an ailment of the body politic. John Burns, Preface to Preston Thomas 1909, v.m. The specific crisis recognized in the 18,805 is a crisis of modeling, that is, a crisis in the wider project of that specific socialization we have traced through the 19th century, and rooted yet earlier. It is now recognized that the moralization of the working class cannot be extended far enough, civilization cannot be forced downwards fast enough because poverty is not simply a character defect. Furthermore, the impoverishment of large groupings within the working class leads to the physical deterioration of the stock. Future generations, of workers, of soldiers are endangered. But the project remains the same. Certain of its forms, acceptance of the need for a limited recognition of labor, and regulated legitimation of some of its distinctive organizations, like trades unions, acknowledgement of poverty as a social problem depart from the previously dominant pure individualizing moralism, though today's renationalist myths amply testify to the latter's continuing resonance. That is all. There is a specific novelty, but there are no radical breaks. What the work cited earlier in support of Philip Abrams has shown is that conventional dichotomizations of personnel and politics in that 30 years have obscured strong connections and elective affinities, both within this period itself and with that which preceded it. We see a generalized moralism, on the one hand, duty, on the other, a sniffing distance from the wretched poor, and a commitment to science. These characteristics should not strike us as new. Moral philosophy becomes a certain moral sociology, political economy fractures into the social sciences in their recognizable modern forms. But none of this makes sense how, now, the state could be seen from a variety of perspectives as a set of available, legitimate, neutral resources without that practical history, also involving its own sociological theorizing and methodologies, of state formation from the 1830s, Abrams 1968. That practical history made the peculiar state-centered socialism of the 1870s and beyond thinkable. We nd that the double targets of so much of this new liberalism, ethical socialism, and progressivism, are the entrenched ancien regime, especially around land reform, and working-class cell-organized socialism. This is familiar territory. Recent work has made clear the liaisons between Berethamizan and Fabianism, the intertextual link frequently being S. Mill, cf. Wolf 1975, Mack 1955, Abrams 1968, Collini 1977, 19801. Their methods were strikingly similar, cf. Feiner 1959, N_Rothing in England is done, Webb wrote to Edward Pease in October 1886, without the consent of a small intellectual yet practical class in London not 2,000 in number. We alone could get at that class. This was, and in some ways remains, the Fabian purpose. Mackenzie 1976, 10, cf. Walker 1976, like Chadwick's Friends in Council Group, or Spencer's The X Club, the Fabians intersected with numerous such clubs. Permeation was the of their game after all, such as the Progressives' Rainbow Circle, which met from 1894 to 1920. We might, in this connection, extend R. Hayes emphasis, 1975, 69, on Dangerald S. Strange D_Eagle7_ off Labarrel England, 1935, by noting L.T. Hobhouse-Ruff's 19,205 estimation that moderate labor in office has on the whole represented essential liberalism, quoted in Clark 1974, 178, that is ordinary labor equals good liberal, quoted in Nichols 1962, 127. Fabianism, gradualism, elitism, hierarchy, patriarchy, and a semi-W0R-ship of the state are key features which form Labourism and the Labour Party. They are typed most exactly by the twin themes hegemonic in relation to education, whose definition officially as _state-provided schooling was accepted access, for larger bumps, as in the slogan of 1944 secondary education for all, and control, by councillors from Kerr Party. The Labour Party never was, and whilst any of these ideas and forms are prescriptively dominant never will be, a revolutionary party, although as focus and above all as hope it has been and remains a locus for the struggles of the labour movement to revolutionize society. It had 2 MPs in 1900, 30 in 1906, and after the miners affiliated their MP5 it had 40 in 1909. As Clark, 1982_52, shows, with reference to A. Hobson's account of the 1910 election, published in the Sociological Review of 1910. This above all suggests a complexoid groupings of support within what was Epilogue 173 then considered the Progressive Alliance. 5 Recall that Sidney Webb lived from 1859 to 1947, Graham Wallace 1858-1932, L.T. Hobhouse 1864-1929. Webb was 42 when Queen Victoria died, Wallace was 50 when his Human Nature in Politics, 1908, was published, and 67 when he acclaimed Bentham as a political inventor, 1925. Webb was a civil servant from the age of 19 to 32, and from the age of 33 to 41 LCC councillor for Deptford. Wallace sat on the Royal Commission on the Civil Service, 1912-14, the MacDonnell Commission. We have not the space to trace out the contours of contradictions and continuities. We want though to indicate how progressivism registers a thematic unity, partly descriptive of a state system long in being before its theorization, partly prescriptive of further ways in which that system and the opportunities it offered for a certain expert in employment should be extended. This thematic unity was shared far more widely than can be seen by those who make heroes of the Fabians, or misread Bosanquet and others of the Charity Corriganization Society as purely Spence Ryans, or, the larger number by far, who search here, there, and everywhere in the late 1870s and early 1880s for the modern state. Not the state but the idea of the state is what had changed. Above all there was the sacred object recognized as there to be worshipped, worked, used, and consolidated. Some of the practices, as we indicated earlier with regard to patronage, which is merely the vertical version of the horizontal practice of permeation that so links Benthamism and Fabianism, strike us as modernized, but still recognizable versions of that parasitism of the 18th century and earlier. There were careers open to men with talents, and the right connections, but their project remained one of socialization, extending that earlier attempt to model society in the self-image of society. Sociology and social work originate in this same nexus. Hence the salience of the London School of Economics, explicitly open from the start for servicing capital, the railway magnates, and the state. Sidney's chum, Lord Haldane, put some defence work their way. By the 19,305 the impact of Rockefeller funding was shaping up whole programs of study and research. We cannot leave this happy band without quoting Halavy's sharp observations, which later work has nuanced but not negated, cf. Winter 1974, Weeks 1976, based on meetings with the Fabians. His work brilliantly recognizes the object of the 1830s/18805 search in terms of the policy of social peace, 1919, 1921, 1922, a series of attempts to end the institutional equivalent of Parliament to contain the class struggle, 1919, 121-2, CI. Goldthorpe 1962, 1969, Meacher 1974a, b. Ronald Butt, The Times, February 7, 1974, is partial answer to these latter, but should be read with both Braudel and Halavy in mind. Halavy quotes the happy formula, his description, of the Fabians. Our goal, as socialists, is the elimination of capitalism, but not of the wage system. Far from wanting to abolish the wage system, we want to universalize it. We want all men and be, instead of being divided into wage earners and proletarians, to be equally, if not with the same rank, paid functionaries of the state. Halavy 1921, 125, emphasis added, what the Fabians and all the other members of the Progressive Alliance signify is a general crisis of that grossly uneasy class of intellectuals, the aristocracy of talent. These lusted after their right to become a new clerisy, to orient their vocation more nearly, loving it more dearly, to the state. In general terms, the shifts in franchise and other reforms of the late 18,605 onwards had not provided, from official politics, what they had hoped for. Exactly in step with that certain socialism, and its key instrument, social legislation, which we sketched above, we end a fracturing of disciplines and a new set of emphases from the same period, Abrams 1968, ch. 6. Significantly, periodical literature, Arman 1952, Mowat 1969, Frieden 1972, Clark 1974, is central to these shifts in vocation, and all the play in that term is deliberate. There is, we might note in passing, another textual history to be traced here, the form of the periodical of information, opinion, facts, and permeation is part of the history of the making and remaking of the English ruling class. A number of the major books which are now taken as markers in this period originate as essays, in the Fortnightly Review, 1865 onwards, the 19th century, later the 19th century and after, and then the 20th century, and the Progressive Review, 1896 onwards. These, with the continuing journals of an earlier formation, and the newspapers like the Daily Chronicle 7 and the Manchester Guardian, were places to permeate and place in exactly the manner of an earlier period, and of course it still continues, Clark 1974, C.F. Preston Thomas 1909. This crisis is too renultiform to be traced here. It is also very much alive. Neither the problem in which it is rooted, that contradiction we outlined at the beginning of the last chapter, the ultimate unassimilability of labor, nor the project of the state as its solution have gone away. Alfred Marshall was appointed college lecturer in moral sciences at St. Owen's, Cambridge in 1868, and it was not until 1867/8 that Th. Green, in Oxford, began to lecture on philosophy. His notable lectures were in the early 1805. According to Routh, 1976, 20, C.F. Kennedy 1957, Marshall was still debating in his 30th year, that is during 1871-2, whether to give his life to economics or psychology, this from a founding father of technical economics. Another, W.S. Levons, spelled out a different wording of the same truth in his The State in Relation to Labor, 1882, Stigler 1975. 196. A wider context can be gained by taking seriously the Essays in Reform, 1867, and the founding of the Fabian Society, 1884, plus the Fabian Essays, 1889, as contextualized prescriptions. Between the first and the second, i.e. between the RST and second significant extensions of the male franchise, political economy is fractured into economics and what is recognizably sociology, Abrams 1968, Cairns 1870, Ingram 1878, Lowe 1878, Spencer 1884. This is, in turn, part of the fracturing of Whig liberalism before the break over Irish Home Rule. Sir Henry Maine's Popular Government, 1885, 6 editions by 1909, was an extension of his historical sociology, cf. Burrow 1971, Bach 1974, 1976. Roche, 1957, shows major liberals Robert Lowe, Henry Maine, Selborne, Goskin, Stephen, and A.V. Dicey, critical at dates earlier than the start of the Gadarene rush towards the Conservative and Unionist Party as a mark of patriotism. Liberal imperialism can be rooted here also, Matthew 1973, Amy 1973. There is a nice moment for lovers of the historical curiosity in Robert Lowe's statement in 1878, "The future is all for the sociologists, and I am included to think it will long remain so," and Sir Keith Oseffa's rhetorical question, "Is Beck Erman amongst the sociologists?" in 1975. Sir Keith moved to declare sociology a potentially inappropriate subject to take if the person concerned wished to receive mandatory grants for postgraduate teacher training, and to send his inspectors to investigate bias in sociology and applied social studies at the Polytechnic of North London in 1983. The latter specifics should not be overly distinguished from the philosophy which provides the context, ably established by Joseph himself, 1975, 1976. W. Linton editorialized in the FTH issue of The Cause of People, June 17, 1848, 3 things are wanted that our cause may triumph: understanding, energy, and organization. In a remarkable lecture, which we would have liked to reproduce in full, it says so much, entitled Communism, 1893, William Morris implicitly recalls Linton's Trinity formula: intelligence enough to conceive, courage enough to will, power enough to compel. If our ideas of a new society are anything more than a dream, these 3 qualities must animate the due effective majority of the working people, and then, I say, the thing will be done. 1893, 8, cf. Thompson 1976, 729, but this is exactly what the understanding of state formation as cultural revolution has also to comprehend. In its final form, for example with H. M. Hindman, 1881, ch. 4, the ontological and epistemological dominance of the state is such that even the poor law is communistic in principle. 4 years later Chamberlain too could find the poor law as socialism, quoted in Wolfe 1975, 217, and every extension of state rule was a stepping stone to socialism. Understanding/intelligence, energy/will, organization/power, these are the inner trinity of the state itself. As Bacon said of the law, we might say of the state, its claim to rule is total and we argue within it every day. LTS understanding is its power, its energy, and will are its legitimacy, whose 900-year making we have tried to trace. Marx and Engels described the whole trajectory of conservative, or bourgeois socialism in I-848 as aiming at administrative reforms, based on the continued existence of those relations, reforms, therefore, that in no respect affect the relations between capital and labor, but, at the best, lessen the cost, and simplify the administrative work, of bourgeois government. 1848, 514, 4 years later Marx himself noted how the peculiar character of the social democracy is epitomized in the fact that democratic republic institutions are demanded as a means, not of doing away with 2 extremes, capital and wage labor, but of weakening their antagonism and transforming it into harmony. 1852, 121, The Ndris and Capital, all 4 volumes, need to be read in the light of this perspective. It is reiterated, forcefully, by Marx in his late writings of the 1870s and 1880s precisely in regard to the state, Sayer and Corrigan 1983, 1985, Sayer 1983b, 1985. William Morris considered what was being formed in the 1880s to be social democracy. This, the state of which so many now speak, hurts more than it helps. If that is the ethos, a highly material concept in terms of its implications for conduct, what is the eidos? What shape and weight did the axle of discipline have? Two brief illustrations. First, that abiding concern, idle time. Here as elsewhere the shapefulness was designed, Abrams 1982a, ch. 6. Amidst the manic papers of 1875 of the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science, they include, for instance, proposals for total nationalization of railways in India and a line from London to Calcutta, to be paid for by taxation of India through until 1976. Thereby revenging 1776, there is the little gem of Francis Fuller, How to Elevate the People, physically, socially, and morally, avert social dangers, and strengthen the ties of society, law, and order, by encouraging and enabling the masses to pass their leisure hours beneficially. He writes, "It is a point of self-interest and self-protection for us to exert ourselves to improve the tone of popular amusements, to induce men to cultivate the leisure hour for the good of mind and body. Our safety, the security of society, of our homes and families, in the long run, are concerned with the forms in which they take their recreation." 1875, 717, emphasis added, by then, and it is of the greatest possible significance, entertainment, in proper acceptable forms had become the normalized ingredient of culture for the masses. As the Times editorialized on January 17, 1980, the notion that politics is something apart, a specialized area of life which concerns politicians but is irrelevant to ordinary people and their activities, is very widespread but quite illusory. All organized human life is by definition political. Second, that one area of regulation which all general theories of the minimal state accept specifically and by name, education. The statistics here register both the continuities, and the specific forms of irrationalization, consolidation rather than novelty that characterize the 1870s and 1880s more generally. From 1870 there is state provision for, and from 1880 state compulsion of, a deemed cohort, all persons of a particular age range whose parents cannot prove that they are obtaining as efficient an education from other provisions, to attend in total institutions major organizers of social and biographical space and time called schools. Although many echo the then Minister of Education of Ontario, Ross 1894, 28, and consider the Education Act of 1870 the Magna Carta of English education, according to K. Shuttleworth the Act of 1870 had been able to build on a system which in 1869 had over 1 million pupils in 13,644 inspected schools with 25,342 teachers and pupil teachers, 1,876. By 1874/5 the same source, quoting official data, is able to record 2,250,000 pupils in about 27,000 schools. Since the 1870 Act nearly 2,000 board schools had been built, plus about 2,700 voluntary schools. By 1875 there were 40 teacher training colleges, by 1892 43. Of these, 17 were for men, 26 for women. Ross 1894, 56, his subsequent statistics, e.g. for London, p. 52, or nationally, p. 68, show this gender division to be quite general. For 1892, Ross shows 4,609,240 children, 2,300,377 of them in voluntary schools, and 19,515 schools, 14,684 of them voluntary, with 48,772 teachers, 23,558 assistant teachers and 20,961 pupil teachers, Ibid, 36. Sutherland, 1973, provides all the national statistics from 1870 to 1895, Appendix A, and notes how state support expands from £760,561 in 1870 to £6,661,640 in 1895. Appendix B. But these gers of pupils, 1 million plus in 1869, 2,250,000 in 1875, 4,609,240 in 1892 say a lot. What sort of state forms can double in 6 years, and more than double again in the next 17, the number of human beings under its paternal gaze? There is an undoubted leap forward here, it does not come DCMWO. Both points matter equally. Additionally, like all statistics of the state, these facts tell but a part of the story. H. S. Truman Hare, 1865, 1213, estimated that the number of children covered by one other feature of state educational provision in 1865 were, under the Factory Acts in 1862, 573,000 under the Extension Act in 1864, 30,000 covered by the Commission thus far, 1,200,000 i.e. some 1,800,000 children. Adding this to K. Shuttleworth's statement about 1,869, we have some 2,800,000 children being educated, excluding those in poor law union schools, military and naval schools, and, of course, those in the schools for that real public, the children of the middle and upper classes. In 187,112 the total population of the United Kingdom was 27,400,000. On this crude analysis, more than 10% of the population legally deemed children were under a condition of compulsory moral surveillance by 1870. The development of childhood itself as a regulated socio-legal category can be traced through from 1833. Incidentally, significant numbers of children continued to experience factory and poor law education until 1918. Ferially, and fittingly, we might record one more cyclical continuity, indicative of the problem, capitalism, which the state attempts to manage, as evidenced in Gers for pauperism. Officially deemed paupers rose from 8.1% of the population in 1801 to 10.2% in 1831, hitting 12.7% in 1813, by 1841, i.e. after the 1834 Act, the GUR was 5.9%, by the end of the century, 2.4%. State expenditure per capita on poor relief dropped from 8/11 in 1803, 12/8 in 1813, to 7/3 in 1900. In 1975, claimants and dependents were 8.3% of the UK population, reaching, again, pre-1834 poor law levels, and social security expenditure 20.2% of all central government expenditure. In 1984 the latter GUR, that is, to use the more explicit language of the 19th century, poor relief, had risen to 30.4% of public expenditure. As we have remarked before, plus a change. It is time to conclude. We cease our narrative, quite deliberately, where so many pick up the baton and run, from the 1870s and 1880s. To trace the story from then on would require many more pages. But it could not be told at all without the centuries-long historical experience of differential empowerment and denial we have essayed here. By the 1880s the recognizably modern democratic nation-state, the state, can be named. This last chapter has attempted no more than to register this, particularly in its relation to social democracy, and to suggest two kinds of question about the modern features of the state after the 18,705 and 1880s. First, we have sought to show, here and in the previous chapter, that the patchwork persists, distinctively unmodernized features are carried forward, and it would be a foolish strategical analysis that saw them as mere archaic residuals. They embody powers. They continue to confer legitimacy on what is new. Second, we have argued that there is a novelty, but that it resides in ways persisting practices, rituals, routines, rationalizations, were articulated, consolidated, and made ethical institutions. To change the idea of the state to make it, in fact, visible as the state was an enormous accomplishment, and one which much legitimation work has to labor to sustain. But it is not an accomplishment which can solely be dated from the 1870s and 1880s, a better starting point would be in the 12th century. There are moments when this dominant idea of the state is challenged around 1911-14 and again 1918-19, around 1926, during the 1939-45 period and beyond. But, in general terms, it holds, and in this 900-year making such general terms are what count. The current language of necessity governing England, which has structurally done more harm to more people there than the 19,305 shows, more graphically, and more tragically, than any words of ours could do, the enormous legitimacy, exibility and continuing resilience of this set of state forms. Part of the reason for this is the very considerable extent to which we, now, after those 900 years, inhabit those forms, or better, they inform and colonize us. If our book has pointed to the anatomy of the state of England's green and pleasant land, then is it far-fetched to ask after the physiology of the citizenry within that enveloping state? Does not their identity, in part, partake of this multi-century making? Is there not a strong sense in which part of what it means to be born English is to have some of all we have sketched in the blood? We hope this will not be read as an incorporation thesis. We have said enough by now to indicate both the necessary partiality of the inclusion of the endless categories of l'autre, and the stubborn facticity of the contradictions on which the project of the state is founded. These contradictions will not go away. The presence of the idea of the state within us, in the multiple ways it totalizes and individualizes us, remains for most people a problem. In 1,000 ways popular cultural forms register a profound ambivalence, a contradictoriness toward the state statements and their legitimacy. Edward Thompson's 0ns analysis of certain 18th century anonymous letters, 1975, cf. Corrigan and Willis 1980, brings this out well. There are cries from below, they cannot be taken simply to negate the ritualized deference and rationalized democracy. Both are true. That is the point, and it is almost impossible for historiography to grasp. As Engels once remarked in another context, what is needed here is a little dialectic. 1290. We point, rather, to the sinews of power, the modalities of rule. In a justly famous quotation, Marx once said of capital that it is not a thing, but rather a finite social production relation, belonging to a finite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and lends this thing a specific social character. 1865, 814-15, cf. Wells 1981, Sayer 1983a, ch. 2. A similar fetishism attends the state. It is not a thing, out there, to be used, captured, or come to that smashed, much as the whole trajectory of state formation and its theorizations from Fortescue to the Fabians has been to represent it as such, as impersonal power, as mortal God. What is made to appear as the state are regulated forms of social relationship, forms, as we quoted Philip Abrams at the start, of politically organized subjection. The enormous power of the state is not only external and objective, it is in equal part internal and subjective. It works through us. It works above all through the myriad ways it collectively and individually, represents us and variously encourages, cajoles, and in the null analysis forces us to, represent ourselves. Over the centuries the compass of this regulation has ever widened, and such regulation is, partly, constitutive of available modes of being human. To say it again, state formation is cultural revolution, that is its supreme, if never null, achievement, and the essence of its power. We will explore these points more fully in the afterthoughts which follow. But it seems appropriate to end our narrative here with another comment on what has been going on, as seen from another of those breathtakingly long-lived ruling class English institutions. We refer of course to the Times, published since 1785. Again the masculinity of the analysis might be noted. The differences so stubbornly insisted upon in Ulster concern the most fundamental of all political issues, allegiance, national identity, the legitimacy of the state, matters which Englishmen had settled for themselves by the end of the 17th century. These are issues which are usually disposed of only when one side prevails decisively over the other. November 21, 1979, editorial, in Britain, certainly since the time of Elizabeth I, our geographical boundaries have never been big enough to contain the fundamental British character and British spirit. I. Margaret Thatcher, interview, Daily Telegraph, September 19, 1984. Mrs. Thatcher said the Falklands War made us realize we are all really one family. BBC News broadcast, May 21, 1982, quoted in Broadbent 1984. You know about our country and how all the grandest young lads go to Eton and Harrow and get it banged into their heads that they are the leading class and they must keep it that way. Well, our young lads are getting good lessons on the picket line too. They're learning what free enterprise is all about, and who makes the laws and why they are made and what the police are for. They learn this on their own from experience and they don't need any undisciplined smart ass from London to tell them how things are. Jack Ackison, official, National Union of Mine Workers Lodge, Dalkeith, quoted Toronto Globe and Mail, August 15, 1984. Afterthoughts. We remarked at the beginning of this book that classical social theory has much to offer to an understanding of state formation as cultural revolution. It will be helpful to review some major themes in this literature, before offering some general observations of our own arising out of the foregoing study. Important discussions of the relation of state formation to capitalism are to be found in both Marx and Weber. Weber is adamant that it is the nation-state alone within which modern capitalism can flourish. 1920b, 250. To understand this, one has to understand his concept of capitalism. What he, carefully called modern, Western, rational capitalism, a historically unique phenomenon distinct from renouncing activity in general, was for him characterized above all by its rationality. This is not a value judgment. Weber in fact thought both accumulation for its own sake and capitalism's moralization of work as such substantively irrational. He was pointing, rather, to the degree of calculation that distinguishes modern Western capitalism. Capitalism for Weber is rational to the extent that it is organized around capital calculations. That is, if it is ordered in such a way as to make planned use of material goods and personal services as a means of acquisition, so that, when the final balance sheet is drawn, the null revenue should exceed the capital. 192 334. To us it is second nature that productive enterprises should operate thus, a measure precisely of the success of capitalism's cultural revolution. Of the myriad examples would be Sir Henry Plum's declaration that without prots there can be no production. BBC News broadcast, September 25, 1975. But, Weber would argue, both the technical devices making such rationalism possible, like double-entry bookkeeping, and the appropriate institutional framework and cultural ethos, are of relatively recent origin. Such sober bourgeois capitalism, based on the permanent enterprise oriented to constantly renewed prod, rather than pursuit of afterthoughts 183 spectacular ad hoc killings, has denied preconditions. Like Marx, Weber regards as crucial the appropriation of all physical means of production as the disposable property of autonomous private industrial enterprises and the presence of persons who are not only legally in the position, but are also economically compelled, to sell their labor on the market without restriction. I-92 OB, 208. He also cites, amongst other things, rational technology, freedom of the market, general commercialization of economic life, and separation of household and enterprise. Though, characteristically of classical sociologies, Weber himself does not elaborate on this, the latter separation is centrally organized through the social regulation of familial forms, gender relations, and sexual division of labor, not least by state activities, as we have exemplified. Of particular importance for us, Weber further argues that modern capitalism demands a framework of rational law, administered by the national state, If this development rational capitalism took place only in the Occident, the reason is to be found in the special features of its general cultural evolution which are peculiar to it. Only the Occident knows the state in the modern sense, with a professional administration, specialized officialdom, and law based on the concept of citizenship. Only the Occident knows rational law, made by jurists and rationally interpreted and applied, and only in the Occident is found the concept of citizen. 192 OB, 232, cf. his 1920a, we would of course say, the cultural revolution peculiar to it. Rational, calculating capitalism, for Weber, needs law which can be counted upon, like a machine, 1920b, 252. Stability and predictability of the legal environment are essential to it. This can be achieved only in the centralized and standardized jurisdiction of TLIE/modern state, with its monopoly of the legitimate use of force, and its bureaucratic apparatuses of enforcement. States are also environments within which other forms too easily taken for granted, OF/T standardization which facilitate calculation, for instance of currency or weights and measures, can most readily be achieved. Both modern law and modern polity rest on the concept of the citizen, the autonomous free individual with speciate rights and duties. In a pregnant phrase, Weber describes the bourgeoisie in the modern sense of the word as the national citizen class, Ibid. 249. He defines citizenship in the political sense as signifying membership in the state, with its connotation as the holder of certain political rights, and citizens in the class sense as those strata which are drawn together, in contrast with the proletariat and others outside their circle, as persons oi property and culture, adding that the latter sense is a specifically Western and modern concept, like that of the bourgeoisie, Ibid. Z33-4. Marx Drilly observes of the notion of citizenship, it should read, domination of the bourgeoisie, Marx and Engels 1846, 215. Finally Weber, perhaps more than any other classical sociologist, stresses also that modern capitalism requires a specific and novel practical ethos. He summits this as the rational spirit, the rationalization of the conduct of life in general, and a rationalistic economic ethic. 192 OB, 260. The origins of economic rationalism depend, not only on rational technology and rational law, but also in general on the capacity which men have for certain kinds of practical rationality in the conduct of their lives. 192 OA, 340. For Weber, this rationalization of conduct is a seminal feature of Occidental culture in general and modern Western civilization in particular. Its compass is very broad, and the concept a key one in his sociology. Practical rationality comprehends both the capitalist's rational pursuit of profit and the development of labor discipline in its multiple forms, punctuality, regularization, and extension of hours of work. Payment by the hour or by the piece are expressions of the same cultural revolution. So is a wider instrumentalization of social relationships, evident in wholesale bureaucratization of organizations of all kinds. Weber extends the analysis even to cover art and music. Without getting involved in the Protestant ethic debate, we can endorse Weber's crucial insight here. We would stress, however, that this cultural rationalization cannot be dissociated from state formation, or analyzed as a merely ecclesiastical matter. We have amply exemplified the role state formation has played in enforcing this new discipline, whether the self-discipline of the bourgeoisie, the labor discipline imposed on the working class, or, crucially, for it informs the society which provides the wider context and condition for discipline in production, the broader social discipline, the habituation of the meanings given to particular social orders and activities, of the sort encapsulated in Blackstone's notion of policing or 19th-century notions of respectable men. Marx's analysis of the connection between state formation and capitalism, as we might expect, has different emphases, though more is complementary in the two traditions than is often realized. Marxist analyses of the state as a form of organization of class power are sufficiently familiar not to require elaboration here. but in the context of this book, we can usefully note Marx's keen appreciation of the early role of the English state in facilitating capitalist relations. In Gurím Driss he observes that governments, e.g. of Henry VII, VIII etc. appear as conditions for the historic dissolution process of feudal relations and as makers for the conditions of existence of capital, 1858, 507. In Part 8 of Capital, he details the various state or state-aided activities he has in mind. These range from spoliation of church property, alienation of state lands, abolition of feudal tenures, and facilitation of enclosure and clearances, through anti-vagrancy legislation, wage regulation, and criminalization of workers' combinations, to colonial policy, protectionism, modern methods of taxation, and the national debt. By the end of the 17th century, he considers, these different momenta of primitive accumulation arrive at a systematical combination. The point he chooses to emphasize is that, these methods all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, hothouse fashion the process of transition of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist renode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. 1867, 751. We ought also to be aware that notwithstanding any general claims about state and class, Marx did not, 11. His empirical studies, unproblematically treat states as the obedient tools or creatures of a monolithic ruling class. This is abundantly clear in L11's studies of French politics, both in the 18505 and the 18705. But to take English examples, he saw the history of factory legislation in terms of struggles, within the arena of official politics, in which the working class carried victories against capital. The 10 Hours Bill was a working men's measure, 1864, 346. He likewise viewed the British Constitution as a compromise between the L01 Lig 6_ols €1, which miles not officially but in fact in all decisive spheres of C1v1L society, and the landed aristocracy, which governs officially, 1855, 221. We would in fact want to qualify both judgments precisely on grounds of historical inquiry, but we cite them illustratively. P_VIA second theme in Marx's analysis is perhaps less familiar get ones also, unfortunately, less easy to summarize in the space available here. We have elaborated elsewhere. Marx argues, in brief, that not only is the modern state, with all due caveats, an instrument of bourgeois rule, but also that the state form as such is distinctively bourgeois, both in the sense that this form reaches its apotheosis in capitalist society, and in the sense that it is an essential relation of that society. He clearly does not mean that coercive governance did not predate capitalism, nor would he deny that many of the institutions of the modern state had pre-capitalist origins. What he is saying is perhaps easiest approached through an idealized, we stress, contrast with feudal society. For Marx, an abstract universalization of politics, as the sphere of the gener_al_interest, and formal depoliticization of civil society, all being construed as equal citizens, whatever their substantive inequalities, are two sides of the same historical process, equally constitutive of capitalist civilization, the establishment of a political state and the dissolution of civil society into independent individuals whose relations with one another depend on law, just as the relations of men in the medieval system of estates and guilds depended upon privileges accomplished by one and the same act. The key point here is that the conditions under which economic activity can take capitalist forms can be organized, in other words, predominantly through the production and exchange of commodities, including of labor power as a commodity, are for Marx those of this two-sided transformation of social relations. The hierarchical, personalized, localized relationships of feudal society are doubly fractured. From one side, the process is one of increasing individualization, the freeing of individuals from feudal bonds to become the formally equal, abstractly human subjects of the bourgeois worldview. If the rituals of homage are a symbol of feudal relationships, contract is the master symbol of this brave new world. And it goes to the heart of the matter. For Marx, the freeing of individuals is condition and corollary of the privatization of property, its conversion into a commodity, unencumbered by its former political and social embellishments and associations. 1865, 618. Gex, above all and, means of production, labor power can become disposable private property only insofar as their owners are free to dispose of them. Behind the citizen stands the bourgeois. From the other side, this process is integrally one of state formation. Commodity relations Marx's cash nexus are not sufficient unto themselves. State regulation is required to secure conditions under which individuals can thus freely pursue their private transactions, and to equalize these conditions for all. Minimally, the state must ensure physical security and, a particular, social order. But beyond this, as Durkheim brilliantly demonstrated in his analysis of the pre-contractual conditions presupposed in any contract, a devastating critique of Spencer and the utilitarians' extensive moral regulation, the organization of consent, is required. 7 The anarchy of capitalist civil society is predicated upon regulation by the state. Contrary to appearances and laissez-faire ideologies, it is organized. Law, before which all are deemed equal and to which all are considered subject, is the paradigmatic though not the exclusive regulatory framework appropriate to this society. Other sociologies besides Marx's have picked up on this dual transformation. Individualization and state formation. For Tönnies the transition is from Gemeinschaft, community, to Gesellschaft, society, for Weber from patrimonial to rational bureaucratic authority, for Durkheim from mechanical to organic solidarity. Durkheim once again is particularly interesting for his grasp both of the centrality of what he calls moral individualism, putting a supreme value on the abstract human individual as such to the bourgeois order, and of the state to its articulation. In his own words, it is only through the state that individualism is possible. 1904, 64. This transformation of the social geography, ultimately of social identities, is itself a cultural revolution of profound dimensions, with major consequences for negotiating, that is, ending one's way around, the world in general, and recognizing the value of our differences specifically. Marx is clear that core values of bourgeois political discourse, liberty, equality, democracy, rights, suppose the historical individual of civil society, Unlurger like Gesellschaft, and have as their reference point the polity constituted on its basis. See his 1843a, b. Marx and Engels 1846, pt 2, Passim, Sayer 1985. Indeed, one way of seeing what he is getting at is to trace the shift, over centuries, in the connotation of liberties. The very notion of human rights, rights which attach to the individual as such, without consideration for social status or material circumstance, would have been well nigh incomprehensible in the feudal context. Such values are, typically, abstract and formal in their reference. This is a corollary of their very universalism. They are not deemed in material or particularistic terms. This is, in one way, their strength. For the materially subordinated, in other words, the majority, this is also their limitation, not just in the negative sense of their ideality, their unrealizability, for most people most of the time, in the way, to use Christopher Hill's wry illustration, we are all free to stay at the Ritz Hotel, but in the strongly positive sense that construction of social identity in these terms actively denies the possibility of expressing the real experience of difference, of material subordination. Politically, as anything other than personal and private misfortune. All are equal in the illusory community. In a materially unequal society, assertion of formal equality can be violently oppressive. It is itself a form of rule. But this is not our major point for the moment. We will elaborate on these themes below. At this stage in the argument we wish to register, simply, the centrality within the social theories we have considered of state formation and its associated cultural revolution to ordering a society in which capitalist economy is possible, to invert the standard Marxist dogma. For Marx, as much as for any other theorist considered here, these transformations can by no stretch of the imagination be considered superstructural. They are integral to the making of a bourgeois social order, a civilization. Capitalism is not just an economy, it is a regulated set of social forms of life. These theoretical models are undoubtedly illuminating, providing they are read as critique, not putative historical description, orientations to historical inquiry, not substitutes for it. They grasp significant and far from obvious generic features of capitalist society, and point to their interrelatedness. But regarded from a historical viewpoint, as depictions of any particular capitalism or the processes of its formation, such ideal types are obviously inadequate. This is not their analytic function. Construction of commodity relations and formation of the political state was nowhere, empirically speaking, one and the same act. The existence of commodity production and exchange, as Marx was well aware, long predated the emergence of capitalism as a dominant mode of production. They were present as subsidiary but important forms of economy throughout most of feudal Europe, extensively so from the 11th century. The political state, the state in the modern sense, was also, as we have seen, very long in the making. This is true in two senses. First, those agencies and institutions which ultimately came to be identifiable as the state in many cases had a long, in England, an extremely long, pre-capitalist pedigree. Second, the organization of these agencies into the kind of polity Weber describes as rational bureaucratic or Marx contrasts with feudal forms of rule was protracted, and indeed in many instances remains, in terms of the model's expectations, no more than partial. In England this is particularly apparent. It was the uncodied common law, not rational Roman law, which provided the legal framework within which capitalism developed in England. The English state lacked any elaborate professionalized bureaucracy, in Weber's sense, until well into the 19th century, and even then, as we have severally indicated, it was and is far from being free of patrimonial, nomination/patronage features. England remains a monarchy, and we insist, not merely cosmetically so. English sovereigns long ago lost significant personal power, but monarchic forms remain central not only to the legitimacy but also to a significant extent to the machinery of English state power. The government is Her Majesty's, symbolically delivered to her at the state opening of Parliament in elaborate ceremonial which includes kissing of hands. In any society, something conveys authority on forms of rule, legitimates power. Royalty, the centerpiece of the dignified parts of the Constitution, epitomizes a claim to legitimacy based, inter alia, on antiquity, tradition, continuity, a self-conscious and carefully constructed Englishness. It is an emblem of what is held to set us apart from other countries, with their pivotal monarchs or their vulgarly elected heads of state. This is not merely a matter of ideology, it is, practically, enabling. States of emergency are declared, legitimated, authorized, by query in council. When, in 1984, Her Majesty's government sought to ban trades unions at GCHQ, by query in council, they argued in the courts that their action could not properly be subject to judicial scrutiny because it concerned national security and thus came within the province of the royal prerogative. Information given to opposition leaders on Privy Councillor terms, such as Tam Dalyell alleges was done concerning the Falklands Task Force, is subject to total secrecy in the interests of national security. In England, too, a hereditary upper chamber, a House of Lords, retained extensive legislative powers well into the 20th century and is still far from toothless, as is indicated by its 1984 quashing of the Paving Bill for abolishing the Greater London Council. The Lords remains, as we have noted, the highest court in the land. We have exemplified many more such unmodernized features of the modern English state in our text. Nor is this failure to conform to the models merely an English eccentricity, we have seen the failure in 1983 of the Equal Rights Amendment, outlawing sexual discrimination, to pass the U.S. Congress. Half the population, at least, it seems, have still fully to enter the political nation of equal citizens in that supposed home of bourgeois democracy. The long struggle of Afro-Americans for civil and political rights tells the same story. It is wrong, we believe profoundly wrong, to see in this kind of deviation an incomplete bourgeois revolution, or the survival out of time of feudal relics. This is a dominant perception of English experience, both from the left, Anderson and Nairn, and the right, Sir Keith Joseph. Engels anticipated them in ending the logical incongruities of the British state as sore trial to the reasoning mind. The correct conclusion to draw is otherwise. Societies are not like reasoning minds. It is the expectations, of social formations like cybernetic systems, of revolutions that are clean breaks, which are at fault. The sociological pictures, then, need shading, at times, indeed, they need to be comprehensively rethought. What needs are to be added to the sociological realization that capitalism is never merely an economy is the historical realization that empirically we are only ever talking about historically particular capitalisms. Outside theoreticians' models, there is no such thing as capitalism in general. Real capitalisms only ever exist as particular, historical forms of civilization. These do not, as Marx put it, fall from the sky. They are actively constructed through the transformation of pre-existing social forms. This historical legacy both constrains and provides the only resources for capitalist construction, informing it, giving it its particular shape and weight. Thus, although, for instance, one might be able in theory to imagine a non-patriarchal capitalism, patriarchy cannot be inferred from the concept of capital, and attempts to do so are invariably reductionist, and dismissive of the subordination of women as women. All real capitalisms have in practice been constructed through patriarchal forms of social relationship, which have a history independent of that of capitalism itself. This dialectic of constraint and construction is central to historical understanding. It is also, in many ways, the most difficult thing to grasp. Both Whig interpretations of English history and many varieties of Marxism fail to grasp it, the former seeing only continuities without understanding how they have been transformed to make something qualitatively new, the latter searching for denotative revolutionary breaks without sufficiently appreciating the nature of the raw materials out of which capitalist civilizations are built and the constraints and continuities these impose. The logical incongruities, in short, must serve as the starting point for reconstructing the history of capitalist civilization in England or anywhere else, since in the real world all cases are in their own ways peculiar. They should not be dismissed as a set of irritating disturbances to be put on one side. England was peculiar in a number of ways. Macfarlane stresses the long heritage of English individualism, perhaps overly so. Marxist historians have done valuable work on differentiation among medieval peasants and craftsmen. Brenner seeks a master explanation for the emergence of capitalism in England in contrasts of the lord/peasant relation there with both Eastern Europe, where a second serfdom could be imposed, and France, where peasants gained greater property rights. We have drawn attention to the peculiarities of the aristocracy in medieval and early modern England, making for a more commercial spirit. But without wanting to deny the importance of any of this, where England was most visibly peculiar with implications for all these more evidently economic issues was in the central terrain covered by this book, state formation, and its accompanying cultural revolution. Here, we believe, there is a lot to be added to the theories we have discussed, specifically on the basis of English experience, but of more general relevance also. In terms of those theories themselves, we would expect England's early national unification around a state capable of exercising governance internally and at least by the mid-17th century, defending national interests externally to have provided capitalism with a uniquely favorable environment in which to grow. Braudel acknowledges this in his identification of late 17th century England as the truly national market. But at least as important, and much less often remarked, is the cultural significance of the state formation. We trust we have substantiated our thesis that state formation is cultural revolution. The foregoing theories go some way towards recognizing this, in areas we have discussed. What they do not sufficiently address, and this is a direct consequence of their lack of historical specificity, for historical inquiry brings this out very clearly, are the cultural implications of the fact that we are dealing specifically with nation-states. It is in terms of national polities that state formation reconstructs social relations, internally as well as with outsiders, including enemies within, reshaping identities and loyalties. The illusory community of the bourgeois state is always represented as a national community. If we are to take seriously Marx's argument that the state is the faun in which the bourgeoisie organize their social power, we cannot ignore the fact that the cultural content of that form is integrally national. The state is the major agency through which capitalism's wider cultural revolution is organized, its key material regulative agency. It is both, in Durkheim's words, the very organ of social thought, actively reshaping social classifications and cementing them in its routines, broadcasting, claimed, collective representations and sanctifying them in its rituals, and supremely the organ of moral discipline. Most Marxism has entirely ignored this moral dimension of state activity. The Durkheimian tradition, on the other hand, grasps it in insufficiently historical and material terms. Cultural revolution is not merely an ideational matter, and cannot be considered independently of the materiality of state formation, what state agencies are, how they act, and on whom. For people to be encouraged/constrained to identify themselves predominantly in terms of nationality, rather than either more locally, e.g. subjects of a particular lord, or more widely, as e.g. in the medieval concept of Christendom, is a relatively recent historical phenomenon. How national identity is constructed is of course crucial. In the subordinated lands of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the 19th century, for instance, nationhood was largely gained through suppressed cultural forms, above all language itself and oppositional historical traditions. The operas of Dvorak and Smetana, in a country where opera is not just an elite cultural form, which draw on heroic Czech mythology, Dalibor, Livius, history, the Brandenburgers in Bohemia, folk tales, Rusalka, or idealizations of popular life, the Bartered Bride, symbolize this construction of a sense of nation through cultural forms of resistance. So does the building of the National Theatre in Prague in 1881, by popular subscription. In the 20th century, in China, Vietnam, or many African countries, national liberation struggles have been indissolubly bound up with wider social struggles and often led by socialist parties. The English experience is different. One might, at a pinch, construe Tudor nationalism as a struggle for national independence from papal domination. Many contemporaries undoubtedly did. But the content of English nationalism has rarely been popular, as distinct from populist. The revolutions that made England a nation have been, where successful, revolutions from above. England was, in Trevelyan's phrase, hammered into a nation, primarily through the machinery of state. 1962, 109, the hammer, we might add, falling harder on some than others. In consequence, dominant images of national identity and tradition, in that significant phrase, national character, are closely bound up with both the culture of the English ruling classes and the claimed history of the state forms through which their power is organized. We mean this to apply to those celebrated elements of national character, the supposed reasonableness, moderation, pragmatism, hostility to ideology, muddling through, quirkiness, eccentricity, and so on, of the English, every bit as much as to the more evident patriotic symbols of the rule of law, the mother of parliaments and the royal family. This very particular set of cultural images was fundamental to the construction of English capitalist civilization, in a number of ways. First, they were integral to the making of the English ruling class itself. From the mid-16th century, if not before, a class increasingly capitalist in substance, if in some ways distinctively aristocratic in style. This is true in both a material and cultural sense. As P.S., deputy lieutenants, MPs, the political nation met, conferred, deliberated, acted, the institutions of the nation-state were the sinews of their power, the instruments giving coherence and continuity to their actions and aspirations. They were material forms of self-organization, on a national scale from an early date. They were also enviably flexible forms within which the enlargement of the political nation, of society, could be managed across the centuries, albeit at times with difficulty. These institutions were the focus for a political culture expressed in self-consciously national forms, of enormous solidity, cadence, and depth. The 17th century gentleman J.P., the 19th century manufacturer M.P., could and did lay claim to, and routinely articulate their aspirations in terms of, national traditions stretching back to Magna Carta and beyond, and a supposedly unbroken history of gradualist evolution. This applies equally to bourgeois, and indeed some non-bourgeois, radicalisms, Iri the Mills to the Fabians and beyond. There is an important sense in which for instance Burke and Paine belong within an English national political culture in a way in which Jacobinism, Bolshevism or today's catch-all demon, Marxism, emphatically do not, the latter having been comprehensively regulated out of our common heritage. These already national forms of political culture were means through which bourgeois values, aspirations, and images were eventually portrayed as universal, the common good, and deeply rooted means at that. The bourgeoisie in England was in its very formation a class both organized and thinking of itself nationally. Marx observes that if it is to rule successfully, every bourgeoisie must be able to present itself as the representative of society as a whole. On reading such statements we are habituated immediately to think as Marx himself was undoubtedly thinking of 18th century French philosophers and those quintessentially bourgeois documents, the Declarations of American Independence and of the Rights of Man, Declarations of a New World. But the quintessential bourgeoisie, if England is indeed capitalism's classic ground, did otherwise. The forms through which they claimed to speak for all were bourgeois neither in origin nor, in terms of classical sociological expectations, in character. They were those of this existing national polity and culture, already claiming, with some legitimacy, to be above class and other differences, albeit, importantly, a polity and culture increasingly transformed from the 16th century onwards. They were also, arguably, much more solid for that than would be classical bourgeois legitimations, in exactly the way Holdsworth argues that lawfulness in general is a more powerful support for government than specific coded laws. In \x/Eberian terms, in England a, slowly and incompletely, rationalizing state continued, and continues, to be legitimate by primarily traditional forms of authority, the power of symbol, ritual, custom, routine, ways in which things have always been done, in which the very bizarreness and anachronism of the forms is its own legitimation, protecting them from rational scrutiny. The puzzle of 18th century old corruption perhaps best exemplifies this, but there were no clean breaks in the 19th century either. This is a far deeper, more tenacious, more exible set of resources for ruling than any more overt, and thus overtly challengeable, political ideology is likely to be. It should also make us wonder whether some standard sociological contrasts of tradition and modernity are not, perhaps, a trifle overdrawn, useful in seeing the wood for the trees but of very little practical help in guiding our way through the undergrowth. Second, this set of cultural images provided the moral energy for English imperialism, the successive imposition of English civilization on the dark corners of England itself, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and eventually that British Empire which covered a quarter of the globe. To say this is far from denying the brutality of conquest, or the rapacity of commerce. Drogheda, Culloden, Amritsar, the slave trade, the opium wars, Arab chaptelaires which cannot be excised from the long history of English civilization, of less fortunate peoples. Our point is that it took a national culture of extraordinary self-confidence and moral rectitude to construe such imperialism as a civilizing mission, and in fact to rule with surprisingly little use of direct armed force. 11. Comparative terms, from the mother country, and for long periods, with a fair degree of success, to bedazzle the domestically subordinated with the spectacle of empire. We can trace this through from the heroic myths of the elect nation in the 16th and 17th centuries to the more Philistine, secular, and complacent but no less missionary motifs of the 19th. Beside the greed and butchery, we must put the reading matter on the East India COR_NPany_ ships, the ethos of the district commissioners and the Indian civil service, not in order to write off, or excuse, the former, but rather to understand the cultural forms, the energizing vision, that could animate and legitimate it. Notwithstanding M. Marx's remark about making the world in their own image applies very literally in the case of the English bourgeoisie. Those same cultural forms were key forms of rule as much within the nation as without. Some general observations of Durkheim_s and Marx's, concerning the character of moral order, are worth mentioning here. Durkheim sees society, in general, as an end that surpasses us and at the same time appears to us to be good and desirable, since it is bound up with the very braze of our being. 1906, 56. This is what we mean when we talk about social structuring as the creation of social identities, of subjectivities. Moral order accordingly has a dual character, both externally regulative and internally constitutive. It must be not only obligatory but desirable and desired. Ibid. 45. Marx and Engels comprehend this in class terms. Vocation, destiny, task, ideal are the conditions of existence of the ruling CS 444 which are ideally expressed in law, morality, etc., are more or less consciously transformed by the ideologists of that class into something that in history exists independently, and which can be conceived in the consciousness of the separate individuals of that class as vocation, etc., and which are set up as a standard of life in opposition to the individuals of the oppressed class, partly as an embellishment or realization of domination, partly as a moral engines for this domination. It is to be noted here, as in general with ideologists, that they inevitably put the thing upside down and regard their ideology both as the creative force and as the aim of all social relations. It is only an expression and symptom of these relations. 1846. What both Durkheim and Marx are talking about is the attempted construction of aspiration, the internalization of bourgeois norms as constitutive of personalities. The concept we have used for this is discipline, which is similarly Janus-faced. Recall Milton's comments. What needs to be added to their realization is an appreciation of historical context. We need to talk about particularity and agency. In the bourgeois world, it is precisely as the nation that Durkheim's transcendental society is made palpable. Marx's ruling class domination, likewise, is nationally organized, bourgeois conditions of existence idealized as national character. Here, as in a hall of mirrors, requisite forms of behavior, attitude, aspiration, feeling are held to be properly English, providing Englishness with a substantial content, while their claimed Irreglishness is exactly what gives them their transcendental legitimacy. The nation, in short, is the master symbol which sinews capitalism's cultural revolution, displacing earlier vocabularies of legitimation, kinship, the ties of vassalage, divine right, though, as in England, these latter may be drawn upon in its construction. The nation epitomizes the community in which we are all citizens, staking out the cognitive territory which that revolution comprehensively reforms. And the state, the nation made manifest, is the material agency through which this reformulation is concerted, not its source, that lies in relations of production and reproduction, but the central means of its organization. Particular bourgeois, patriarchal conceptions of the English way of life were more or less forcibly imposed on the majority, and this imposition is a major means through which the male English ruling class has legitimated its rule. To speak in the name and language of the nation both denies the particularity of what is being said, and who is saying it, and defines alternatives and challenges as sectional, selfish, partial, ultimately traceable. Recall the Times editorial with which we began this book. To define us in national terms, as against class, or locality, or ethnic group, or gender, or religion, or any other terms in which social identity might be constructed and historical experience comprehended, has consequences. Such classifications are means for a project of social integration which is also, inseparably, an active disintegration of other focuses of identity and conceptions of subjectivity. They provide a basis for construction and organization of collective memory, the writing of history, the manufacture of tradition, which is inseparably an active organization of forgetting. Sociologists have, in general, treated integration far too neutrally, ignoring its differential aspects. Who is seeking to integrate whom, to what ends, by what means, and in what forms, and who suffers, which ends are denied, which means declared illegitimate, which forms suppressed, whose histories rewritten, thereby. These points are important, and bear expansion. This will also allow us to elaborate on our criticisms of the predominant idealism of ways in which moral regulation and cultural revolution are conventionally apprehended. Nation-states constitute and regulate a field of social vision which is both unitary, minimizing differences within the nation, and Manichaean, opening up a regulative and rhetorical space for those who are alien to what is claimed to be the English way of life. This is the field within which official politics proceeds, both grounding and bounding it. The state symbolizes, is in Marx's terms the ideal incarnation or embodiment of the nation, particularly so, we would argue, in the English case, where conceptions of national identity are so closely bound up with the history of state formation. Its symbols and rituals come to stand for, represent, that which demarcates I see in the Manichaean vision, constitutes us, sets us apart and makes us what we are. Disloyalty conversely is seen to threaten our very ECU 6L Euro-S. It is the linking of the transcendent symbols of nationhood with the humdrum, ordinary, and everyday, in such a way that the former can be claimed as representing the latter, that is crucial here. The power of this discourse is enormous. To take a small but revealing example, not the least of General Galtieri's atrocities, and a means through which the notion of English sovereignty over the Falklands/Malvinas was concretized, each echoing back the other, was to make the for these purposes, English, inhabitants drive on the right-hand side of the road. Internally the nation, and its symbolic incarnation, the state, is held to transcend differences and hence claim citizens' primary loyalties. The category of those outside the nation, conversely, is an extremely capacious and flexible one. Evidently it includes Argentine generals, but by extension it also embraces all those who are disloyal. Margaret Thatcher was doing nothing new when in 1984 she compared the president of the National Union of Mine Workers to Galtieri, and suddenly discovered the fascist qualities of the latter. Papists, Jacobins, Marxists, not to mention suffragettes, gypsies, trades unionists, have all been apprehended in the past centrally in terms of their supposedly un-English qualities, allegiances, recall the Zinoviev letter, or forms of behavior. In the English case the vocabulary of, more or less racist, xenophobic epithets is particularly rich, this being one cultural legacy of having civilized the world. The materiality of this project needs far greater emphasis than it has traditionally received. The social classifications of capitalist civilization are actively, often forcibly regulated by the state, and made palpable in its routine functioning. What counts as a real property right, as between, say, rights in conquest, custom, law, is deemed by state practices, legitimating certain forms of claim, outlawing others. A relation between two people is only a marriage if contracted. According to certain forms, religious or civil, solemnized in denied, licensed places and recorded in specific registers. The same is true of what constitutes a household, a trade union, a political organization, a school, a university. We have exemplified this central facet of state formation as cultural revolution, over centuries, in considerable detail and for many areas of social life. The routines of state both materialize and take for granted particular definitions. How things are allowed to be is not simply a matter of ideological assertion, and consensus is never merely ideational, it is concretized in laws, judicial decisions, and their compilation as case law, registers, census returns, licenses, charters, tax forms, and all the other myriad ways in which the states and individualities are regulated. LT is recorded, concretized in time, linking past and present, and mapping out the shape of the future, in an apparently unbroken chain. In that official documentary system whose longevity and breadth in England we have remarked before. This is how we are collectively, represented, not abstractly, not ideally, but in the very forms in which the rituals and routines of state operate. This is, without doubt, an immensely powerful language, alternative representations appearing fragmentary and insecure in the face of this massively authoritative organization of what is to count as reality. This system of power is inseparably also a system of knowledge, both in terms of quantity, how much the state knows, its intelligence comprehensive, and remarkably early, in the English case, and quality, the authority claimed for it, other sources of knowledge being less authoritative by the very fact of being unauthorized. Recall the long history of surveys, commissions, inquiries, inspections, the establishment of authorized facts, in England, from Doomsday to the Blue Books. But it is time again to emphasize, social integration within the nation-state is a project, and one in constant jeopardy from the very facts of material difference. The real relations of bourgeois civilization whose recognition official discourse seeks to repress. Two things need to be said here. First, acquiescence, to a fact, should not be confused with assent, to an ideal. Compliance is not always consent. We should not too readily presume the incorporation of the working class or any other subordinated group. Difference will always provide the experiential basis for alternative identifications, aspirations, moralities, and this basis will exist so long as capitalism endures. Common cultural symbols, values, and heritages will be differentially experienced and interpreted. Representations, an instance would be English liberties, may be collective without being unitary in their meaning. Second, and in consequence, bourgeois social integration needs always, as we have said, also to be understood as entailing the active disintegration, dilution, disruption, denial of such alternatives, and it cannot proceed otherwise, because bourgeois society is factually not the unity it is claimed to be. Here state regulation is crucial, and the fact of difference, the disjunction between official representations and the reality represented, is why it is so constantly necessary, if bourgeoisie images are to be sustained. What state activities above all regulate into silence are precisely identifications in terms of, and expressions of the experience of, differences, in other words, that which materially, as opposed to ideologically, makes us what we are. These are systematically and concertedly ruled out by the integrative categories of official discourse: the citizen, the voter, the taxpayer, the consumer, the parent, the man in the street. They are systematically negated by the very procedures of state institutions. We can all cast a vote, we can all write to our MP, we can all sue in the courts, we all have equal opportunities at school, and so on. Material difference cannot be adequately expressed in these forms, while those forms, of speech, of politics, of social organization and practice, through which it could be voiced are actively denied legitimacy, in ways, ranging from outright criminalization to subtler forms of encouragement, whose longevity and reach in England we have sufficiently illustrated. Universalizing bourgeois forms and norms is, from one side, the active creation of cultural incompetence. Bernstein's argument on language codes can stand for much here, providing we realize all codes are in their own ways restricted and the privileging of one over another, standard English, is a matter of power and a means of control. Integration needs to be understood at least as much in terms of rendering the subordinated speechless, striking them dumb, as in terms of the active securing of assent, marginalizing, localizing, parochializing, sectionalizing expressions of the realities of difference in the face of the monolithic idealized unities of official discourse. From the other side, the project is one of forcing people to speak in particular ways as voters, respectable trades unionists, plaintiffs, or more often, for the majority, defendants, in the courts, if they are to be able to say anything at all. Not the least of the state's monopolies is of the means of legitimate political expression. LT is insufficiently appreciated, including by Marxists, just how violent such integration is for the integrated majority. We mean this in two senses. First, it is of itself a massively violent disruption of human personality, a crippling restriction of human capacity. The cruelty lies in denning normality in terms most people are materially prevented from ever aspiring to. The cost of this is written in what is widely perceived, and experienced, as a loss of self-respect when one ends oneself unemployed, or, another facet of the same moral order, the sad phrase "just a housewife." One of the most bitter ironies of the Times editorial with which we began this book is the evocation of citizens at their places of work, to describe scabs, when the miners' strike was precipitated by the National Coal Board's proposal to close pits with a loss of 20,000 jobs. Essential relations of bourgeois order are experienced and expressed as personal inadequacy. Second, overtly violent means have always been and still remain fundamental to the making and sustaining of this order. We should recall the instruments through which the denning forms and images of English civilization were secured, how, for instance, England was made Protestant, or with what violence the rights of private property, for the few, and the habits of wage or domestic unwaged labor, for the many, were instilled and normalized. Or the legalized barbarisms which have throughout the centuries covered by this book enforced domestic subordination on women and made no small contribution to denning culturally dominant images and self-images of femininity. The general paradigm of regulation, evident in all these cases, is of continuous and more or less violent suppression of alternatives coupled with active encouragement by state agencies and activities of preferred forms. These latter are then typically recognized as provision, donation into a disordered vacuum. The ordinary procedures of state inflate to become taken for granted boundaries of the possible, occupying in the way an army does a territory the field of social vision. The same boundaries are massively, powerfully, sanctified in the magnificent rituals of state, catching us up with an emotional force difficult to resist. This latter must be acknowledged, it is central to the energy of rule. The Durkheim/Hobbes parallel with religion goes to the heart of state power. Within the state, alternatives become difficult to conceive, in all senses. Our stress throughout this book on the cultural content of state forms and activities is not an argument for consensus versus coercion. Rather, it is a question of the violent establishment and continuous regulation of consent, orchestrated by that organization which abrogates to itself precisely the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force in society, the state. Capitalist order has never been sustained, merely, by the dull compulsion of economic relations. Pace Marx, .1867, 737, and state regulation is not something that can be relegated to the dark ages of primitive accumulation. It was, is, and continues to be an essential relation of capitalism, coextensive with bourgeois civilization itself. The state is the form in which the bourgeoisie organizes its social power, but that power and its fundamental violence is not just the visibly and externally repressive one of prisons, bodies of armed men, etc. The enormous extent of that power cannot be understood unless state forms are understood as cultural forms, state formation as cultural revolution, and cultural images as continually and extensively state-regulated. A central dimension, we are tempted to say, the secret of state power is the way it works within us. The null set of observations we would like to make here concerns the implications of our argument for any possible emancipatory historiography, of England in particular, and of social transformations in general. We have argued that state formation is an essential and, from the left at any rate, generally an understudied dimension of both how capitalist civilization was made and how it is held together, the central means, to repeat, of its organization. State power is not superstructural, it is centrally, which does not mean exclusively through state formation that the social relations of production and reproduction which underpin a civilization which is bourgeois and patriarchal have been made hegemonic, though the state is not generally the source of such relations. Crucial to this and equally understood, we have further argued, is the part played by state formation in capitalism's cultural revolution. The state has orchestrated the unending project of moral regulation. This does not mean that we see state formation as having caused capitalism, any more than that we see the medieval or Tudor English state as in any simple sense bourgeois. We do not seek to replace one either/or dogmatism with another, an economic with a political determinism. But it does mean state formation as cultural revolution plays a far more important role in our conception of both the origins and the nature of capitalist civilization than has normally been the case in historical materialism. This has a number of historiographic consequences. We have argued that the national character of the nation-state is fundamental to capitalism's cultural revolution. Bourgeois classes organize their power, materially and culturally, through specifically national polities. English Marxist historiography has traditionally looked to the upheavals of the mid-17th century as the locus class siccus of the bourgeois revolution, and its analytic focus has been on the emergence, in those decades, of typically bourgeois forms of polity, which have then to be seen as having been incompletely secured. As we see it, this obsessional search for the English bourgeois revolution has to be doubly qualied. On the one hand, much more attention needs to be given to the largely antecedent, and non-bourgeois, construction of a nation, a set of institutional forms, but also integrally a cultural space within which more identifiably bourgeois transformations, economic, political, cultural, moral, could operate, to the construction, in other words, of the resources, material, institutional, cultural out of which the real English bourgeois state was made. This book marks no more than a contribution to this, it is, as we made clear at the outset, precisely an essay. A good deal more research is needed but to adopt this perspective means that the peculiarities of medieval English polity, and above all the revolution of the 15,305 and its consolidation under Elizabeth, need much more consideration than Marxists have generally given them. These are key moments in the making of a nation-state, likewise the transformation of the latter into the modern democratic nation-state in the 19th century also needs re-evaluation in these terms. If forced, we would identify these as the two key moments in the making of the Great Arch. They have traditionally been left to Whig or otherwise right-wing historians. Though we would not labor the point for this has not been a comparative study, this book does provide grounds for hazarding that the precocity, and character, of state formation in England may be one important reason why England, specifically, became capitalism's classic ground. Extending the point, we would draw out two historical dialectics which bear on this. The RST is a dialectic of continuity and change. Some readers, not least, Marxists, may feel we have strayed dangerously close to Whiggery in our stress on continuities. But Whig historians grasp a truth well expressed by James Campbell et al. Observing that no banality could be more secure than that every country and people are the product of their past, they nonetheless opine that in England the connection, ultimately, in their view, with the Dark Ages is of a different order. The reason, they think, is because of the continuity of the state and its institutions. 1982, Z44. We are far from denying the existence of substantial revolutions in English government. The Norman/Angevin, the Tudor, the 17th and 19th century revolutions have been central to our account. But it is equally to the point that these could plausibly be presented as mere evolutions, not least in the implications FL1LSL121S for the legitimation of the state and the order it claimed collectively to represent. In England, absolutism was not required to make the nation, nor philosopher to hegemonize bourgeois culture. Related to this RST dialectic is the second, of center and locality. We have traced this throughout the centuries, and need not rehearse it here. But crudely, we would argue that there is to be observed a double contrast with major continental states. In England there was neither parcelization of sovereignty nor absolutist centralization. In mainland Europe the second often succeeded the Rst.V. For the 1630s, Aylmer estimates that the total number of salaried state officials for the whole of England was at most some hundreds. For the single French province of Normandy, the comparable GUR was over 3,000, 1961, 440. In brief, and related to the precocity of state formation, the English polity worked through the collaboration of well-to-do classes in power from an early date noted by Bloch, and this, we would suggest, allowed the changing ruling class formations in England national political expression and ultimately power in a way impossible in most European polities. In other words, it was not just the earliness, but equally the peculiar character of English state formation, the peculiar openness of state forms to a changing political nation that made it so conducive, at the end of the day, to capitalism's wider revolutions. We might follow Edward Thompson, 1965, here in criticizing the urban bias, again reflecting dominant and overly schematic sociological paradigms, of many Marxist accounts, seeking here, there and everywhere for a classical bourgeoisie, living in towns and struggling against the feudal state. In the English case it is the embourgeoisement of the landed classes, gentry and peers, themselves, as well as, to be sure, their trading, familial and other ties with urban elites which should claim primary attention. On the other hand, what is, misconstrued as the incompleteness of the 17th century revolutions needs similarly to be rethought, in terms of an understanding of the historically particular cultural and political forms resources through which the real English ruling class actually did make itself and organize its rule. We have suggested that exactly the supposed anachronisms of English polity and culture lie at the heart of the security of the bourgeois state in England to the present day. It is this that Whig historiography grasps, albeit ideologically. None of this is to deny either the reality or the necessity, for capitalist classes, of major transformations of state forms, in the 17th century or after. The state was, as we have shown, periodically and comprehensively reformed. Its history is not one of smooth evolution, or teleological unfolding, but of successive long waves of revolution and consolidation. It is a question of the overall conception we have of the bourgeois revolution. It is time the search for an English I-789 was buried once and for all. We are speaking of a great arch spanning centuries rather than decades. We hope this book contributes to a rethinking of traditional Marxist historical periodization. We hope, also, that it contributes to a reassessment of the objects of historical materialist research. These have far too frequently been narrowly economic, an effect of the tyranny of base/superstructure models whether overt or not, which we have criticized elsewhere. There are of course major exceptions to this charge. We are thinking for instance of the life work of Christopher Hill, that Marxist who insisted on the need to take religious justifications for conduct seriously, or of Edward Thompson, who has rightly savaged base/superstructure thinking, or of Raymond Williams's cultural materialism, without which this book could not have been written. What we have tried to show is that in the real world economies exist only as historical forms of civilization, and in the case of capitalist economy state formation is crucial to their making and sustaining. Capitalism is not, and never has been, self-regulating, ideologies to the contrary notwithstanding. Here, the imagery, it should be said, the exceedingly masculinist imagery of states as objects or instruments, capable of being captured and used equally by different classes, needs jettisoning as much as the iconography of the momentary revolution to which it is integral. What we have been dealing with, in this book, is the immensely long, complicated, laborious microconstruction and reconstruction of appropriate forms of power, forms tied to ways in which a particular class, gender, race imposes its standards of life as the national interest and seeks their internalization as national character. The capacity of such groups to rule rests neither on some supposedly prior economic power, it is, on the contrary, above all through state forms and their cultural revolution, that such power is made, consolidated, legitimated, and normalized, nor simply on their control of some neutral set of state instruments. Their political power resides rather in the routine regulative functioning of state forms themselves, in their day-to-day enforcing, as much by what they are as in any particular policies they carry out, of a particular social order as normality, the boundaries of the possible. This again means certain areas cannot be safely ceded to bourgeois historians. We have in mind particularly legal, administrative, and constitutional history. Their minutiae show what the state materially is, as against its encouraged self-images, the nuts and bolts, the very fabric of rule. We have sufficiently argued that the history of cultural forms cannot be severed from this fabric. We are beginning, now, to see studies of key areas and forms of rule, from this perspective, notably of the criminal law and its social classifications, and of the regulation of gender relations and familial forms. But there is room for more. We need equally to examine, from the point of view of their cultural consequences, the more apparently mundane, routine, workaday facets of state activity, private law, taxation, administration, the routines of rule. It is in these that the elementary forms of bourgeois civilization are daily established, echoed, and authorized before any special apparatus of repression, which is how, touching only the tip of the iceberg, Engels deemed the state, becomes necessary. The magnificent rituals, the dignified parts of the state, cry out for equal attention. Analysis of both is central to any truly materialist understanding of the workings of the bourgeois world. History cannot only be written from below. To conclude, in one sense, this book has been about our England. We sought historical specificity to illuminate nuance, modify, question, sometimes reject generalities. But its relevance, we hope, does not end there. Nor does it end with capitalism's past. One sense/ice the bourgeoisie have cloned the future is to demonstrate just how transformable the world is. We took the concept of cultural revolution initially from the historical experience of socialist, not capitalist, construction, and we would like to end by taking it back to those roots, in the struggle for the emancipation of the many, not the domination of the few. Socialist construction was something Mao Zedong argued would take many centuries, and as many cultural revolutions, transformations, as Marx put it, of people's circumstances and selves. The historical experience of attempted socialist construction has already shown in often bloodily tragic ways the paramount necessity fundamentally to rethink what, and how much, is involved in any conceivably emancipatory social transformation. Socialism too needs to rid itself of the muck of ages if it is to be more than a new form of oppression. Nothing shows this more eloquently than the history of women's struggles for self-emancipation, and the multiple blocks which XLS1J1G socialist forms of thought, of morality, of political practice, of social and material organization put in their way. The historical experience of peasants, treated as a sea of enemies and regimented into collective farms, and of workers, denied trade union and other forms in which their specific experiences could be expressed, within what Nikita Khrushchev conceptualized as the state of the whole people, tells other parts of the same story, from Kronstadt and the committees of the poor, through Stalin's pacification of the villages in 1929, to Solidarity and the genocidal social reconstruction that followed the, no less genocidal, U.S. bombing of Kampuchea. We have indicated what we think actually existing socialism has achieved, for the majority, elsewhere, but no intellectually or morally serious emancipatory politics can ignore these deformations, or their roots in existing forms of socialist theory and practice. They are not, unfortunately, mere aberrations, attributable to the iron logic of circumstance or the personal evil of a Stalin or a Pol Pot. Backwardness and betrayal will not do forever as explanations, for long they have been moral and intellectual evasions. He only learns through trial, and there is no trial without error. It is only through the struggles of the subordinated that the tyranny of social forms and practices, both those inherited from capitalism and its past, and those created by new forms of social order, planning, parties, unitary ideologies, can be recognized for the fetters on the liberation of human capacities that they are. It is only in such struggles that emancipatory social forms, through which differences can be recognized and celebrated, as ingredients of a collectively human future, rather than regulated and denied, are discovered. These, too, do not fall from the sky. In the past we have argued on the basis of the historical experience of socialist construction that both untransformed capitalist techniques of production and the state machine have in this way been shown to be as much fetters on as resources for emancipatory social transformation, an integral part of what needs to be transformed rather than the means for transformation socialists have so often held them to be. We would now go further, questioning much in the systematic, objectivist, scientific, and instrumental, in short, authoritarian and hierarchical, quality of much socialist, social democratic as well as Marxist, theory and practice more generally, and its relative unconcern with both the personal and the moral. Feminist critique has done all emancipatory politics an inestimable service in restructuring political discourse and practice around these issues, though the same concern can be found in, too often, subordinated, strands in the socialist tradition. As Catherine MacKinnon has written, because Marxists tend to conceive of powerlessness, RST and last, as concrete and externally imposed, they believe that it must be concretely and externally undone to be changed. 1982, 520. There is a revolution in political epistemology here, of profound importance, a timely focus on the exercise of power as residing, at root, in forms of human relationship and the construction of different subjectivities, and emancipation as beginning with the construction of forms and forums within which that experience can be voiced. Studying capitalist construction, capitalism's cultural revolution, leads us only to generalize these points. For there are important parallels to be drawn between these two endeavors, though their aims and objectives, domination and emancipation, exploitation and liberation of people's collective capacities, could not be more fundamentally opposed. What emerges most forcefully from this study is that capitalist political and cultural forms are precisely that, forms of social practice, identity, organization which open up some possibilities and close down others, develop some human capacities and underdevelop others. They are specifically capitalist forms, means for the ordering of a world in which most people labor, at home or at work, for the prod of the few. They are social forms which could be otherwise, as they indeed once were, before the bourgeoisie remade the world in its own image. These forms are not contingently but internally related to capitalism, they are means through which it was historically constructed and has ever been regulated. This carries its own lessons, for, to use classical Marxist terminology for a minute, both reformism and revolution, opportunism and voluntarism, as strategies and tactics of emancipatory transformation. Against reformism and opportunism, it graphically reveals that the political gains of the bourgeois revolution, however humanized by the struggles of the subordinated, cannot simply be used in any emancipatory politics, they need also to be inwardly transformed, as comprehensively as the English bourgeoisie reconstructed their heritage to make it conformable with their needs, if they are to become means of liberation. Parliamentary democracy, the welfare state, the rule of law, and more general bourgeois conceptions of right, are profoundly ambiguous resources in their very constitution. Of course, bourgeois democracy should be defended against fascism, or the new school discipline in the name of which the present British government is seeking to abolish elected authorities for London and the major conurbations. Of course, welfare states should be defended against monetarist barbarism and the cruelty of self-help ideologies, in a world where the means through which people could help themselves are taken away from them. Of course, the rule of law should be defended against governmental diktat, and trial by jury against attempts to rid justice of its remaining vestiges of popular participation. Of course, human rights should be defended against governmental expediency and misandment. Point 1. But it needs equally to be remembered that parliamentary democracy works on impoverished definitions of what constitutes legitimate politics, which themselves depoliticize other arenas and issues, both work and home being officially out with the public sphere, the shun of government non-intervention in private industry being perfectly matched by the police force's reluctance to interfere in domestic disputes. Such democracy also embodies highly restricted notions of representation. Welfare states, in their external, donatory operation, reinforce conditions and experiences of powerlessness, hence the popular appeal of much conservative anti-state rhetoric. Law is bourgeois, male, and white in most of its content, and profoundly alienating in its forms. Rights are abstract, insubstantial, and in their claimed universality devices which legitimate an oppressive and unequal social order. In short, these are not, in themselves and as presently constituted, possible forms of emancipation, they are intrinsic forms of bourgeois order. One always engages on this territory at a cost, and an emancipatory politics needs to reason what politics is, and how in what forms it can be practiced in an emancipatory way. This is what Marx recognized, and thought sufficiently important to prompt him to criticize the statist aspects of his own program in the Communist Manifesto, in the Paris Commune of 1871, the RST occasion on which the working class broke state power. The working class cannot simply lay hold on the ready-made state machinery and wield it for their own purpose. The political instrument of their enslavement cannot serve as the political instrument of their emancipation. 1871, 196, against voluntarism and traditional conceptions of revolution, the history of capitalist construction teaches other but equally important lessons. It shows, RST, the enormous complexity and longevity of any social transformation that will be solid. Revolution cannot be an overnight business if it is to amount to any more than a changing of the guard. Revolutionary transformation, that history graphically demonstrates, is not just about changing deeds of ownership or capturing power, but making new ways of relating, new social identities, a new moral order, a new kind of civilization, a different socialization. That history underlines, second, the need to start with existing resources, the only ones there are. As Marx put it in the same text, there are no utopias to be introduced. PM Decret du Peuple, the starting point for building the new world lies in the struggles of the old. Much of the tragedy of actually existing socialism lies in its forgetting this, both the constraints and the resources in the eternal utopian search for shortcuts, which legitimates the party that substitutes for the people, the clerisy whose ideology holds the keys to the future, the repression of real emancipatory transformations now for the promise of the New Jerusalem in the future. There are no shortcuts, any more than there were for the bourgeoisie, no magical talismans, no ideological keys to paradise. Utopianism, for all its progressive side, is in the end a profoundly repressive mode of thought when it informs political practices. Marx was right to reject it. The bourgeoisie, seeking to regulate and to rule, could adapt existing institutions of rule and regulation, the progenitors of the national state. The resources for liberation of the majority lie elsewhere. Emancipatory political forms are those and only those through which the subordinated can emancipate themselves, articulating the differential experiences and aspirations denied and fragmented in the unifying languages of state. Marx's 1871 conclusion remains apposite, the more so, given socialist experience since 1917. This cultural revolution is centrally, a revolution not against this or that, legitimate, constitutional, republican or imperialist form of state power. LT is a revolution against the state itself, of this supernaturalist abortion of society, a resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. It is not a revolution to transfer it from one faction of the ruling classes to another, but a revolution to break down this horrid machinery of class domination itself. 1871, 150-1, this revolution too has deep roots and long traditions, in all that state formation has organized itself, and sought to organize us, against. There is more to do than look back in anger. Imagine Notes Introduction Weber 1920b, 249, Marx and Engels 1846, 89. Weber discusses the connection between modern capitalism and nation-state formation inter alia in his 1920a and, at more length, 1920b, pt 4, see more generally his Mammoth, and Unished, 1978a. Marx attends to the issue in general terms in certain of his early writings, 1843a, b, at various points in the German ideology, Marx and Engels 1846, and again in his writings on the Paris Commune, 1871, see further below, note 17 to Afterthoughts. The role of the English state with regard to capitalism is discussed extensively in Capital, 1867, especially in pt 8 of Volume 1, and in the pre-capitalist economic formation section Oig Wundris, 1858. His empirical studies of French, 1850, 1852, 1871, and English politics, Marx and Engels 1971 is a good anthology of the latter, are also pertinent. We have in mind particularly Weber 1905 and the vast literature it has spawned, see note 7 to chapter 4 below, and the seminal writings of Émile Durkheim, for whom the moral dimensions of social order were an abiding concern, and who explicitly and instructively related state formation and moral individualism, especially in his 1904. See also Elias 1939. English Mandist historiography is particularly strong here, this having been an enduring concern of, in particular, Christopher Hill, Edward Thompson and Raymond Williams. Genovese is similarly sensitive in his discussions of U.S. history, for instance in his painstaking reconstruction of the slaveholders' ethos and their moral critique of Northern capitalism in his 1971. Where there has been a revolution in recent years, requiring all social theories of capitalism, including Marxism, to be thought anew. There is now a voluminous literature on gender and state formation and gender and culture. Note, RST, the journal's Women, Studies International Quarterly, Feminist Review, M/F, and History Workshop FUML, produced in England, Feminist Studies and Signs, from the USA, Atlantis and Resources for Feminist Research, from Canada. Note also the special issue of Radical History Review, 20, 1979 on Sexuality in History, Weeks 1981, and 3 highly important articles, McElntosh 1978, McKinnon 1982 and Burston 1983. A useful overview of these issues can be found in Barrett 1980, and the contrasting, historical argument of Brenner and Ramas 1984, CFBA its reply to the latter, 1984. See further, note 16 to introduction, below. Of course gender is not the only relation constitutive of capitalist state formation/cultural revolution, other social classifications, ethnicity, class, age, region, religion, occupation, and so on are at work there also. But the social, historical, material construction of gender differs from all of these in terms of its universal features. Contesting gender oppression uniquely has produced, of the necessity of struggle, a totalizing social theory and practice that refuses both those customary divisions so much Marxism reproduces base/superstructure, theory/practice, public p0-lytics/private lives and the demoralization of socialism, refusal to see it as a different form of living, being. Lenin 1917, 292. We criticize this in Sayer and Corrigan 1985, which relates to the more general arguments in Corrigan, Ramsey, and Sayer 1978. Cf. The complementary argument of McKinnon 1982. We hope to produce a subsequent volume on this at a later date. In Marx and Engels 1846, 61. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. The Miling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas, hence of the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. This passage can easily lend itself to a crude ideological manipulation or reductionist/functionalist reading. One thing we hope to bring out in this book is the struggle involved in establishing and maintaining ruling ideas, and the way state formation is inextricably bound up with and informed by that project. The state, of course, is itself exactly one such idea. Shannon 1983, final essay, discusses this category and brings out how much scientific Marxism reproduces, in its theory and practices, the social classifications in which it is embedded. Every state is founded on force, said Trotsky at Brest-Litovsk. That is indeed right. A state is a human community that, successfully, claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Like the political institutions historically preceding it, the state is a relation of men dominating men, a relation supported by means of legitimate, i.e. considered to be legitimate, violence, Weber 1918, 78. We have polemicized against base/superstructure conceptions over the last decade. See Note 13 to Afterthoughts, below, for references. We have in mind particularly such endeavors to reconstruct the picture from below as Morton 1979, Comfort 1978, Cole and Postgate 1948, Harrison 1984, Hampton 1984, Ben 1984, Bothorn 1977, and the major contributions made subsequently concerning familial/demographic history, notably Hamilton 1978, Middleton 1979, 1981, and Seckham 1983, and forthcoming book on familial forms, gender relations and modes of production. This perspective for more specific periods can be sampled, inter alia, in the writings of Hilton, Hill, Manning, and E. P. Thompson. More detailed references are given at relevant points in our text.